comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, many of the traditional basketball rivalries were settled during the past week, and Madison High School, where our Miss Brooks teaches English, was no exception. Their big game with Clay City High was scheduled for Friday night, and last Wednesday morning, while driving her to school, Walter Denton, the team's manager, tried to sell Miss Brooks a ticket.
I'm sorry, Walter, but I don't think I'm interested.
Don't think you're interested. But, Miss Brooks, that's treason.
How much are the seats?
$1 apiece.
If this be treason, make the most of it. Look, Walter, I don't want you to think that I'm lacking in school spirit. The reason I haven't attended more games this season is because of embarrassment. Our team was just awful. 16 straight defeats, isn't it?
This year, altogether, it's 39. But the important game is Friday night with Clay City.
I know. I saw the Clay City game last year. I'll never forget how miserable I felt when I left that gym. The score was Clay City 92, Madison 6.
You shouldn't have left. They really clobbered us in the second half.
Well, I hope we make a better showing this year, if only to keep our beloved principal's blood pressure from reaching a new high.
Well, I don't like to be prematurely optimistic, Miss Brooks, but I met a fellow on our campus yesterday who may make a big difference in the outcome of Friday night's game.
You mean through him we have a chance of winning?
Definitely.
I'm surprised at you, Walter. You should have turned him in to the district attorney immediately.
No, you don't understand. Now, this is a kid who went to Clay City High until his folks moved into our district last week. And now he's going to transfer to Madison. And, Miss Brooks, the minute he told me his name, I knew he'd be a cinch to make our basketball team. Guess who it was?
Lionel Barrymore.
I'm serious, Miss Brooks. Now, this guy happens to be the greatest scholastic basketball player in this area. And what a build on him. He must be 6'4".
Who is this super kid, Walter?
Well, his name is Tex Barton. Of course, Tex is just a nickname because his family came to Clay City from Texas.
Sounds reasonable.
And his real name is Vic Barton. Don't you remember the fellow who scored over 50 points against us in the game last year?
Well, now that you mention it, I do remember a boy named Vic Barton.
Well, Tex Barton and Vic Barton are the same person.
No wonder he's so tall.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks. Oh, say, I think that's Tex going toward school now. After you, Miss Brooks.
Thanks, Walter.
Hey, wait up, Tex. I want to talk to you.
Well, if it ain't Walter Denton, I'm sure glad to... Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I reckon you're Walter's mother.
Have another reckon on me.
This is Miss Brooks, Tex. She teaches English here.
English?
Yes, it's a language spoken just north of Texas. Well, I've got to be getting in now. Nice to have met you, Tex.
Most people feel that way. Well, we really didn't meet hardly. Would you mind if I joined you after school and we chinned for a spell?
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to take my chin home after school. I've got to help Mrs. Davis fix dinner tonight.
Now, that's awful decent of you, ma'am. I'll be happy to have dinner with you.
Huh?
You see, my folks will be out visiting tonight. After I spend what I got on me for lunch, I won't be able to afford no dinner unless I gets me an invite. Mm-hmm. And, of course, down home, we don't think twice about sharing a grub with a stranger. Yes, sir, there's nothing like splitting your chow to help you get acquainted.
Well, get a pencil. I'll tell you how to get to my chuck wagon.
That won't be necessary, Miss Brooks. I'll bring Tex over myself at 6 o'clock sharp. And ma'am, thanks a heap for the invite.
You're welcome, Hoppy.
Miss Brooks, suppose you take Tex into Mr. Conklin's office. You can help him get registered real quick. And speed is of the essence, as you know.
Yes, I do. All right, Walter, you park your car, and I'll take Tex in with me.
That's mighty obliging of you, ma'am. Do you think the principal will be willing to swear me in this morning?
Well, it's all according to his mood, Tex. I can promise you one thing, though. When we get to his office, you'll either be sworn in or at. Mr. Conklin's office is right down this hall, Tex.
Well, all right, Daddy, but you don't have to bite my head off. Hello, Miss Brooks. Daddy's having one of his tantrums again. Well, what have we here?
Oh, this is Tex Barton, Harriet. Tex, this is Harriet Conklin.
Howdy.
Hello. You're a long one, aren't you?
Longer than some, ma'am.
And cuter than most. Are you going to be a student here?
I sure hope so. Now.
Say, you're really something.
I try to be. And if I ain't too bold, miss, I wouldn't exactly call you a little old lump of sugar, but I wouldn't want to leave you too close to my little old Pinto either.
I wish I know what to tell my little old stomach. Now, you'll have to excuse us, Harriet. We've got to see your father right away.
All right, Miss Brooks. See you later, Tex.
Goodbye.
Who goes there?
Two friends, sir. Two unarmed friends.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. I wouldn't disturb you, sir, but it's quite important.
One moment, please. So it's finally happened, Miss Brooks. Mr. Boynton has taken you to the zoo once too often.
The zoo?
Don't look now, but one of the giraffes has followed you to school.
Please, Mr. Conklin, this is Tex Barton. Tex, I'd like you to meet Madison's principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin.
Howdy.
What do you know? It talks. Now, what can I do for you, and please be brief?
I thought you might check his transfer papers, Mr. Conklin. Tex wants to enroll as soon as possible.
Well, I suppose that can be arranged. From what high school are you transferring?
Clay City.
Fine. I'm always happy to meet any boy who comes from Clay City.
Yes, sir. Our principal, Mr. Brill, told me a lot about you, Mr. Conklin. But I'm glad to meet you anyhow.
Oh, you are. Miss Brooks, kindly remove this elongated St. Bernard from my office.
Now, hold on there. Who are you calling a St. Bernard?
Oh, don't be angry, Tex. Mr. Conklin didn't mean anything derogatory. You two have got to be friends. Now, go ahead, Tex. Give him your paw. Shake hands.
Step aside, ma'am. Now, listen to me, Mr. Conklin.
You listen to me. You go right back to Jason Brill and tell him we don't want any of his Clay City dunces cluttering up Madison.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin. You can't know on this short notice whether Tex is a dunce or not.
That's right. You ain't got no proof, nohow. But if you don't want me to go to your school, I'll just go right on back to Clay City.
Oh, wait, Tex. You'll be glad to welcome Tex into Madison, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just let me tell you why you've got to accept him.
I have got to accept no one. Madison High is my kingdom, Miss Brooks, and the choice of the subjects therein is my choice and mine alone. The interview is at an end.
But, Mr. Conklin...
That is all. Dismissed!
Aye, aye, sir. Come on, Tex. I'll show you to the door. Tex, I'll talk to him alone and bring you back when he's in a better mood.
Okay, Miss Brooks. You sure been mighty decent to me, ma'am. Hasta la vista.
Mm-hmm. Adios, hombre. Mr. Conklin. Sir. Sire.
Yes?
Far be it from me to question your motives, but I'm afraid you've hurt that boy's feelings.
Well, perhaps I was a bit harsh with the lad, but he caught me at a bad time. I just hung up on Jason Brill when you both arrived. That malevolent old devil phoned just to taunt me about the basketball game Friday night. He got me so upset I bet him a new hat on the outcome of the game before I remembered the results of last year's contest.
That was disastrous, wasn't it?
They clobbered us. I dug up the newspaper account of the game from my file. I've got it right here. Now, look at this headline. Clay City ekes out victory over Madison 124-7.
That must have been quite a second half. There's an interesting subhead, too. It says, wild-eyed spectator leaps on court and bites basketball. Ushers eject Osgood Conklin.
That story is a bald-faced lie.
I know it is, Mr. Conklin. I was there. You bit the referee.
I merely broke his whistle. What burns me up the most, though, is this reminder that after the game, Madison was presented with the symbol of defeat, Cornelius the Goat.
Let's see. Oh, here's that part. Cornelius must be fed and housed on the campus of the losing team for the entire school year. After 4 years of defeat, the goat becomes the permanent property of the humiliated institution. Well, that's a switch on a loving cup.
Let me remind you, Miss Brooks, that Madison has lost 3 games in a row to Clay City. If we lose this one, that bleating monstrosity will be on our hands forever.
Mr. Conklin, do you remember a boy named Barton who scored over 50 points against us for Clay City?
Barton. Oh, of course, I remember now. He ran us ragged.
Well, that happens to be Tex Barton, the boy you just gave the old heave-ho.
What? And he wanted to transfer to Madison? Miss Brooks. Dear Miss Brooks. We've got to do something. You've got to do something. Anything.
Calm down, Mr. Conklin. All isn't lost. He's coming to my house for dinner tonight, and I'm sure I can undo some of the damage your temper has done.
That is my problem, Miss Brooks. I'll be happy to have dinner at your house tonight. After all, in Texas, we always say there's nothing like splitting your chow to help get better acquainted.
So I've heard. And the way I figure, if and I can wrestle up enough grub, we might get so well acquainted we'd never have to talk to each other again.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. Yes, the Colgate way is the most thoroughly proved and accepted home method of oral hygiene known today. Over 2 years' research showed brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. The Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, offers such conclusive proof. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, when lunchtime arrived, I hurried to the school cafeteria to meet Mr. Boynton for lunch. But he was over 10 minutes late. From the explanation he gave when he did arrive, it was obvious he had been detained by someone even nearer and dearer to his heart than I am.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but I had to stop by the gym and untie Cornelius, the goat. I'm the only person at school who pays any attention to the poor beast.
I know. Pull up a window and sit down.
Thank you. Oh, before I forget, I brought a little surprise in for you. It's a box of French chocolates.
For me? But it isn't my birthday or Christmas or anything.
I know it. Can't I give you a box of candy if I feel like it?
You certainly can, and it's very sweet of you, Mr. Boynton. I wish I could do something to show my appreciation.
Well, now that you mention it, I'll be very happy to have dinner at your house tonight.
Good. For a minute there, I thought I'd have to keep coaxing you. You'll be more than welcome, Mr. Boynton, but I think I should warn you. There'll be quite a crowd over tonight. You see, when I was in Mr. Conklin's office this morning...
Oh, Walter Denton told me all about it, Miss Brooks. As I understand it, Mr. Conklin insulted the boy, and now he's got to woo him into playing basketball for Madison. Heavens knows the team can use him, and I'd like to help get him into the fold. What time does the wooing begin, Miss Brooks?
Shall we say about 9 o'clock?
9?
Yes, I should be able to get rid of Tex by 8:30.
Dinner's almost ready, Connie. You've been a big help, dear.
But I didn't do anything, Mrs. Davis.
I know, but you stayed out of my way all afternoon. Now you better get back into the living room and join Tex.
Oh, he's all right, Mrs. Davis. I gave him last Sunday's funnies to read and a box of French chocolates to nibble on. You know, you wouldn't think to look at that kid that he's Vic Barton, the famous Clay City basketball star.
He'd have to be something like that. But why is Mr. Conklin so anxious to get him to enroll at Madison?
Oh, it's a long story, Mrs. Davis. I'll give you a rundown after dinner.
Oh, pardon me, ladies, but I got a little lonesome in the living room. The looflurpas are all gone, Miss Brooks.
The looflurpas?
Those French candies you gave me to nibble on. I'll set the box on the sink. Is there something I can do to help get chow ready, Miss Davis?
Yes, there is, Tex. You can get the silverware out if you will.
Oh, that's the front door. I'll answer it. Just make yourself at home, Tex.
I will.
Well, Tex, Miss Brooks has told me what a basketball star you were at Clay City.
I wonder what made her say that. I'm Vic Barton, Miss Davis. Miss Brooks must have me mixed up with my brother Vince.
Oh?
Shucks, I never played no varsity basketball at Clay City.
Oh, Tex, will you come in here, please? We've got company.
Right away, ma'am. I'll be back to help you in a minute, Miss Davis.
It's all right, Tex. Take your time.
Look who's here, Tex. It's Mr. Conklin.
Well, slip us 5, Pod.
What's the matter with him?
Well, Mr. Conklin wants you to know that he was just teasing this morning when he threw you out of his office.
Why, of course, my boy. I do that to all new pupils. It's sort of an initiation. Now, although we don't place too much emphasis on athletics at Madison, I just knew you'd want a star in some sport or other, so I brought you this all-wool sweater, and I had your varsity letters sewn on it in advance. You see, a big M.
At Clay City, we always spelled varsity with a V. But if you was only funning this morning and you really want me to join up, I guess I can think it over a spell longer.
Please do, my boy.
I got to get back to the kitchen now. Miss Davis wants me to get out the silverware.
Silverware? And risk cutting those beautiful basket-shooting hands on a sharp knife? I should say not. I'll get the silverware myself.
Be right there. Well, come in, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. I'm sorry I'm late. Oh, this must be Tex.
Howdy.
This is Mr. Boynton, Tex.
Howdy. I brought this little gift for you. It's sort of a welcome to Madison present.
Gosh, what is it, Mr. Boynton?
It's a knee pad, a brand new one.
Those are the best kind.
I'm sure grateful, Mr. Boynton. I'd offer you one of the French chocolates Miss Brooks gave me, but I'm afraid they're plumb gone.
French chocolates? But, Miss Brooks, that's the same candy I gave...
Oh, we're doing a big business tonight. Come on in. It's open.
Hiya, folks. Here you are, Tex, old boy. Here's a little present for you.
For me?
Yeah, I noticed you ride a bicycle, so I bought you this master padlock to put on it when you leave it in front of school.
You mean somebody might steal it?
Please, Tex, that's one thing about Madison High. There's never been a master padlock stolen.
I don't get it. Why is everybody being so all-fired nice to me? First, Mr. Conklin gives me a sweater, then Mr. Boynton brings me a knee pad. You give me this lock, and, of course, Miss Brooks gave me a whole box of Looflurpa chocolates.
What? But that's the same candy I gave Mr. Boynton last night.
Walter!
better send the box to J. Edgar Hoover. Must be enough fingerprints on it to keep him busy for months.
Tex, would you please put a new light bulb in the kitchen ceiling for me? We don't have a step ladder.
I'll be right with you, Miss Davis. Excuse me, folks. I'll be back before you can say Sam Houston.
You can say Dick Dallas, too. I've got to talk to Walter. So, you gave this candy to Mr. Boynton, Walter. Would you mind telling me what prompted that unusual action?
It's a lie. The fact that Mr. Boynton gave us a biology test this morning, which if I didn't pass would make me ineligible to manage the basketball team Friday night, has nothing to do with it.
I'm surprised at you. Why, that's nothing short of bribery. And I suppose I'll have to reimburse you for the chocolates you indirectly donated.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Miss Brooks. I got them for nothing from Mr. Conklin. Only he doesn't know it.
What do you mean?
Well, I helped Harriet burn some rubbish yesterday, so she told me to help myself to some candy on the way out of her house. Well, I didn't see the jelly bean she meant for me to take, so I just latched onto the box of French chocolates. It wasn't until today that Harriet told me that old Marvel had bought the chocolates for a special occasion. Gee, if he finds out I swiped him, he'll drub me till I'm simple.
Oh, that's absurd, Walter. Mr. Conklin wouldn't lay a hand on you.
It's not his hand I'm worried about. When he gets through drop kicking the seat of my pants, he'll look like the lobby of Grauman's Chinese.
Well, take it easy, Raffles. Nobody's going to put the finger on you around here.
Well, everything's working out just splendidly, Miss Brooks. Oh, hello, Miss Boynton.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening,
Conklin.
sir.
I have the honor to inform you all of the fact that, thanks to my warm and endearing personality, Tex Barton has consented to enroll at Madison High immediately.
Oh, that's wonderful,
Oh,
Mr. Conklin.
congratulations, sir.
You're a little Marblehead. I mean, that's great, Mr. Conklin, just great.
This calls for a celebration. Now, you men stay right here. I'll go out and get the dishes to the dinner table. I thought I'd better get the dishes, Mrs. Davis.
All right, dear. I just checked what we'll need on the kitchen table. Did Mr. Conklin tell you the thrilling news about Tex here?
Yes, he did. Well, needless to say, Tex, we're all delighted to have Clay City's top basketball star as a Madison pupil.
Hold on a minute, Miss Brooks. About that basketball stuff, there's something you ought to know.
You mustn't try to carry so many dishes at once, Connie.
Oh, I can manage them all. What were you saying, Tex?
Well, it's like I was telling Miss Davis. You must have me mixed up with my brother Vince Barton. I never played no basketball for Clay City.
We heard it crash. What happened?
Hey, what is it, Miss Brooks?
Nothing. I merely dropped a few dishes.
Oh, let us help you pick them up. Here, I'll take the plates.
I'll take the soup bowls.
And I'll take the cups and saucers. You've got to be more careful, Miss Brooks. Here, you can hold this large platter.
Thank you.
Shucks, I don't know what made Miss Brooks get so skittish all of a sudden.
Oh, just forget it, boy. Forget it.
I don't understand. All I said to her was that she had me mixed up with my brother Vince and that I never played no basketball for Clay City.
Well, let's make it unanimous.
Of course, there's one point I think I ought to clear up. I said I never played no basketball for Clay City, but I didn't say I never played no basketball. It's just that this being my freshman year, I wasn't able to straighten out my credits till a couple of weeks ago.
Nevertheless, the fact remains.
I don't like to brag, but after I worked out with the team for a few days, why, all the coaches agreed my brother Vince was almost as good as I am.
Nevertheless, the fact remains. Vince was almost as good as you are?
Yes, sir.
If I said it once, I'll say it twice. This calls for a celebration. Is dinner ready, Mrs. Davis?
Not quite, Connie. It'll take about a half hour yet. Why don't you all go in the living room and wait?
Oh, but I'm starved. If I could just take something with me to nibble on, I'd say, what's this? Looflurper chocolates. Well, I see we have another prankster in our midst.
A prankster?
Yes. This candy is sold only in novelty shops. I bought mine early this year for fear they'd run out. I'm going to send a box to Jason Brill on April 1st.
But I don't understand, Mr. Conklin. What's in the chocolate?
What isn't in them? There's enough pepper and spice in each one to have Brill clutching his bloated bay window for hours.
Very funny.
Are you positive these are the same kind of chocolates you bought, Mr. Conklin? Looflurper?
Looflurper is simply April Fool spelled backwards.
If it's April Fool candy, it would taste funny, wouldn't it?
Well, that's the beauty of this particular brand. It's got a sweet coating that disguises the pepper. It takes about an hour to work, but once it catches on, oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Tex, speak to me. Why are you turning that color?
I'm a-getting out of here.
Getting out? But why? What's wrong, boy?
I'm a-going back to Clay City.
Yeah, but Tex, you...
At least nobody never tried to poison me down there.
I'm beginning to feel like an emotional yo-yo.
Well, you'll find it out sooner or later, Mr. Conklin. Tex ate a whole box of those candies.
What? But how did he get them?
They were a gift.
A gift? But he's liable to be laid up for a week. And if he doesn't play Friday night, we're certain to get possession of that reeking goat, Cornelius! Now then, Mr. Boynton, Denton, Miss Brooks, I demand to know who gave that candy to Tex Barton.
Mr. Conklin, I can disclose the identity of the culprit with one word.
And that word is?
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first,
You get smoother, more comfortable shaves by shaving the palm olive brushless way. Yes, smoother, more comfortable shaves the palm olive brushless way.
hey, that's a fact, men. You can get smoother, yes, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shaving Cream way. Just rub velvet smooth Palmolive brushless into your beard. Whiskers actually protects your skin by providing a soft film that floats your razor's cutting edge. Remember, over 1,200 men tested the Palmolive Brushless Shaving Cream way following directions on the package. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 out of 4 reported beards easier to cut, less razor pull, smoother, more comfortable, yes, more comfortable shaves. So, men, try the Palmolive Brushless way yourself. Even in cold or hard water, you get a close, clean shave. And a smoother, more comfortable, yes, a more comfortable shave.
You get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive Brushless way.
Next time you shave, try the Palmolive Brushless Shaving Cream way. And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
This week, the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company salutes the Girl Scouts of the United States of America on their 39th birthday. Their ceaseless work, training, and activities have proved to all of us that good Scouts today are good citizens tomorrow. Congratulations, Girl Scouts. Good night.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch.
Listen to this. With Marvelous Vel, V-E-L, you can save 90% of dishwashing work.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, whenever the routine at Madison High School is disturbed in any way, Principal Osgood Conklin registers serious objections, and he usually blames our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, for the disturbance.
But the latest upheaval in Madison's schedule was definitely not my fault. 2 weeks ago, the Board of Education put a television set into the school to see if its cultural and educational programs would enhance our regular curriculum. Last Thursday at breakfast, I discussed it with my landlady.
What effect has the television set had so far?
Well, Miss Fitzgerald, who conducts the TV group an hour a day, says there's one very marked result, Mrs. Davis.
In just 2 weeks?
That's right. There isn't a student at Madison who can't tell the difference between a Pinto and a Palomino at one glance.
They do have a great many cowboy films on, don't they?
I would say so, yes. But there are quite a few murder mysteries on, too, and some splendid horror films.
But, Connie, the board placed the set in the school for its scholastic value. Don't they televise any truly educational programs?
Oh, I suppose so, Mrs. Davis. They had a semi-educational program on yesterday.
Semi-educational?
Yes, I think it was called The Batman Eats Up the Dean of Harvard.
Well, I'm sure they'll have more and more cultural things to look at as time goes by. Oh, that reminds me, Connie. It's been some time since that letter came for you. Did you get it?
Letter? No, I didn't get any letter.
Oh, me and that absent mind of mine. And I purposely put it where we couldn't overlook it, on your plate.
My plate?
Oh, dear. How much of your eggs have you eaten?
Every bit but this blue part with the black line stamped on it. Here's the letter, all right. Uh-oh. It's another letter from the collection agency.
The collection agency?
Yes, Sherry's department store has put their delinquent accounts into the hands of the Coulter Collection Agency. It seems I've owed Sherry's about $25 for my Easter shopping.
You mean they're making all this fuss at Sherry's because you haven't paid them since Easter?
Easter 1945.
What does the letter say? What does it say?
It says that I've either got to pay the money at once or they'll notify my employer and attach my salary. Oh, this is terrible. You know how Mr. Conklin feels about anyone who gets into debt.
I wish I could help you, Connie, but the only money I've got is what you owe me for back rent.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to dig into that. Well, I've got to be leaving for school, and maybe someone there could lend me some money.
How about Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton? Yes, he might have something saved up.
He should. He's a bachelor.
Don't rub it in. Of course, I kind of hate to ask him for a loan.
Oh, nonsense, Connie. I'm sure he'll be happy to help you. He'll probably hand you $25 before you've even finished asking for it.
It'll take longer than that to open his money belt.
Wait up, Miss Brooks. I'd like to chin with you for a spell. Oh, it's me, Tex Barton.
Oh, for a second there, I thought the television set came out in the hall.
I've been hearing a lot about this here television. I gotta get me a look at some of that stuff.
A mirror is cheaper. I don't like to rush you, Tex, but I'm really...
The reason I stopped you, Miss Brooks, I wanted to tell you Mr. Boynton's looking for you.
Mr. Boynton?
He seems right fond of you, ma'am. With no intention of sounding forward or personal, I'd like to say that I think the man who gets his brand on you is a mighty lucky hombre.
Well, thank you, Tex. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to the biology lab and get some branding irons in the fire. Adios, Tex.
Well, Miss Brooks, come on in.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton. What is it you wanted to see me about?
Well, it's, Miss Brooks, for over 4 years now, you and I have been, well, friends.
Don't rub it in. I mean, of course we've been friends.
Well, it's very difficult for me to have to do this, Miss Brooks, but I'd like to ask a favor of you.
Now, that's a coincidence. I have a favor to ask of you, too.
Really? Well, that makes it easier for me to ask mine. Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Can you lend me $25?
$25? Well, I don't like to flaunt my erudition, Mr. Boynton, but you ain't heard no coincidences yet. I came in here to borrow $25 from you.
What?
I got a letter from a collection agency this morning. And...
collection agency? The Coulter Collection Agency?
Yes. Do you take from them, too?
They wrote me a letter saying they'd notify my employer if I didn't pay them $25 at once.
Was yours an overdue charge from Sherry's?
Well, yes. I bought some presents for my twin nephews, Mike and Danny, on their 5th birthday.
And Sherry's is making all this fuss because you haven't paid for them yet?
Well, the twins were 9 on Friday. I wanted to pay this bill, but I just haven't been able to.
Neither have I. And if Mr. Conklin finds out from the agency that... Wait a minute. I've got an idea.
Oh, what is it?
I'm going to tell Mr. Conklin about my predicament myself. For the honor of the school, he might advance me the money.
Well, do you think he'd do the same for me?
Well, it's worth a try. I'll tackle him first, then you can have a whack at him after lunch.
That sounds pretty dangerous to me, Miss Brooks. Do you really think you ought to take the bull by the horns?
Certainly. And I can see the headline now. Girl Toreador tossed into the bleachers.
Come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Conklin. I don't like to disturb you,
Let's not start the day with half-truths, Miss Brooks. What do you want?
Well, sir, it's like this. Do you mind if I open the window?
The window?
Just the width of a human body.
Quite comfortable in this office. Now get to the point, please.
All right, I will. I need $25 to pay a delinquent bill I owe at Sherry's department store because they've turned it over to a collection agency which wrote me a letter saying that if I don't pay it promptly, they'll take it up with you. And as small as it is, I've grown too attached to my salary to have it attached. I thank you.
What? Am I to understand that one of my teachers is in the hands of a collection agency?
$25 worth of me is. I've wanted to pay it, sir, but
What a deplorable state of affairs. Obviously, your self-indulgence and mismanagement have brought you to this sorry plight.
Yes, sir. But if I can just get some help this one time...
I suppose I'll have to do something about the situation. If the Board of Education ever found out about this, it would reflect not only on you, but on your school and its principal as well. Naturally, I don't want any skeletons in Madison's closet.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. Conklin. It's terrifying enough around here without that.
Who is it?
I'm from the Coulter Collection Agency.
Oops, he's here already. What should I do, Mr. Conklin? Where can I go?
Now, calm down, Miss Brooks. One moment, please. I'll handle this matter. You go into my inner office and wait there until I call you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks very much.
Come in.
My name is Gray, William Gray. I'm with the Coulter Collection Agency.
How do you do, Mr. Gray? I presume you're here in regard to a debt of one of Madison's teachers?
No, I'm here in regard to a debt of one Osgood Conklin.
Osgood Conklin?
Yes, I'm new in this town and haven't had much of a chance to get acquainted. Sherry's department store tells me he owes them $50 since 1948. Could you help me find Mr. Conklin?
What kind of a looking fellow is he? Have you any idea?
Well, he was described to me as a dumpy sort of chap. Thinning hair and a mustache that looks like an unkept lawn.
What? Why, there's no such person in this vicinity. Although, come to think of it, there was an Osgood Conklin employed here 4 or 5 years ago. I believe he was the school custodian.
The one I have in mind is the principal of this school.
The principal? Now?
Yes. And if you happen to hear from him, would you be kind enough to inform him that unless he pays the $50 he owes by this afternoon, we will notify the Board of Education and take steps to attach his salary.
But you can't do... that is, I'll be happy to inform the gentleman, Mr. Ray. Now, as the new school custodian, I'm quite busy, so if you'll excuse me, I'd like
Yes, certainly. Thank you for your courtesy.
That's quite all right. Good day, Mr. Gray.
Good day, Mr. Conklin.
Well, at least I'll have time. Good day, Mr. Conklin. Gad, he knows. Oh, well, I'll think of something. Miss Brooks, you may come in now.
Is he gone?
Yes, he's gone. Oh, by the way, you didn't happen to overhear any of our conversation, did you?
Why, Mr. Conklin, you know there's a key in the keyhole. I mean, that inner office is practically soundproof.
Good. Well, I can't possibly advance you any money, but in spite of your incompetence in managing your personal affairs, I put Mr. Gray off your trail, at least temporarily.
Oh, thank you, sir. At least I can go to my first class in peace.
Well, don't mention it. But before you go, I think I would like the window opened after all. It got quite hot in here rather suddenly. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I do, Mr. Conklin. Especially for school custodians.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. Yes, the Colgate way is the most thoroughly proved and accepted home method of oral hygiene known today. Over 2 years' research showed brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. The Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, offers such conclusive proof. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, since Mr. Conklin was a charter member of the Bad Debt Club, along with Mr. Boynton and myself, we were all faced with the same dilemma: how to stall off the Coulter Collection Agency before it took unpleasant action that afternoon. I was pondering this weighty problem in the school cafeteria at noon when Harriet Conklin and Walter Denton, two of my lesser problems, approached the table.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet. Walter?
Greetings, most majestic mentor. We kneel at your feet, oh gracious queen of the faculty.
Arise, knight. With this butter knife, I dub thee Sir Appetite. Sit down and have some lunch, Walter.
No, I just ate, Miss Brooks.
Oh, come now. You can think of a better excuse than that.
We're cutting down on our lunch these days, Miss Brooks.
Why, Harriet?
So we can enjoy the popcorn better when we watch television. You have no idea how we enjoy the school set, Miss Brooks. It's a wonderful medium for education.
Oh, now, just a minute, Walter. I've watched some of those shows. Do you call those Western movies educational?
Well, certainly. Of course, it all depends on what an individual's looking for. Now, me, I watch them to learn about customs and manners of a great era and a great adventurous people. Harriet, on the other hand, watches them for another reason.
What does she want to learn? How to slide a glass of beer down a long bar?
There are some really legitimate educational programs shown, Miss Brooks. We just haven't been able to get them lately.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Oh, I suppose you kids do get something out of the television class.
Oh, we do, Miss Brooks. Miss Fitzgerald is most helpful and constructive. She keeps the room in just the right degree of darkness to make the picture come out sharp and clear.
As a matter of fact, Harriet and I are on our way to the television room right now.
But, Walter, it's only 12:30. There's nothing permitted on television until the class at 2.
I know. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, come on, Harriet, dear. Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
It's a great place to hold hands, Miss Brooks. You ought to drop in there with Mr. Boynton sometime.
Oh, fine. Little did I think in Teachers College that someday I'd be on the faculty at Lowe's Madison High.
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but is this table occupied?
No, Mr. Boynton. The occupation force has just left. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks. Well, I haven't been able to get the money for the collection agency as yet, have you?
No, I haven't. But we're not the only indigent faculty members at this school. Our principal owes a bill, too.
You mean Mr. Conklin's in the same boat we are?
He's not only in it, he's rocking it. While I was in his office, I heard Mr. Gray from the agency threaten to expose Mr. Conklin to the Board of Education if he didn't pay up $50 by this afternoon.
Why, that's terrible.
Tragic.
There must be some method whereby we could pacify the agency until we could pay up. In that way, maybe...
Wait, I've got an idea. Maybe we could put up something as security. You know, temporary collateral.
Collateral? Oh, but I haven't anything that's worth $25 with me, and even my watch.
I know. It's in the same window as mine.
Now, what we might be able to do is give them one item that might serve as security until we all pay up. Now, let's see now. Isn't there something right here at school that looks impressive but is completely unessential?
Sure there is. But the collection agency would never accept Mr. Conklin as security.
Oh, please, Miss Brooks, this is serious.
Say, I know what might work. We'll offer them the school television set. So far, it's been most unessential.
Oh, but it's not our property. It belongs to the board.
We'll only be borrowing it, Mr. Boynton. And since we'll be helping Mr. Conklin out of a jam, too, he'll be sure to cooperate. Yes, the more I think about it, the more I like it. I'll call Mr. Gray and have him pick up the set immediately.
But, Miss Brooks, are you sure Mr. Conklin will stand for this?
Mr. Boynton, I'm positive. I can hardly wait to see his face when I tell him about it. I'll bet it turns absolutely human.
This is the office of Osgood Conklin, the principal of Madison High School, himself speaking.
Isn't that nice? Well, this is himself, head of the Board of Education on this end.
What? Mr. Stone, how nice to hear from you, sir. I was just saying to myself...
You can tell me about it this afternoon, Conklin. I'm coming over to see how that television class is working in your school.
The television class? But, Mr. Stone, are you sure this afternoon is convenient for you? Maybe some other time...
We went to considerable expense to install that set 2 weeks ago, and I've got to find out if the experiment is worth it. I'll see you in about an hour. Goodbye.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Stone. Oh, everything happens to me. I hope that collection agency fellow doesn't come snooping around this afternoon. Whoop.
He won't be back until tomorrow.
It's me, Mr. Conklin, Miss Brooks.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Conklin, I've got some delightful news for you.
Really? When are you transferring?
Even better news than that, if that's possible. What I wanted to tell you, sir, was that I've put up some security, and the collection agency isn't going to bother us again until we're ready to pay them back what we owe.
Why, Miss Brooks, you have no idea what a relief this is to me. Just before you arrived, Mr. Stone called and said he was coming over this afternoon. It would have been terribly embarrassing if he'd run into that collection chap.
Oh, it certainly would have. But if I say so myself, and who else is going to, I have successfully circumvented that catastrophe. Yes, sir, I just used the old noggin and...
Well, tell me, Miss Brooks, just how did you manage to stall them?
Well, I simply called Mr. Gray and had him pick up the school television set.
And in return for that, he agreed not to... You had him pick up what?
The school television set. You see, sir, I figured...
Oh, God! reason Mr. Stone just called was to inform me that he's coming over this afternoon to witness the school set in operation.
What? But he can't do that. I mean, we've got to do something.
You've got to do something. As the author of the infamous plot just outlined to me, the responsibility for all further action rests with you and you alone.
Yes, sir. Even while you were talking, the very tiniest mouse of an idea began nibbling at my brain.
If I know you, Miss Brooks, he'll either starve to death in 5 minutes or emerge as the most terrifying spectacle since the Phantom of the Opera.
Well, we're assured of the cooperation of the kids, Mr. Conklin. The rest is up to us.
It's a desperate measure, Miss Brooks, but I'll do my part. Now, as I understand it, you are to remain here in my office to receive Mr. Stone, and I am to return in about 5 minutes.
Correct. Believe me, Mr. Conklin, when Mr. Stone leaves here, he'll be delighted that our TV set is no longer on the premises.
I'd like to believe you, Miss Brooks. And now, as I leave this office where I spent so many joyous years as Madison's beloved principal, I can only say, as I open this door, that if I am about to walk into the shadow of unemployment, I shall not walk alone.
Isn't he sweet? Oh, give me a home. Da 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 da. Come in.
Good afternoon, Miss Brooks. Is Mr. Conklin in?
No, sir.
Or where is he?
Well, I can't rightly say. He just sort of took off like a big-winged bird.
What?
More likely he just moseyed down the hall a piece. Come on in and sit, Mr. Stone. I'll chin with you a spell.
Chin with... Miss Brooks, do you realize you're talking to the head of the Board of Education?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. It's just that I've been watching so much television since you had it installed at school that this here Western palaver comes right natural to me.
That set was installed for strictly cultural purposes.
And that's the way it's been used. It's already tied and branded most of the young'uns here at Madison.
The young'uns?
Beg pardon for busting in, Miss Brooks, but have you seen anything of my Pappy?
Nary hide nor hair, Harry. But you haven't said howdy to Mr. Stone, gal. Mr. Stone, you know Harriet Conklin.
I used to.
Howdy, Mr. Stone. Right nice to meet up with you again.
Now, who's she supposed to be? Calamity Jane? Why does everybody spend so much attention to Westerns? As far as I'm concerned, they're nothing
Hold on there, Mr. Stone. That kind of palaver don't go in these parts.
What's that?
You was about to say a discouraging word.
I'll say more than that.
Excuse me, folks. The door was open, so I thought I'd just lope on in.
This I don't believe at all.
Well, now, this is Tex Barton. Tex, this is Mr. Stone from the Board of Education.
Well, if he's a friend of yours, Miss Brooks, he's a friend of mine, no matter where he's from.
Now, see here, this farce has gone far enough. Why are you talking in this manner, boy?
I don't know no other way.
How long have you been speaking with this Western drawl?
Why, I've been a-talking this way since I was ankle-high to the drooping fetlock of a stunted pindle.
And you can't get lower than that unless you're driving a submarine.
He can't have always talked this way. Television isn't that old.
With him, it's standard equipment, Mr. Stone.
I don't get this. Does everyone at Madison want to be a cowboy?
Oh, no, sir. Several of them have expressed a desire to be Indians.
When this TV proposition was broached... So. Oh, there you are, Conklin.
Sorry I'm late. I guess you must think I'm a pretty ornery maverick.
Ornery maverick.
Why, sure. To go traipsing off while you're squatting on your haunches in my corral?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, not you, too.
Mr. Conklin's watched television very closely.
Yeah, I've observed it thoroughly, partner. I mean, Mr. Stone.
All I can say is the influence it's had on this particular school is positively abysmal.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, what you said. That's why I took the liberty of making a rather radical decision today. Mr. Stone, what would you say if I told you that the television set was no longer with us?
I'd say good riddance, Osgood. Splendid.
You would? In that case, I must, with humble pride, accept your congratulations, sir. The set is off these premises. And as I would have taken full censure, so must I take full credit for its going.
Huh?
In its concept from the beginning, this action taken for the good of the school was my doing and mine alone. And I know Miss Brooks will be the first to bear me out.
Definitely. How do you want to go? Head first or feet first?
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
You get smoother, more comfortable shaves by shaving the palm olive brushless way. Yes, smoother, more comfortable shaves the palm olive brushless way. Boom.
Hey, that's a fact, men. You can get smoother, yes, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless shaving cream way. Just rub velvet smooth Palmolive brushless into your beard. You'll find it wilts the toughest whiskers, or actually protects your skin by providing a soft film that floats your razor's cutting edge. Remember, over 1,200 men tested the Palmolive brushless shaving cream way, following directions on the package. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 out of 4 reported beards easier to cut, less razor pull, smoother, more comfortable, yes, more comfortable shaves. So, men, try the Palmolive brushless way yourself. Even in cold or hard water, you get a close, clean shave. And a smoother, more comfortable, yes, a more comfortable shave.
You get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way. Boom.
Next time you shave, try the Palmolive brushless shaving cream way.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, as soon as Mr. Stone and the others had left his office, Mr. Conklin admitted that he was grateful for my assistance. Then, in the manner so typical of the man, he immediately conferred upon me my reward.
Miss Brooks, in appreciation for your meritorious service, I've decided to bestow a rare honor upon you. You will be permitted to type up in triplicate 6 copies of my latest report to the superintendent of schools and have it on my desk tomorrow morning. Miss Brooks, you haven't answered me. Where are you going?
I'm going to head him off at the pass. It's the only way to save the fort.
Reminding you to tune in next week for another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Arthur Alsberg, with the music of Wilbur Hatch.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, everyone knows that our public school system is, of necessity, a carefully budgeted operation.
And our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has some very definite ideas on the subject of economy.
Personally, I've always been a firm believer in economical living. As a school teacher, I've found that by budgeting my income, thinking ahead, and doing without certain things right now, I can count on other things later on. Little luxuries like food and shelter. But in the hands of Madison's beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, even economy can be carried too far. I was discussing the subject with my landlady last Thursday at breakfast.
So Mr. Conklin has launched another economy drive.
Drive isn't the word, Mrs. Davis. It's more of a crusade. You might not believe this, but he's rationed each teacher to one piece of chalk a day.
That's ridiculous, Connie. What do you do when the chalk wears out?
I wet my finger. I was teaching Shakespearean drama yesterday afternoon, and by 2 o'clock I was up to my cuticle in Twelfth Night.
That's terrible.
Oh, that's nothing. Today I have to stop in Mr. Conklin's office for my weekly pencil.
You mean to tell me he only gives you one pencil per week?
You don't get that unless you bring in a small bag of shavings.
My goodness. What in the world does Mr. Conklin do with pencil shavings?
I think he smokes them in his pipe. At least I hope he does. I've been mixing in chopped rubber bands with mine.
Well, if you ask me, Connie, I'd say that Osgood Conklin was penny wise and pound foolish.
If you asked me, I'd say he was all foolish and a yard wide. And his judgment's so poor. Remember the idea I had a few months ago to get a tape recorder in school so the students could play back the recordings of their own voices?
Yes, indeed. I thought that was a wonderful idea.
When I told Mr. Conklin about it, he suggested I take an aspirin. Now I read where it's being done in high schools and colleges all over the country.
I know it. Walter Denton showed me a spread just the other morning where some college professor came out and said taping was a great aid in learning English. Walter was all excited about it.
It wasn't the learning part that excited Walter. He's just gadget happy.
You're right there, Connie. When it comes to anything mechanical, that boy is a genius.
He must be. He's kept that car of his running for 5 years with the wheels held on by Blue Jay corn plasters.
That reminds me, dear. Walter phoned while you were in the shower and asked me to tell you that he won't be able to drive you to school this morning.
Oh, fine.
But you can borrow my car, Connie, if you don't mind picking it up.
Oh, where is it, Mrs. Davis?
In the garage next door to school.
Somehow I get the feeling that this isn't going to be one of my better days. Oh, thank goodness I'm on time. Now I can take my... Well, this is a switch. Pupil beats teacher to classroom. What are you doing here so early, Walter? I thought your car broke down.
No, ma'am. I just had something else to attend to. Now then, if you'll just read this, please.
What is it?
I'll tell you in a minute. Meanwhile, just read it aloud.
All right. In my opinion, which is shared, I am sure, by students and faculty alike, he is a generous and progressive-minded leader who will spare no expense to improve the teaching methods in our high schools.
There, it's finished.
What's finished? What's this box on my desk?
Well, it's a Webster Echo tape recorder, Miss Brooks, and I have just captured for posterity your true opinion of our principal.
My true opinion... My true opinion... As I was saying when I so rudely interrupted myself, my true opinion of our principal would melt the tape, Walter. But where did you get this machine, anyway?
I got it from Larkin's electrical shop. Mr. Larkin said we could use it for an indefinite trial period with absolutely no obligation.
No obligation?
Well, just a small obligation.
What is it?
We have to buy it. Yeah, he's going to call Mr. Conklin on the phone about it later today.
I don't like to start teaching before class officially begins, Walter, but you have just used 2 words which cannot possibly fit into one sentence.
What words?
The words buy and Conklin. He'll never authorize an expenditure like this. Why, I've got to go into an emergency conference with him this morning to see if I can get another pencil. You know if he's in his office yet?
Sure, he got here early today.
Fine. Then I'll pack up my shavings in my old kit bag and run along.
One moment, Miss Brooks. If you see Harriet Conklin in her dad's office, would you kindly waft her my way? Ere the humdrum rigors of another school day begin, I long to gaze upon my delectable Delilah.
I'll send her down, Walter, but be sure to keep your cap on. Remember what happened to Samson.
I'm furious, Harriet. Absolutely furious.
Why are you furious today, Daddy?
Because of the way this... I'm not sure I like your tone, girl. You inferring that your father is in a constant state of ill temper?
Oh, no, Daddy. I think you have a very healthy temper. That is, I know how hard it is for you to control your nerves sometimes.
I have perfect control of my nerves. It's a wonder I have any nerves left. Things are done around here. Look at this lamp. Yesterday, I ordered a repairman from Larkin's electrical shop to come out and fix the wiring. Look what he did. He simply taped it up and left.
It looks all right to me, Daddy.
Well, it doesn't look all right to me, Daddy.
And on top of that, the blundering dolt left a note saying I owe him $3.85. Now, that takes plenty of gall.
But I don't understand, Daddy. Why should you be so upset? Doesn't the Board of Education pay all our school's expenses?
Yes, Harriet, it does. And that's one of the reasons for my crackdown campaign on waste. Mr. Stone, the head of our board, dropped in on me the other day and informed me that any principal who couldn't run his school with an absolute minimum of expenditure would be removed from office.
But, Daddy...
I am not a rich man, Harriet, and you and your mother have to have food and you have to have clothes. Constantly. So I can't afford to jeopardize my position here. That's why I've got this ball of tape on my desk. I'm going to fix some other loose wires I saw in the hall myself. Yeah, well, come in.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Samson's waiting for you in my tent, Delilah. A classroom.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. I'll run along now, Daddy. See you at lunchtime.
I'll be counting the minutes. Now then, Miss Brooks, you may step forward to my desk and briefly state your business.
Aye, sir. Miss Constance Brooks reporting for her pencil, sir.
Request denied. You have our permission to withdraw.
But, Your Majesty, Mr. Conklin. I don't understand. This is Pencil Thursday, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But during the past week, 2 board erasers have been lost from your room. However, we'll discuss that as soon as I take care of that wiring in the hall.
But, sir...
Just be a minute. Go answer that, please.
Yes, sir. Hello? Principal's office, Miss Brooks speaking.
You ain't the principal, are you?
No, I ain't. I'm an English teacher. Mr. Conklin's out in the hall at the moment. Who is this?
Oh, this is Larkin of Larkin's Electrical Shop. I let Walter Denton take an echo tape recorder over to your school this morning on a trial basis. All I want to know is, doesn't Mr. Conklin want it or don't he?
Frankly, I doesn't think he do. However, I'll ask him if you want me to.
Yeah, do that. Will you tell him it's only $385?
What?
It's a steal at $385. Tell him that.
Well, I'll step out to the hall, Mr. Larkin, but I'm sure all I'll get is the exercise. Excuse me a minute.
Sure. Just ask him what about the tape job. He probably knows all about it already, maybe. My partner's out for coffee now, but he might have already phoned Mr. Conklin before I got here about it already.
I perfectly understand. Phone the hold, please. I mean, hold the phone. Hang on a minute. Mr. Conklin, Mr. Larkin of Larkin's Electrical Shop is on the phone.
Larkin? What does that pirate want?
It's about the tape...
I know all about it, and you may tell Mr. Larkin for me that I recognize my obligations and will pay, albeit reluctantly, what he asks.
You will pay? But, Mr. Conklin, do you realize it will cost...
I know. $3.85. Tell Larkin to send the bill to Mr. Stone's office at the Board of Education.
But, sir...
Go, Miss Brooks.
Aye, sir. Are you still there, Mr. Larkin?
Hey, sure. What did Mr. Conklin say?
Well, I think he's delirious, but he said you're to mail the bill to Mr. Stone at the Board of Education.
Oh, swell, but I won't have to mail the bill, Miss Brooks. The board is right down a block from my place. I'll bring the bill over to this here Mr. Stone when I go out to lunch. Well, that's about all we got to discuss, I guess. Thanks for everything you've done, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I only done what I had to done. That is, I only done what I should have did. Give me a ring sometime and we'll go to night school together.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, I could hardly believe that Mr. Conklin actually had okayed the requisition for a $385 tape recorder. When lunch period arrived, my bewilderment and I joined my favorite biology teacher, Philip Boynton, in the cafeteria.
It is amazing, Miss Brooks, in view of Mr. Conklin's recent attitude toward expenses. Maybe he's becoming a little more sensible about economizing.
Not Mr. Conklin. He couldn't have changed that fast. Why, he's the only person I know who ever sent in 9 cents to the March of Dimes.
It's certainly contradictory, especially in view of his action toward me this morning.
What did he do to you?
Well, he stormed into my lab, announced he was cutting me off without a penny for frog food.
I didn't know you liked frog food. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Boynton. I shouldn't tease you about your animals. I know how attached you've become to some of them. How's McDougal these days?
Mac's fine, thanks. But I'm a little concerned about a new frog I caught in the meadow last week. It's a wonderful specimen. I've named him Shamrock. He weighs almost 2 pounds.
That's a good-sized shamrock.
Well, he's healthy-looking enough, but I think he's mentally upset. He's so lethargic. Yes, I'm almost certain that this frog is the victim of some deep-seated frustration. You see, I've practically psychoanalyzed him.
Must have used a very small couch. Maybe he resents being cooped up in a laboratory.
Well, that's the conclusion I reached. He's probably longing for his native surroundings, a pond, flowers, and trees, but well, before I decide definitely about taking him back to the meadow, I'd like very much for you to meet him, Miss Brooks.
All right, Mr. Boynton, but only on one condition.
What's that?
That you tell him in advance it's strictly platonic. Are you still tinkering with that recorder, Walter?
Yes, ma'am. There's one switch here has me a little confused. I can't tell whether it's on or off. Let's see here. I got it figured out now, I think. Did you have lunch with Mr. Boynton?
Yes, I did. Then I stopped in at the lab to meet one of his friends, a new frog named Shamrock.
I know Shamrock. Kind of a mope. How'd you like him?
He's all right, I guess, if you like slimy, bulgy-eyed, pot-bellied monsters.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
Oh, I can tolerate his green little jowls at a distance. It's only when he jumps into my lap that I want to scream.
Pardon me, Miss Brooks. May I come in?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Boynton. It just seems like minutes since last we met.
That's all it's been. Hello, Walter.
Hi, Mr. Boynton. What do you got in that jar?
Shamrock?
Oh, what have you decided about him, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I've come to the conclusion he doesn't belong in a school. I think I'll take him out in the woods somewhere and toss him into a pond.
Toss him into a pond?
Mr. Boynton feels that Shamrock isn't happy here. He just can't seem to adjust to city life.
Well, why not?
I think it's the fault of television. He's probably jealous of Hopalong Cassidy's success.
Oh, it's just that he's lonesome, Walter.
Say, I've got an idea. Maybe we can get him to croak into this microphone, and when we play it back, he'll think it's another frog and fall in love with it.
Now, that's a fine thing to do to a frog. What good's a tape recording on a cold night in the swamp?
No, Walter may have something there, Miss Brooks. It might cheer him up considerably. The only trouble is Shamrock would recognize the call as that of a bullfrog.
Why don't you play him the cry of the wild goose? Maybe that'll send him.
No, what he needs is the croaking of a female. Miss Brooks, I was just wondering.
Well, you can stop right now. I don't want to give myself the best of it, but I don't think I'm his type.
I merely wanted you to hold the jar for a moment, Miss Brooks. You see, by turning down the bass on this recorder and bringing up the treble control, we might fool him.
You could fool me.
Hey, I see what you mean, Mr. Boynton. It'll play back higher. Here, I'll turn it on. Oh, it is on. Just hold him up to the microphone.
Come on, boy. Let's have a nice, clear call. Now, come on, Shamrock. Let's have it. Right into the mic. What do you suppose is wrong, Miss Brooks?
Maybe he doesn't like the script. What do you think, Walter?
I wish he'd croak.
No, I'm afraid he isn't going to do it, Walter. Better turn it off.
Okay. There, it's off.
Now, that's what I call nice timing.
Pardon me, folks, but I have to speak with Miss Brooks for a moment.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Conklin.
What's wrong, Mr. Conklin? Am I overdrawn on my paper clips?
Word has reached me that you were seen filling your personal fountain pen with school ink. Is this true?
Guilty as charged. But I can't understand this excessive economizing on little things when you're going to...
You can't. Well, you'd better try harder, Miss Brooks. When I've finished tightening up around here, Mr. Stone will have no unnecessary expenditures charged to my account. Hello, what's that on your desk, Miss Brooks?
It's a tape recorder, Mr. Conklin.
A tape recorder?
Yes, why don't you step up and try it, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, why don't you? Your voice should record beautifully.
Well, it has been said that I possess a certain resonance of tone. How does the thing work?
Here, I'll show you. Mr. Conklin will now say a few words about the head of our school board, Mr. Stone.
That's all there is to it.
Then when you push this button here, it plays back. Listen. Mr. Conklin will now say a few words about the head of our school board, Mr. Stone.
Simple, isn't it? Go ahead, Mr. Conklin, say something.
Oh, but I don't have anything prepared.
Just say a few nice words about Mr. Stone.
Yes, something that'll soften the jolt when the bill arrives.
Well, I'll improvise something. I have known Mr. Stone for many years, and in my opinion, he's... Soften the jolt when the bill arrives! What do you mean by that, Miss Brooks?
Please be calm, Mr. Conklin. It was your idea to send the bill to Mr. Stone.
What bill?
The $385 bill for this tape recorder.
$385? I never authorized anything of the sort.
But surely you remember Mr. Larkin calling about it this morning.
So Larkin is at the bottom of this. That scoundrel.
Well, what's wrong with Mr. Larkin?
He's a crook. He ought to be on the rock pile. If I ever get the opportunity, I'll have that conniving wretch run out of town on a rail.
But, Mr. Conklin, you told me yourself to have Mr. Larkin send the bill to Mr. Stone.
I was referring to a bill for some tape he put on my office lamp. A bill for $3.85.
Tennis, anyone?
I'm ruined. When Mr. Stone gets that bill, he'll come charging over here like a wounded buffalo. I can almost hear him growling my name.
Osgood Conklin.
Yes, it's almost as if he were in my presence.
What's the meaning of this bill?
I can picture the scene as vividly as if he was... Oh, hello, Mr. Stone.
Don't hello me, Osgood. What's this $385 bill for?
Well, sir, it's like this. May I present Miss Brooks? She can explain everything.
Well, Miss Brooks?
Likewise, I'm sure. Mr. Stone, this tape recorder was delivered here because, well, may I present Walter Denton? He knows more about the matter than anybody.
Let's have it, Denton.
Yes, sir. Well, when I saw this machine in Larkin's, well, I was just sort of standing there and... Have you met Mr. Boynton?
You charge. What's this all about, Boynton?
Well, this is Miss Brooks.
We met!
Please, Mr. Stone. I know you have a right to be
I'm
angry.
not
but-
angry, Miss Brooks. I'm jealous.
Jealous?
Yes. I wanted to be the first one to introduce tape recorders into our local school system. They're a boon to modern education. I'd give a lot to know the identity of the progressive-minded individual who first wanted one for Madison.
Mr. Stone, it is with great reluctance, born of innate modesty, that I reveal my role in the matter of this tape recorder.
Your role?
When I first got the idea...
When you first got the idea? Why, I told you about using tape recorders in schools 3 months ago.
No, Miss Brooks. Let's not wash our soiled linen in public.
Why not? It can use it.
You see, Mr. Stone, although Miss Brooks is one of our best and oldest teachers...
In point of service, he means.
She still hasn't been able to adjust herself to the rather stern but just discipline with which I operate this institution. Personally, I'm afraid she rather resents me.
How can you say that, Mr. Conklin?
Quiet, you.
Let the boy talk.
Oh, gosh. Only this morning, Miss Brooks recorded a beautiful speech about Mr. Conklin.
Why don't you play it back for Mr. Conklin, Walter?
I'm not interested.
Yeah, I am. Any matter that involves the relationship between one of our principals and a member of the faculty is the board's concern. Play the record, boy.
Yes, sir. Miss Brooks, what do you think of Madison's principal, Osgood Conklin?
He's all right, I guess, if you like slimy, bulgy-eyed, pot-bellied monsters.
What?
I can tolerate his green little jowls at a distance. It's only when he jumps into my lap that I want to scream.
Osgood Conklin.
The speech I made about Mr. Conklin, Walter, you played the wrong one. I mean, find the right one.
I've heard quite enough, thank you.
Well, I haven't. It's very enlightening to know how the faculty feels about you, Osgood.
No, it's all a mistake, sir. We're all very fond of Mr. Conklin. Walter, play the right spot on that tape.
Okay, I think this might be it.
What have you decided about him, Mr. Boynton?
I've come to the conclusion he doesn't belong in a school. I think I'll take him out in the woods somewhere and toss him into a pond. That's a mistake, too. Shut it off, Walter.
Don't touch that machine, boy. I want to hear more of this.
What do you think, Walter?
I wish he'd croak.
Oh, ho!
Stop that, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone, I deeply regret this unseeming exhibition. That this unholy triumvirate should choose to expose their flagrant disrespect for me in your presence is a cruel blow indeed. They know how I admire and respect you, sir. How I cherish your friendship.
Oh, be quiet, Osgood! Boy, play that machine again. I want to hear everything that's on those records.
Yes, sir. Mr. Conklin will now say a few words about the head of our school board, Mr. Stone.
He's a crook! He ought to be on the rock pile. If I ever get the opportunity, I'll have that conniving wretch run out of town on a rail.
Are my ears playing tricks on me? Did I just hear what I thought I heard?
Play it again, Walter. We can all dance to it this time.
Please, Mr. Stone, your ears were playing tricks on you. This is all a horrible nightmare of misunderstanding.
Not another word, you slimy, bulgy-eyed monster.
You forgot pot-bellied.
You keep out of this. Mr. Stone.
I'm going back to the board and file my report. You've not heard the end of this incident, Mr. Osgood, ex-principal Conklin.
Well, Miss Brooks?
Suicide, anyone?
Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, we all made a hurried trip to the Board of Education and finally convinced Mr. Stone that he had merely been the victim of a comedy of errors and not any malicious mischief. Accordingly, when we returned to school, Mr. Conklin was so relieved that, although he held me responsible for the incident, he only loaded me down with enough extra bookwork to keep me from walking home from school with Mr. Boynton for the next 3 weeks. When I returned to my classroom, Walter Denton greeted me at the door.
Well, Miss Brooks, I got the machine all fixed. Now you can make the right speech about Mr. Conklin and getting good with him again. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Good. I'll start the interview. Miss Brooks, what do you think of Madison's principal, Osgood Conklin?
He's all right, I guess, if you like slimy, bulgy-eyed, pot-bellied monsters.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Lester White, and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you lovelier complexion in 14 days.
Our American economic system accounts for the highest standard of living in the world. It has brought more people more jobs, better pay, shorter hours, and more purchasing power. But you can help make it still better by learning more about our American system. Write today for the free booklet, The Miracle of America, which explains simply how, by working together, a still better living can be had by all. The address, Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, most students won't have their final exams for several weeks yet. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has had to undergo quite a few impromptu tests recently.
Yes, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, has taken to conducting a series of sudden little quiz shows without prizes to see if the faculty is on its toes. Fortunately, when Mr. Conklin came into my classroom last Friday morning, he found me very much on my toes, due to a habit formed in my childhood of sitting with my feet curled beneath me. Although it was my free period, I sprang to attention when Mr. Conklin entered.
At ease? Miss Brooks, conjugate the word strive, please.
Strive, strove, striven.
Now, thrive.
Thrive, throve, thriven. No. Oh, really, Mr. Conklin? These sudden little tests are quite disconcerting.
Silence, Miss Brooks. We're not finished.
Yes, sir. More verbs?
5.
Five, fove, fiven. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Conklin. 5 isn't a verb.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. I knew my visit to your room would produce some valuable bit of information. My main reason for dropping in, however, was to ask you to do me a favor, Miss Brooks. As you know, Sunday is Mother's Day.
Yes, I know, Mr. Conklin. Thanks to a special savings plan I started in February, I was able to send my mother a card this morning. But what did you want me to do for you?
I'd like you to take this package home with you and keep it until Sunday morning. It's a little Mother's Day remembrance for Mrs. Conklin. I don't want her to stumble upon it before time. Wonderful woman, Mrs. Conklin, and she's trained our daughter Harriet to be a duplicate of herself.
Really?
Yes. Between them, they're the 2 biggest snoopers in the county.
That makes it unanimous. I'll be happy to keep the package for you, Mr. Conklin.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. I hope my daughter Harriet remembers Mother's Day. Lately, she's had her mind on nothing but that moon-eyed, calf-brained Walter Denton.
Oh, Walter isn't so bad, Mr. Conklin. Of course, he's not a brilliant student.
Brilliant? Walter Denton is Madison's gift to subnormality. The thing that annoys me most is the way he bounces. He never goes anywhere. He always bounces there.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I just thought I'd bounce in for a minute.
Well, if it isn't the human handball.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin. Oh, if I'm interrupting anything, I'll just bounce along until
No, Walter. Mr. Conklin was about to dribble back to his office. You were finished with me, weren't you, Mr. Conklin?
Quite. Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Hasta la vista, Mr. Conklin. I learned that in Spanish. It means see you later.
Oh. Well, no si lo veo a usted primero.
What does that mean, Miss Brooks?
That means not if I see you first. Now, what can I do for you, Walter?
Well, I need some advice, Miss Brooks. It's about a Mother's Day gift, but a very special type of mother, Miss Brooks. That is, well, I know it's impossible right now, but just for supposition's sake, suppose you woke up one day and found yourself a mother.
I have a mother. Of course, she's miles away.
No, I don't mean it that way, Miss Brooks. I mean, if you awoke to find that you were a mother, what would your first question be?
What did it weigh, Doc?
Are you sure, Miss Brooks? Are you quite certain you wouldn't say, "How is my husband"?
Not me. I might say, "Who is my husband?"
Miss Brooks, I'm serious. My dad told me that was my mother's first concern after she knew I was all right. You know, she thinks of us constantly and never of herself. But me, what do I do in return? I don't get out of bed when she wakes me. I'm always late for my meals. I never help her with the dishes, and I leave my clothes all over the house. Well, Sunday is Mother's Day, Miss Brooks, and I've got to make it up to her.
Well, that's pretty short notice, Walter, but I have a suggestion for you.
You have?
Yes. Sunday morning, wait till your mother starts to make breakfast. When you're sure she's in the kitchen, close the door quietly behind her.
Then?
Then gather up all the clothes that you've scattered around the house.
Then?
Then put them in a big suitcase.
Then?
Run away from home. I'm just teasing you, Walter. There's only one way you can make your mother happy, and that's by turning over a new leaf.
Well, I'll try, Miss Brooks, but meanwhile, just supposing again, well, what kind of a present would you like if you were a mother?
Oh, I wouldn't care much about presents, Walter. I'd just be happy if I had all my beloved children around me.
Gee, Well, of course, my mother only has this one beloved child. Me. But it's a lovely sentiment. However, I'd still like to figure out a little gift of some sort. Oh, what would make a young mother like yourself happy?
A young father like Mr. Boynton. Which reminds me, Walter, it's time for me to get down to his laboratory and pick him up for lunch.
Oh, did he invite you for lunch today?
Of course he did, about 10 minutes from now.
Now, tell me, Walter, were you able to find out what kind of a gift Miss Brooks would like?
I couldn't find out a thing, Harriet.
But we've got to get her something. What's the good of naming Miss Brooks our mother away from mother if we can't surprise her with something she wants? Now, let me see. We'll organize a committee, pick out a gift, and give it to Miss Brooks.
Great, Harriet. Then tonight will officially become Mother Away from Mother's Day night.
Well, I certainly enjoyed that lunch. Our cafeteria cook seems to be getting better.
He should be getting better. He eats his meals across the street.
I meant the food's improving. Now that we've finished lunch, Miss Brooks, I have a surprise for you.
Surprise? What is it, Mr. Boynton?
Guess.
One of your guinea pigs died and left you $1 million.
No.
Then I give up.
Well, Miss Brooks, I want you to meet my folks.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you've only known me for 5 years. This is such
I just found out they were coming to town myself. You see, they usually spend Mother's Day with my married brother, but Mom decided that this year it's my turn.
To do what? Oh. You mean your turn to spend Mother's Day together?
Oh, that's right. You'll love my mother, Miss Brooks. She used to be a school teacher, too, you know. As a matter of fact, she worked herself up until she was a principal.
You got to get pretty worked up to be a principal. Oh, I'm sure we'll get along splendidly.
And you'll be crazy about my dad. Oh, what a sense of humor he's got. You know, he's the one who told me the joke about the quizmaster who called out, "I've got a lady, doctor," but before he could ask her any questions, she stuck a thermometer in his mouth and took his pulse. Isn't that a scream?
Your father sounds like more fun than a barrel of depressed monkeys. May I ask you a rather personal question about your folks, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks. What is it?
How long did they go around together before they were married?
9 years.
I see. Folks believed in long engagements in those days, I guess.
Oh, they weren't engaged until 6 weeks before the wedding.
6 weeks?
Mm-hmm. Once Dad makes up his mind about something, he's greased lightning.
Could have used a little greasing the first 8 years. I'll certainly be looking forward to seeing them, Mr. Boynton. When are they arriving in town?
Well, this afternoon, Miss Brooks. I'll have to check them into a hotel for the weekend. I've just got a small bachelor apartment.
Yes, I know. You've told me about it. Maybe your folks would like to drop over to Mrs. Davis's tonight. I'm sure my landlady wouldn't mind my dusting the living room a little.
Well, that's just fine with me, Miss Brooks. That'll give the folks a chance to rest up from their trip and have some dinner before they meet the girl about whom they've heard so much.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you mean you actually wrote to your folks about me?
Oh, and how, Miss Brooks? I've written them many times about how gay and youthful and exuberant you are.
I am? I mean, you have?
Darn right. I remember in one of my most recent letters to them, I said you were more like a pupil than a teacher. In fact, I think that was a letter in which I described you as a great big overgrown kid.
Maybe I better take something.
You should have seen the answer I got from Dad. He said, "Whatever you do, son, don't rob the cradle."
Leave it to Dad.
Oh, he was jesting. Of course, he loves youngsters.
Mr. Boynton, you've given me an idea.
What kind of an idea, Miss Brooks?
If your father turns me down when I ask him for your hand, maybe he'll adopt me.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Now, tests published in authoritative dental literature show that when teeth are brushed right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
2 years' research at 5 leading universities, hundreds of case histories, shows that when used as directed,
Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Yes, exhaustive tests show the Colgate way best to prevent decay. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene known today.
Based on both clinical and X-ray examinations, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in all dentifrice history.
Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgate Dental Cream as directed. Think of it. Not even 1 new cavity in 2 full years.
No other dentifrice, paste or powder, ammoniated or not, no other dentifrice has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type.
So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And remember, when you follow the Colgate way,
Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, I hurried home right after school and put Mr. Conklin's gift to his wife on my dresser. Then I started to make myself and the house as presentable as possible for Mr. Boynton's parents. First of all, I took a shower and set my hair in pin curls. Then I put on an old, oversized house dress which I had borrowed from Mrs. Davis. This intriguing combination achieved the happy effect of making me look like a rat drowning in a Quonset hut. Then I went into the living room to get things in order. When I got there, Mrs. Davis had just finished vacuuming.
Oh, Connie, will you pull the plug out for me? My back's been bothering me lately.
Certainly, Mrs. Davis. There. Say, this vacuum cleaner's pretty old, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. But it's held up remarkably well. I bought it in 1932.
1932?
Yes. This Hoover came in when the other one went out.
Well, just so the place looks nice and neat for tonight. You know, I've never met Mr. Boynton's parents before.
I know you haven't, Connie, and first impressions are so important. That's why I sent our sofa and all the chairs out to be recovered.
What?
Every chair in the house is at the upholsterer's, Connie. But don't worry. Stretch Snodgrass took them down for me, and he promised to bring them back by 6 o'clock.
Stretch Snodgrass? Look, Mrs. Davis, Stretch may be a fine athlete, but when it comes to mentality, he's strictly a third strike. Why, he's liable to forget where he took the chairs.
Oh, I don't think so, Connie. You know how absent-minded I am, and even I couldn't forget the name of this upholsterer.
Why not?
Because he has a very odd name.
What is it?
What is what?
The name.
Whose name?
The upholsterer.
Upholsterer?
Yes. Look, Mrs. Davis, the sofa and all our chairs are being recovered today.
Well, they can certainly use it. Where did you send them, Connie?
Fellow with a very odd name. I never can remember it.
I'm sure it will come back to you later. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to go out and back and look for our cat.
Minerva? Is she missing again?
Mm-hmm. She had a date this morning.
A date?
Yes, I heard her making it last night. But she should be back by now. She knows how I worry about her. Well, you let me know if she comes in the front way, Connie, and I'll take a look back here.
All right, Mrs. Davis. That's funny. Minerva never bothered to ring before. Coming!
How do you do, my dear?
How do you do?
I'm Philip's mother.
Philip?
Yes, Philip Boynton. I'm Mrs. Boynton.
Oh, but that's impossible. You won't be here until tonight. Come in, Mrs. Boynton.
Well, you don't have to tell me who you are, my dear. Philip has written so much about you.
He has?
Yes, he says Miss Brooks wouldn't know what to do without you, Mrs. Davis.
Well, I try my best to please... Mrs. Davis?
Did you call, Connie?
That's Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Boynton. I'm Miss Brooks, such as I am. We've got company, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, she came in the front way, did she?
Yes, she's right here in the living room.
Well, you tell her she's a wicked cat. And...
Yes, Mrs. Davis. You're a wicked cat and get under the... No! Oh, you'll have to forgive me, Mrs. Boynton. I didn't expect you until after dinner, and
That's
I'm a little
perfectly all
upset
right,
about
Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, I owe you an apology for not recognizing you. But it was rather dim in here, and I...
Not dim enough. Where's Mr. Boynton? Or should I say, where are Mr. Boyntons? Or Mr.'s Boynton? Where is everybody?
They had a little trouble parking the car.
Oh.
I wanted to meet you first myself anyway. Philip's written so much about you. You must see an awful lot of each other.
Well, we do teach at the same school. I understand you were a teacher at one time, Mrs. Boynton.
Oh, yes, indeed, for many years.
It's remarkable. You still look so well fed.
May we come in?
Oh, it's the boys. Hello, Philip, my dear.
Oh, hello, Mom. Well, I see you two have met.
Oh, yes, indeed. We're old friends by now.
Well, here she is, Dad.
How do you do, my dear? I hear you've been just like a mother to Miss Brooks, Mrs. Davis.
This house dress has got to go.
This isn't Mrs. Davis, Harvey. This is Miss Brooks.
What? Oh, well, you know what I always say, a bad beginning makes a good finish. Not that I'm finished, we happen to be of English extraction. And say, speaking of extraction, I visited my dentist last week, and he told me 2 of my teeth had to come out. So I said, what are you going to charge me for pulling those 2 teeth, Doc? $10, he says. Oh, says I, then what'll you charge just to loosen them a little?
See, I told you. Oh, what a sense of humor.
No, it's nothing.
He's hot stuff, all right.
Oh, he sure is. But why are we all standing out here in the hall?
Yes, let's all go and stand in the living room. Just follow me. Well, here we are. Now then, Mrs. Boynton, if you'll just come over to this lamp. This is a very comfortable place to stand. And, Mr. Boynton, you can stand over there by the piano.
I don't understand, Miss Brooks. Where are all the chairs?
They're out being recovered. I didn't expect you for hours yet, Mr. Boynton. This is a terrible thing to do to anybody.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but it couldn't be helped. You see, there's a convention in town, and I couldn't get the folks accommodations anywhere. You know how big my room is, and, well, I wondered if you and Mrs. Davis could put the folks up for the weekend.
Why, Phillips, I'm surprised at you. You know better than to whisper in front of others.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. I was just explaining our predicament to Miss Brooks. She was saying how delighted she'd be to have you stay for a couple of days.
Well, now, that's what I call whopping hospitality.
It's a whopper, all right.
Hand with the garbage, Connie. Oh, I beg your pardon.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Boynton. And this, contrary to popular opinion, is Mrs. Davis.
How do you do?
Good afternoon, Mrs. D. Nice little place you've got here.
I've just invited the folks to spend the weekend with us, Mrs. Davis. If you don't mind my doubling up with you, I figured they could have my room.
Well, that's perfectly all right. Oh, dear, the upholsterer. You folks must be tired after your trip. Why don't you go to bed?
Bed? Bed? But it's only 4:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, she was only kidding, Mrs. Boynton. Mrs. Davis, why don't you take the folks up to my room?
Well, I could do with a bit of freshening up at that.
Yeah, nonsense, Mother. You're as fresh as the day I got you.
Now, cut it out, Dad.
Yes, cut it out, Dad.
Well, Miss Brooks certainly has a comfortable room, Harvey.
Yes, indeed. That little catnap is just what the doctor ordered.
Tell the truth, Harvey. Don't you think Miss Brooks is setting her cap for Philip?
Oh, is that a cap? I thought that shroud she was wearing had a snoot on it.
Oh, be serious, Harvey. We both know he'll make a wonderful husband when he grows up.
When he grows up?
To me, he's still a baby. You know how innocent he is.
Yes, and sometimes I think it's all my own fault. Sometimes I think that by now I should have sat him down and had a man-to-man talk with him. Although my father didn't have a man-to-man talk with me until I was past 30. And at that, I married you anyway. Hey, what's this package on the dresser here? Says, for Mother. Must be for you.
Oh, well, now, wasn't that thoughtful of Miss Brooks? She got a Mother's Day gift for me when she heard I was coming. I'm going to open it right away.
Yeah, well, Mother's Day isn't until Sunday.
Now, you know I'd never have the patience to wait. Oh, now, let's see. Why, what's this? A black silk negligee.
Well, happy Mother's Day!
This can't be for me.
Hey, look, this card fell out when you opened up the package. It says, for baby from her goody.
Well, I'm going to find out just where this came from. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mrs. Boynton?
Would you come here a moment, please?
Certainly, Mrs. Boynton. What can I do for you?
Well, I opened a package by mistake and found this inside of it.
A black sheer negligee.
There was a card with it that said, for baby from Goody.
Goody? Oh, that must be short for Osgood. Why, of course, that was Mr. Conklin's gift.
Mr. Conklin? The principal of Madison High?
Yes, isn't he a devil? He asked me to keep it for him so his wife wouldn't discover it before Mother's Day.
Oh, it's for his wife.
Yes. Who did you think it was for? Don't answer that. I can tell from the position of your eyebrows.
My eyebrows?
Yes, Mrs. Boynton. You'd better drop them a notch. You're pushing back your hairnet.
Oh, this dinner certainly is delicious, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Boynton. But Miss Brooks is the one who deserves the credit. She prepared it all.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Davis. You opened every bit as much as I did.
Eat it slowly, Philip.
Yes, Mother.
Remember, your stomach has no teeth.
Yeah, maybe that's just as well. If it got too hungry, you could chew off your suspender buttons.
He always gets me when I've got a mouthful.
You had a mouthful. Here's the napkin.
Philip, you're such a baby.
Well, you're right there, Mrs. Boynton. He's nothing but a great big overgrown kid.
Now, that's funny. That's the same phrase Philip used in describing you in one of his letters.
Well, she is, Mother. You ought to see her around the school. The students just treat her like one of themselves.
Yes, indeed. We kids have some great old times together.
I'll answer it, Connie. Excuse me, folks.
I wonder who that could be.
Well, come in, kids.
Hi, Mrs. Davis. We're a committee.
It's Walter and Harriet, Connie.
Oh, we didn't mean to disturb you, Miss Brooks.
Oh, that's all right, Walter. I was just telling the folks how informal we are at Madison. Mr. and Mrs. Boynton, may I present Harriet Conklin and Walter Denton?
Mr. Boynton, nice to know you. And now, Miss Brooks, we would like to present something to you that expresses the devotion and reverence felt toward you by the entire student body.
Oh, what is it?
It's a shawl. A shawl and a handsome pair of knitting needles to go with the rocking chair to which you're so attached. Plus which, you have been chosen our mother away from mother.
Oh, no.
I'll go to the piano, Walter, and you sing the song we've written.
Okay, Harriet. Wait till you hear this, folks.
All set, Walter.
The B stands for the books she helps us study. The R is for she's righteous, also pure. The O is for the fact that she's our buddy. The second O is likewise, I am sure. The K is for okay, she rates a bow. The S is for her sadly wrinkled brow. She's motherly, just like Elsie the cow. Miss Brooks, we love you dearly.
Miss Brooks, that's me. I'll always be Miss Brooks.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first,
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, several days later, Friday night came to an end. As I escorted Mr. Boynton to the front door, he was in a strangely mellow mood.
You know, Miss Brooks, I'm a man of many dreams, but more often than not, I find I'm shooting too high.
Shooting too high, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, in trying to find the right girl, for instance. It seems that subconsciously I'm always looking for a girl who's just like my mother. Attractive, yet sweet and unselfish.
Well, don't give up the search, Mr. Boynton. Someday you're liable to find such a girl right under your nose. And I think that's a very nice location.
What I mean is, when you gave up your room for Mother, I suddenly realized you're not only attractive, but also sweet and unselfish. So, Miss Brooks, instead of just shaking hands like we usually do...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I'd like to say goodnight to you the way I do to my mother. With a kiss.
A kiss, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, on the forehead.
There you go, shooting too high again.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Lester White, and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, quite a few romances have started between faculty members teaching at the same school. But for our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, romance is a problem.
It's really 2 problems. Problem number 1 is the object of my affections, Mr. Philip Boynton, biology teacher. He's so bashful he won't even shave himself unless he's wearing a tie. And problem number 2 is the strict anti-fraternization rule laid down by Madison's beloved principal, Osgood Conklin. Of course, Mr. Boynton devised a very effective method of getting around this rule. He suggested that we stop seeing each other entirely. However, I immediately used my power of veto, and before he could take it to the General Assembly, we convened for 2 dates away from the school. The last date occurred on Wednesday night, and Thursday morning at breakfast, my landlady asked for the details.
Now tell me everything that happened last night, Connie.
We went to a movie, Mrs. Davis.
And?
And we came home.
And?
And fold up your program. The recital is over. Pass the cream, please.
But what did Mr. Boynton say? What did he do?
Nothing. Pass the cream.
I can't understand that man. Here he has date after date with a girl who's intelligent, attractive, wholesome, chic, charming. And what does he do about it?
Nothing. Pass the cream. It's not that he isn't fond of me, Mrs. Davis, but he's been worried lately about someone very near and dear to him.
A relative?
Yes, his pet frog, McDougal. It seems with the cold weather coming on, Mac is very prone to laryngitis, and there are no heating facilities for the cages. The least the school should do is put some heating equipment in there.
Why doesn't Mr. Boynton ask Mr. Conklin for it?
Because Mr. Boynton is almost as terrified of Mr. Conklin as he is of me. He wouldn't dare ask him for anything.
Then you've got to do it, Connie. Don't you see? If you get the things he needs, Mr. Boynton won't be so preoccupied and worried when he's out on dates with you.
Well, it's worth a try, I guess. Now, if I can remember where I left it, I'll put my face on and get ready for Walter Denton. Walter's driving me to school again.
You mean your car is still in the repair shop?
Yes, the mechanic called yesterday and said it would take a bit longer this time. It seems they're having a little trouble with the motor.
What kind of trouble?
They've misplaced it. I'm glad you picked me up early today, Walter. I've got to stop into Mr. Conklin's office before my first class.
What a depressing way to start off the day. I'm glad I don't have to see our beloved principal this morning. I'm low enough already.
Low?
I feel gloomier than a school teacher's personality. Present company accepted, of course.
Of course. But what's the reason for this blue mood? Did Harriet Conklin give you the go-by?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, Harriet and I are still an item. It's Stretch Snodgrass who's preying on my mind.
Maybe that's because he hasn't got one of his own.
I know he's never been exactly a beacon of brilliance scholastically, Miss Brooks, but on that gridiron he's always been a tower of strength. Up to last week, that is.
What happened last week?
Well, you saw the game last Saturday. Didn't you see what he did?
Sure. He picked up a fumble and ran 85 yards with it. Of course, I couldn't quite figure out why I was the only one in my section who was cheering.
He ran the wrong way. That's how Oakhurst beat us on that one numbskull play. Oh, but if you think that was bad, you should see Stretch at practice. He's just awful out there. His blocking is positively sad, and his tackling's getting everybody down.
Isn't that what it's supposed to do?
Please, Miss Brooks, this is no laughing matter. If Stretch doesn't perk up, we'll lose our big game to Clay City next week.
Well, what do you think is the cause of this change in him, Walter?
Well, I know what it is. The big goof's in love.
Love?
And the trouble is he won't tell anybody who the girl is. Hey, wait a minute. He's very fond of you, Miss Brooks. Maybe you could straighten him out. You know, have a talk with him and see
I'd like to help, Walter, but I've got a more pressing problem this morning. That's why I'm going straight to Mr. Conklin's office.
What could possibly be more pressing than Madison's winning the Battle of the Year?
My winning the Battle of Boynton's Lab.
Maybe it's none of my business, Daddy, but I don't think you should start the day off wearing such a long face.
I'm sorry, Harriet. If you'll turn your back for a moment, I'll put on a short face for you.
What's the reason for it, anyhow? Why are you so despondent?
Because of our coach's report on Snodgrass, that's why. He's been playing abominably, and the coach knows the reason. The big moose is in love.
In love? But isn't there something we can do, Daddy?
If there was, I'd be doing it. You don't think I want to lose this game to Jason Brill's Clay City nincompoops, do you?
course not, Daddy. I know Mr. Brill's your arch rival.
He's worse than that. He's... No, what's the use? Just no way out. And there's no way I could possibly feel any worse than I do right now.
Have you thought of Miss Brooks, Daddy?
You have just shown me a way.
Well, Miss Brooks might be able to help. If there's one person in this school whom Stretch admires and respects, it's her. Maybe she could pull him out of his doldrums.
So you might have something there at that. As soon as she gets to school, I'll talk to her. Come in.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin. If you're busy, I'll come back later.
Not at all, Miss Brooks. Harriet was just leaving for her class. Run along, dear.
Okay, Daddy. See you later, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Harriet.
Sit down, won't you? Over here by my desk. That's the most comfortable chair.
Maybe you don't know who I am. It's Miss Brooks, Mr. Conklin.
I know it's Miss Brooks, and I'm delighted that you dropped in to see me this morning.
You are? Well, then it won't be so difficult to ask a favor of you.
You want a favor of me, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I want a favor of you. One hand washes the other, eh?
That's as good a way as any to get them both clean. But my favor isn't exactly for
I don't care what it is, Miss Brooks. If you do a favor for me, I'll do a favor for you. Or as my old commanding officer, Colonel Elliot Reed, used to say, you play ball with me, and I'll play ball with you. He was a Texan.
But what's your favor, Mr. Conklin?
Well, as you know, Madison's big football game with Clay City is to be played next week.
Yes, sir.
You are also aware of my intense rivalry with Jason Brill, their principal.
Yes, sir, but what do you want of me, Mr. Conklin?
Well, it's very simple, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you've heard about Snodgrass running the wrong way last Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know that nobody with half a brain could make a mistake like that twice. Except perhaps Snodgrass. And that idiot woman a few rows behind me who kept cheering him.
Next Saturday, I'll keep my mouth shut. What do you think I can do about Stretch, Mr. Conklin?
Well, you may be able to straighten him out. You see, Miss Brooks, he's been even worse in practice this week than in that game last Saturday. And the coach seems to think it's because he's in love.
That's what Walter Denton thinks, too.
Does Denton know with whom?
No, nobody does.
Ah, exactly. And that's where you come in. In his lame-brained, dunce-like way, Snodgrass admires you greatly. He has his reasons, I'm sure.
We lame-brained dunces are pretty clannish.
What I meant was, you seem to be the logical person to find out just what little baggage is turning Snodgrass's head. And I use the word advisedly.
And if I find out, then what?
Then your natural feminine instincts will come to the fore, and you will devise some way to circumvent the activities of the aforementioned bit of baggage. Now then, what is the favor you seek?
Well, Mr. Boynton needs some new equipment for the biology lab, and he's too timid to ask for it.
He shall have it. What kind of equipment?
Some heating facilities, for one thing, and more comfortable cages for his frogs and guinea pigs.
It's done. Anything else?
Else? Well, now that you mention it, I could use a new desk and some new window shades. I also would like to have my room painted a nice, cheerful shade of green.
Miss Brooks. You are speaking with Osgood Conklin, not winner take all.
Well, if you feel that way about it, maybe Stretch and his girl should be left alone. After all,
A nice, cheerful shade of green it is. Now, you're sure you know what to do, Miss Brooks?
Leave it to me, Mr. Conklin. When I get through with him, Stretch will not only check his baggage, he won't call for her for 30 days.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath
What a toothpaste.
while it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath
What a toothpaste.
while it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best, better than any other home method of oral hygiene.
No other toothpaste or powder, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research.
So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath
What a toothpaste.
while it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, I took advantage of a free period I had right before lunch and sought out Madison's moon-eyed mastodon, Stretch Snodgrass. I found him near the water fountain in the hall. He was slouching against the wall and seemed half asleep, but when I approached him, he snapped to attention.
Hi.
Hello, Stretch. I hope I'm not keeping you up. I hope I'm not keeping you from any of your classes, but I would like to talk to you for a few minutes.
You ain't keeping me from nothing, Miss Brooks. French class is the place which I'm supposed to have been at pretty soon from now. But my French can wait.
At least until your English catches up. Stretch, what I wanted to talk to you about was your football playing. You know yourself you're not playing as well as you used to, and a lot of your friends around here are beginning to worry about it.
Why should they worry? Gosh, just because I don't play over my head in every game, everybody gets all upset. After all, you don't get paid to play high school football.
I know, Stretch, but think of the future. Someday you may go to college. You must admit you've been letting down a bit lately.
Oh, I can't help it. This season's been nothing but practice, practice, practice. A guy can't go on like that with just all work and no play. After all, I ain't no auto matron.
No auto matron?
Well, you know, a mechanical man. The kind they call a Robert.
Oh.
Besides, a little relaxing never hurt nobody.
But, Stretch, why should a young boy like yourself be yawning in the middle of the morning?
I'm tired.
I couldn't have thought of a better answer if I'd tried all day.
My new girlfriend thinks relaxing is good for me. She won't even let me quit rumbering and take her home till 1 in the morning. It's been going on like that for the last 2 weeks.
Who is this new girlfriend, Stretch?
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I don't what?
You don't get Judy's name out of me. I promise to keep it a secret.
Well, that's your privilege. If you don't want me to know Judy's name, I'm not going to know Judy's name. That's all there is to that. Judy who?
Gosh, I didn't even want that part of her name to get out, but it just slipped. Look, Miss Brooks, you wouldn't want me to break a promise, would you?
Fervently. Listen, Stretch, even if you enjoy all this rumbering, don't your girl's parents object to these late hours every night?
Oh, I'm sure they don't.
How can you be so sure?
Her old man gives me the money to take her out.
What?
Sure, he's not like our principal. Mr. Brill's a real good sport.
Stretch, do you mean to tell me you've been taking out Judy Brill?
How do you know?
A little bird brain told me. Oh, I can't wait to see Mr. Conklin's reaction to this bit of news.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you're not going to tell Mr. Conklin, are you?
Not yet, Stretch. Out of consideration for his family, there's something I've got to find out first.
What's that?
If his life insurance is paid up. I've talked through your entire lunch, Mr. Boynton, but it couldn't be helped. If we're going to get any favors from Mr. Conklin, we've got to straighten out Stretch Snodgrass.
Well, I'm glad you told me the story, Miss Brooks. Imagine Jason Brill putting his own daughter up to a trick like that. What kind of a girl is this Judy Brill, anyhow?
Well, you know the expression, sweet 16 and never been kissed?
Yes?
When this kid reached 12, she was ineligible. I met her last summer, Mr. Boynton. It isn't generally known, but Mr. Brill wrote me a letter before the last semester began in which he hinted that if I were dissatisfied with Madison for any reason, he'd be happy to have me on the staff at his school.
Oh, he's approached several teachers here, Miss Brooks. It isn't that he wanted you so much. It's just that there are no lengths to which Mr. Brill won't go to harass Mr. Conklin.
Flatterer. But according to reports from some friends on the faculty at Clay City High, Judy Brill is quite a little firebrand. She's at an age now where she considers all males fair game.
There's an age?
This boy's been learning biology as well as teaching it. Look, Mr. Boynton, when I found out that Stretch was going with Jason Brill's daughter, I devised a plan. We're going to beat Jason Brill at his own game and using the same kind of weapon.
But, Miss Brooks, I don't understand. Even if you and I were married today, where could we get a 16-year-old daughter by Saturday?
All these years of going to the zoo and you don't even know a fast stork. Don't you see, Mr. Boynton? All we have to do is to get Stretch to think that Judy is just a flirt, and he'll lose all interest in her.
Well, how do we do that?
By letting Stretch catch her on a date with some other boy.
What other boy?
Walter Denton.
Walter Denton?
Did I hear somebody mention my name?
You're just in time, Walter. Sit down, please. Mr. Boynton and I would like to talk to you.
Okay. Have you thought of any way to get Stretch's mind off the mystery woman and back on his football game, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Walter. I've thought of a dilly of a plan. But it requires some cooperation from you.
Well, we should all do whatever we can, Walter. This is a crisis.
But what can I do? He won't even tell me the name of this chick.
The name of the chick is Judy Brill, and her father's been paying all expenses to keep Stretch out late every night rumbering.
Rumbering?
Yes. While the Clay City team is getting its rest, Judy Brill is keeping our star player's backfield in motion. But I know the kind of a boy Stretch is, and if we can arrange to have him catch Judy with another boyfriend, I know he'll forget all about her.
Oh, not only forget about her, but it might make him so mad he'll go out on that field Saturday and play the game of his life.
Say, that sounds like a swell idea. Of course, Stretch is boxing champ of Madison, too, so it might not be so pleasant for the guy he catches with his girl. Well, that's a necessary risk, I guess. Who's the chump you've got lined up to be the patsy in this?
Don't be crude, Patsy. Walt. I thought that you'd be happy to volunteer for this job.
Me?
Well, you want to see Madison beat Clay City, don't you?
Well, sure I do, but will I have my bandages off in time? Oh, you've never seen Stretch fight. I have.
Believe me, Walter, Mr. Boynton and I will make sure that Stretch doesn't lay a hand on you.
He doesn't have to. He could kick me to death. I'm afraid you'll just have to count me out, folks.
Oh, count you out, but Walter Stretch is a very dear friend of yours. You don't want to see him ruin his life, do you?
Don't you see, Walter, this girl isn't right for Stretch. It isn't just a football game that's involved, it's a boy's future.
But what about my future?
What about your future?
I want to be around when it gets here. Oh, look, Stretch has a terrible temper, and if he catches me making goo-goo eyes at his girl, he'll clobber me till I'm dismal. Besides, there's Harriet Conklin. Oh, we're virtually betrothed. What would she think if she heard I was out with another girl?
She won't hear, Walter, and even if she does, we can always explain that you were just doing it for the good of your school.
I'm sorry, I'd rather not take the chance.
I'm surprised at you, Walter. Haven't you any sense of loyalty?
Haven't you any school spirit? This whole thing won't take you more than half an hour. All you have to do is sit on the couch and put your arms around a little red-headed girl with big blue eyes, a cute little turned-up nose, and an adorable mouth.
But I still think that if Stretch... an adorable mouth?
Exquisite.
Nobody can say I haven't got any school spirit. What time and where?
We'll make it 8 o'clock tonight at my place. I'll drop over to Clay City High this afternoon and tell Judy I'm thinking of accepting her father's invitation to join the faculty there next term. Then I'll invite her over to my place for dinner, ostensibly so I can ask some questions about my new pupils.
But supposing she won't come?
Oh, she'll be glad to come. Judy Brill is just a little girl. To be asked to dinner by a woman like Miss Brooks is quite flattering. After all, when you get right down to ages...
When you get right down to ages, I'm almost twice as tall as Judy Brill. I'm glad you were able to come over this evening, Judy.
Me too, Miss Brooks. The dinner was wonderful, and I've enjoyed talking to you about your teaching at Clay City next term.
I suppose you feel you should be out dancing Stretch's feet off, but you've still got 3 nights before the big game, and not seeing you tonight will only make him more anxious.
You're so right. Men are such problems. They're just like children. You've got to play up to their ego and convince each one he's the only man in your life. Oh, but listen to me telling you about men. A sophisticated, charming woman like you. Oh, I just wish I had your knowledge of men.
Want to trade?
Very pleasant coincidence that Walter Denton dropped over, don't you think? He's an awfully cute boy.
Oh, I'm glad you like Walter, Judy. By the way, where did he disappear to?
I didn't disappear. She's on my lap.
Isn't that sweet? What a naive way to get acquainted.
You want me to answer it?
You sit right where you are, Walter.
Yes, you sit right where you are, Walter.
How can I help it? She hasn't budged off me since I said, how do you do, Miss Brill?
I'll get it, Walter.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. Come in, Stretch.
Thanks.
Well, what brings you to this part of town, Stretch?
Well, I was just walking home when Mr. Boynton drove up alongside the curb in his car and stuck his head out of the window and said, "Hi, Stretch, just the fellow I've been looking for. How about hopping in and going for a little ride over to Mrs. Brooks's place and having a glass of milk or something, if you haven't got anything better to do?" And I didn't have anything better to do, so I said, "Okay, Mr. Boynton, I'd like nothing better than to hop in and go over to Miss Brooks's place for a glass of milk or something. Have you got any?"
What brings you to this part of town? I'll give you some milk later, Stretch. There are some friends of yours in the living room. Come on in. Pardon me, kids, but we've got company.
Hi, Walter. I didn't know that. Judy, what are you doing here?
Well, Miss Brooks invited me over to dinner, and then Walter just sort of dropped by.
You sort of dropped by?
Hold him, Miss Brooks.
Surround him, Mr. Boynton.
What's everybody so jumpy about?
Aren't you sore at me for sitting here with your girl?
Sore? Heck no, Walter, you do me a big favor. You see, I got to thinking about what Miss Brooks said this morning, and I realized that I got to get a lot more sleep if I'm going to be any good in the game Saturday.
Oh, but Stretch, dear, you don't have to sleep so much.
Well, sure I do. It ain't that I don't appreciate what you and your dad done for me, Judy, and I certainly ain't mad about all that rumbering.
It's just that for an athlete, rumbering's not as good as slumbering. Now, Walter, if I may make a suggestion, I think you should drop Miss Brill off at the bus station.
What's this all about, anyway? Is this some kind of a plot?
Turnabout is fair play, Miss Brill.
Yeah. And if you'll excuse me right now, I'll turn about and hit the road.
I'll excuse all of you right now. That is, all but you, Mr. Boynton.
Well, this is what I get for accepting the hospitality of a Madison High-ite.
Thank you, and good night. Don't slam the door.
Come on, Stretch. The least we can do is drop her off at the bus station. Good night, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton.
Good night, folks.
Well, it's simmered down to just the two of us, Mr. Boynton. Let's sit down on the couch,
All right. You know, Miss Brooks, in spite of the fact that I'm a biologist, I've never been overly observant about the emotional reactions of the people around me.
You're not just beating your Bunsen burner, Boynton. That is, you have seemed a little preoccupied at times.
Well, be that as it may, Miss Brooks, your interest in the welfare of my little animals and the trouble you went to see that I got proper heating facilities for my lab they've made me realize just how much you care.
Really, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I want you to know that I care even more than you do.
You care even more than I do?
Well, yes. I've got $5 bet on that game Saturday.
$2.50. I'll take half of your bet, and we'll set up housekeeping on the 40-yard line.
Eve Arden returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
Here's a message for every young man over 17 years of age. Your National Guard offers you opportunities to train in your spare time while living at home. Yes, train with your hometown buddies using Army and Air Force equipment under the direct supervision of veteran Army and Air Force instructors. You'll receive valuable military experience, increase your civilian skill, and at the same time you'll be paid at regular service rates. Join the National Guard unit in your community now.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gale Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, and Sandra Gould.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
Be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, many of us like to share Easter breakfast with our friends. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, looked forward all week to sharing hers with several of her students and some of the faculty.
Some of the faculty being biology teacher Philip Boynton. Yes, Mr. Boynton is enough of the faculty for me. At least I hope he's for me. I know I'm for him. So much for the world of sports. Saturday afternoon found me making arrangements for the big day in my landlady's kitchen.
You certainly look domestic, bustling around that stove, Connie. Tell me, what was it you just plopped into that pot of boiling water?
My thumb, Mrs. Davis. Oh, you mean the white thing. That was an egg. They've got to get nice and hard before we can dye them. By the way, I saw Harriet Conklin helping you with our Easter baskets before. Where did our beloved principal's daughter disappear to?
I sent her to the grocery store for some more eggs and some dye. We were running short. Harriet is certainly a sweet little girl.
Yes, she is. Just goes to show you how little there is to heredity. Let's see those Easter baskets again. Plenty of straw, jelly beans, little yellow chicks. There's just one more thing I'd like to see in each one.
What's that, Connie?
A chocolate bunny with a $1,000 bill in his mouth.
I'm afraid that's asking a little too much.
All right, then. I'll settle for a wax bunny.
I'm back, Mrs. Davis. Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet. Did you get the stuff?
Yes, ma'am. Here's the dye, and I got a couple of dozen eggs.
Good. Let's put some more of these in to boil.
I'll do it. What's the schedule for tomorrow, Miss Brooks? When do you want us to come for breakfast?
Oh, about 10 o'clock will be fine, Harriet. Then we'll all be on time for the Easter parade.
I'll bet you'll look stunning, Miss Brooks. What kind of an outfit are you wearing this year?
Well, in some ways, it's quite similar to the outfit I wore last Easter.
How do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Same hat, coat, dress, and shoes. I did invest in something new, though. A Gossard narrow-line girdle.
Does it really make you look narrow, Connie?
Narrow? When I stand sideways, you can't see me at all. I like to think.
Oh, that reminds me. I'd better get over to the cleaners and pick up Daddy's Easter outfit. You know how meticulous he is when he appears in public.
He's not only meticulous, he's impeccable.
He's not only impeccable, he's impossible. I mean impatient. So you better run along now, Harriet.
Okay, Miss Brooks. See you tomorrow. Bye, Mrs. Davis.
Goodbye, dear, and thanks for the help. Now, you'll probably want to wash up after you mix that dye, Connie, so I'll get some clean towels for the pantry sink.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis. Da-da-dum-dee-dee-dee-dee. Come on in. The door's open.
It is I, Miss Brooks, your own personal Easter bunny.
At last. Just drop the $1,000 bills in the basket. Oh, it's Walter Denton.
Tell me that I'm in time, Miss Brooks. Tell me that you didn't dye your eggs yet.
You're in time, Walter. I didn't dye my eggs yet.
Thank goodness. Miss Brooks, just before the holidays, I hit on a new dye in the chem lab at school that's absolutely sensational.
A new dye?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I'm so glad you didn't color your eggs yet. I want you to do it with my stuff. It's absolutely dynamite.
Walter, I just want the Easter eggs to look pretty, not blow up.
Miss Brooks, wait till you get a load of this stuff. It'll revolutionize the egg dyeing industry. I'll make millions out of this. Billions. And you, Miss Brooks, will get my everlasting gratefulness.
That's my usual cut.
I call this magic dye Tint Tomorrow.
Tint Tomorrow?
Yeah, I took the two words tint and tomorrow and made a word marriage out of it.
Well, I hope they'll be very happy together. Just how does this stuff work, Walter?
Well, it's a powder, Miss Brooks, but a delayed action powder. In other words, when you dye an egg with tint tomorrow, no color change takes place at all today.
It doesn't?
Naturally not. It changes its tint
tomorrow.
Right. You see, that's why I call it
Tint Tomorrow. Well, that was fun. What'll we do now?
I brought over these sample eggs that I dyed yesterday, Miss Brooks. Look, red, blue, green, purple. Aren't they beautiful?
They are nice, Walter. Very brilliant. Is this invention of yours easy to apply?
Well, easier than that old-fashioned stuff. These 2 bags will dye 12 eggs each. And now, look, I've got to get downtown on an errand for my folks, so I'll just leave these 4 extra bags by your pantry sink on my way out.
Well, I'll certainly be happy to try it, Walter.
Remember, Miss Brooks, I haven't got this invention patented yet, so you mustn't breathe a word about it. In fact, I must insist on an oath of secrecy.
Walter, I won't even tell the eggs.
Here are the clean towels, Connie. I'd have come back sooner, but I was on the phone with Mrs. Conklin. She's got a problem, poor dear.
I know. I work for him.
Oh, I don't mean Mr. Conklin. She's worried about parading in the sun tomorrow morning. She says she gets a lot of freckles that way.
Oh, that's as good a way as any. What did you recommend?
Some of this remarkable face cream I got at the beauty parlor last week. It's called Freckle Off.
Freckle off? This is a big day for me. First tint tomorrow, then freckle off. Tint tomorrow and freckle off. Sounds like a Polish piano team.
Here, just let me rub a little on your chin, dear.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis,
It'll do you a world of good. Just this one little dab. There.
I was about to tell you that I don't have any freckles on my chin.
I can see that. But isn't it comforting to know that now you'll never have any?
It's a security I never dreamt of. Mrs. Davis, would you mind taking these baskets into the living room? I've still got some work to do in here.
Certainly, dear. Oh, look who's coming down the driveway, Connie. It's one of your pupils, Stretch Snodgrass.
Oh, you mean the brain?
The brain? Why do you call him that?
I keep hoping that if I just say the word often enough, he'll grow one. I'm in the kitchen, Stretch.
I'll go finish decorating the living room, Connie.
All right, Mrs. Davis.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Stretch.
Well, the reason I come over, Miss Brooks, is I brung you something.
Stretch, you brought me something.
You seen it through the window, huh?
No, Stretch, I saw it through the window.
Oh, then you know what it is I've brang.
I brang?
Well, that's the past participian of has brung.
Oh, I forgot. What sort of thing did you brung? A thing. Let's see it.
It's right in this basket. See? A rabbit.
But it's a real one. Is he alive?
Oh, of course not. I brought him over from my father's pet shop. He's been preserved.
You mean you mounted it?
No, I rode him over on my bicycle.
But Stretch, what am I supposed to do with a stuffed rabbit?
Oh, I thought he'd make a nice centerpiece for your table tomorrow morning.
Oh.
If I say so myself, this is quite a good example of taxi...
You never can get one when it's raining. Well, thanks for the rabbit, Stretch. It was very sweet of you to bring it. But before you go, what's that big smudge on your face?
Oh, that's from falling off my bike, I guess. I took a shortcut through the meadow.
Well, there's a sink in the pantry. You can wash in there. Here, take these towels in with you.
Towels? Ain't you got no shower curtain?
We use towels here. It's a new fad. And Stretch, if the soap dispenser's empty, you'll find some powder to fill it with in the cupboard.
Okay, Miss Brooks.
I've got to carry these empty egg boxes out to the incinerator, Stretch. See you later.
Nice little pantry. Well, I guess this thing is the soap dispenser, all right. Let's see now. Where's the powder I'm supposed to fill it with? Oh, it must be in these 4 little bags. It says, tint tomorrow. Well, that's a funny name for a soap powder. Well, I'll just dump them all in the dispenser. Now I'll fill the sink with enough water to wash up with. That ought to do it.
Well, the front part of the house is all set, Connie. Everything back here all right?
Everything but me, Mrs. Davis. I've got the strangest burning sensation around my chin.
Oh, that's where I applied the freckle off. It says on the bottle that if yours is the type of skin that burns easily, you should wash the cream off with soap and water.
Now she tells me. I'll use the sink in the pantry.
I'm all finished, Miss Brooks. And here's your towels back. I didn't need them.
Didn't need them, but you washed, didn't you?
Well, what's the sense of wearing a long-sleeve shirt if you don't use the sleeves?
A well-taken point. Now, if you'll excuse me, Stretch, I've got to stop this stinging on my chin some way. I got some smudges out by that incinerator, too. I might as well do a complete wash job. Here goes.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, if my face was as pretty as yours, I'd never wash it. Boy, I'll bet you're going to be the swellest lady in the Easter parade.
Oh, I don't care about that, Stretch. All I want to do is brighten the little corner where I am.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, even if Stretch Snodgrass isn't the most brilliant person in the world, Miss Brooks, who has also washed her face in Walter's dye, might easily attain that title. However, since the dye, which is still in the dispenser, requires hours of exposure before it works, Miss Brooks didn't know on Saturday afternoon what a colorful Easter she was facing.
Will you answer the doorbell, Connie? I'm just getting out of the tub.
All right, Mrs. Davis, I'll get it. Well, Mr. Conklin,
Hello, Miss Brooks.
to what fortuitous circumstance do we owe the pleasure of this visit from Madison's distinguished principal?
This is Saturday, Miss Brooks. You can cut down on the apple polishing. May I come in?
Of course.
Now then, as to the purpose of my visit, with your permission, I'll come right to the point.
Permission granted.
Thank you. As you know, the Easter parade tomorrow will be covered thoroughly by the press photographers.
Yes, I know. The photographers will greet us, and we'll find ourselves in the road to gravure.
Very catchy. In the past, I've always been quite careful about which profile to present to the camera when I'm having my picture taken. But in the parade, one never knows on which side a photographer will pop up.
And when they look you over, you will be in clover.
Oh, stop that. The reason I'm here, Miss Brooks, is because of this large, ugly freckle on my right cheek. I've always resented this freckle, Miss Brooks. It's the only blemish on an otherwise perfectly chiseled set of features.
Oh, you shouldn't be so self-conscious about it, Mr. Conklin. I've never thought of that as a large, ugly freckle. I always thought it was a dimple.
A dimple? Well.
Yes, indeed. Many's the time I've looked at you and thought, what a large, ugly dimple.
Such honesty deserves a reward, and I'll see that you get it in the school weeks to follow. Right now, I'd like to inquire about a cosmetic that my wife mentioned. She said Mrs. Davis told her about it. It's called Freckle Off, I believe.
Oh, yes, that's it, Mr. Conklin, but sometimes it... Say, that would be just the thing for you.
Well, dear, I finished and it... Oh, hello, Osgood.
Hello, Margaret.
Mr. Conklin was wondering if he could borrow some of your freckle-off cream, Mrs. Davis.
What for?
For his freckle.
What freckle?
This large, ugly freckle beneath my right ear.
Oh, that. I always thought that was a beauty mark.
A beauty mark? Well...
Yes, many the times I've thought to myself, what a large, ugly beauty mark. But I've got a jar of the cream right here on this table, Osgood. You're welcome to try it.
Here, let me dab it on for you, Mr. Conklin. There we are.
Say, this stuff burns. Ouch! It's hot.
Well, you wanted to remove the freckle, don't you?
Yes, but I'd like it to leave the face.
Why? I mean, if it burns too badly, you can wash it off with soap and water. Just follow me, Mr. Conklin.
Well, hurry up. This is awful.
There's a sink right out here in the pantry. I'll fill the basin for you. You'll find soap in the dispenser above the sink. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Conklin. There's somebody at the front door.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. My car broke down a few blocks from here. I wondered if I could use your phone to call the garage.
Of course, Mr. Boynton. Come in.
I was driving along, not a care in the world, when suddenly, boom, the transmission, the crankcase, and the drive shaft fell out.
Anything serious?
Say it is. The car won't go at all until they...
I'll be running along now, Miss Brooks. Oh, hello, Boynton.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin. What brings you to this part of the town?
It's a long and harrowing tale, Boynton. But briefly, your friend, Miss Brooks, almost burned half of my face off with some alleged freckle remover.
What did you want with freckle remover, Mr. Conklin?
Well, I thought it could remove this large, ugly freckle beneath my right ear.
You're right. Well, I always thought that was just a mole.
A mole?
Well, yes, sir. Many's the time I've thought to myself, what a large, ugly...
Oh, be quiet! Good day to you both.
Oh, Miss Brooks, before I use the phone, I'd like to wash some of the grease off my hands and face. I got pretty dirty tinkering around with the car.
Why, I didn't even notice it, Mr. Boynton. But if you'll just follow me, you can use the sink in our pantry. There's plenty of soap in that dispenser between the taps. Just help yourself.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, this ought to do the trick.
We're going to have our Easter breakfast tomorrow about 10 o'clock, Mr. Boynton. Will that be all right for you?
Easter breakfast? Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. That's the reason I drove over, to tell you I can't make it tomorrow.
Can't make it? Why not?
Well, I got a wire from my folks this morning. They're visiting friends at Eagle Springs, and they asked me to join them. It's only 40 miles from here, and I thought I'd drive up in the morning. Of course, that's out of the question now. It'll take days to fix that car of mine.
Good.
But I can catch an early train. Now, tell you what, maybe you can borrow Mrs. Davis's car, and you could drive me to the station in the morning.
What have I done to earn such a bonus?
For those of us who arose on time, the Easter Sunday sunrise was an awe-inspiring sight. And in Walter Denton's house, where his pal Stretch Snodgrass has had permission to spend the night, is another awe-inspiring sight. Stretch Snodgrass.
Walter. Hey, Walter, are you up?
Yeah, I'm up. Let's get dressed and...
What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing's wrong with me. It's you. Your face looks like an Easter egg.
Easter egg? What makes you say a thing like that?
Because you're all purple. Your whole face.
Oh, what's so funny? Maybe I got high blood pressure.
It's more like you used some of that delayed action dye of mine.
Dye?
Yeah, I've been keeping it a secret. I call it tint tomorrow because the color doesn't show up until the next day.
Tint tomorrow? I thought that was soap powder. I filled the dispenser at Mrs. Davis's with it.
Yeah, well, What? Oh, gosh. I better get over there and warn Mrs. Davis before anybody else uses it.
Well, wait a minute. What about me? How do I get this purple stuff off?
Oh, quit worrying. I'll invent some way to get rid of it. And even if I don't...
Yeah?
I can always dye you another color. So, you see, Mrs. Davis, Stretch filled the dispenser with the dye, and anybody that washed there is in for a shock today. Gee, I'm glad you didn't get any on you.
Me, too. And I hope Connie didn't use it. She's going to take Mr. Boynton to the train this morning. She should be coming in for coffee any minute now.
Gosh, I hope everything's
I just got time for a quick cup of coffee. Oh, hello, Walter.
Hello,
What's the trouble?
Nothing, dear. You just startled us when you came in so suddenly.
Oh, I'll get myself a cup and saucer out of the sideboard.
Look at her, Mrs. Davis. Her face is all green.
I know, but just don't blurt it out at her. We'll break it to her gently. Just keep drinking your milk.
Say, it's after 8. I'd better drink this coffee in a hurry. Mr. Boynton's making a 9:15 train.
Where's he going?
He's going to spend the day at Eagle Springs with his parents. And I don't mind telling you, I'm green with envy.
Walter, control yourself. I'll get a dish rag and... Oh, will you get that, please, Connie?
All right. Hello, Miss Brooks speaking.
Miss Brooks, this is Mr. Conklin.
Oh, happy Easter, Mr. Conklin. I guess you're getting all dolled up for the...
Cut the gab. Just answer one question, Miss Brooks. What sort of dye was in that witch's brew you smeared on my face yesterday?
Witch's brew? Which witch's brew?
You know very well which witch's brew. That freckle-removing junk you put on me.
there's no dye in
Well,
that.
there must have been. You should see my face this morning.
You mean it's a different color?
Different color? Miss Brooks, I'm plaid. Thanks to you and your quack remedies, I look like an Italian sunset.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Conklin. I didn't have any knowledge of any
You
dye.
never have
in
any knowledge of anything. Now, hang up. I'm going to call my doctor and get to the bottom of this gook. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, what do you know about that, Walter? Mr. Conklin's face has turned all colors of the rainbow.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Brooks. I must have been thinking of something comical. I better join Mrs. Davis in the dish rag in the kitchen. Mrs. Davis, that was Mr. Conklin on the phone. He just turned plaid.
This is terrible, Walter. How are we going to get this dye off the people who washed here yesterday?
Well, I stopped at the drugstore on my way over, and Mr. Miller, the pharmacist, said he'd try and figure something out in a hurry.
Well, that's at least some hope. Now, maybe it won't be such a shock when you tell Connie her face is green.
Me? I think I better go home, Mrs. Davis.
What's the matter, Walter? Don't you feel well?
I feel like she looks. But I guess the only manly thing to do is face the music.
Come on, I'll help you break it to her in a roundabout way. Oh, Connie, about that green face of yours. Connie. Connie. Oh, she must have left while we were in the kitchen. Oh, good heavens. What will Mr. Boynton think when he sees her?
Who knows? It may be a break for her. He's always been crazy about frogs.
Coming.
Good morning, Mr. Mr. Boynton, what happened to your face? It's blue.
Yes, isn't it awful? I noticed it when I went in to shave this morning. When did you notice your face was green?
Huh?
Oh, no, it's not really a bad shade of green.
My face?
Oh, here, stand in front of this mirror.
Yay!
No, calm yourself, Miss Brooks. I kind of like it. Reminds me of my pet frog, McDougal.
Thanks a million. How did I get this on me?
Well, Walter Denton phoned me a few minutes ago and explained the whole thing. His pal Stretch put some of Walter's delayed dye into the soap dispenser in your pantry yesterday.
You mean the tint tomorrow really worked?
I'll say it did. It won't come off with soap and water or even turpentine. I've tried several times.
Wait till I get hold of that Stretch Snodgrass.
Well, I'm in a worse spot than you are, Miss Brooks. I've had to cancel my trip to Eagle Springs.
Good old Stretch Snodgrass. But if you're not going away today, how about coming over to my place?
Oh, no, I wouldn't budge out of this apartment with this blue face, Miss Brooks. No, I'm just going to have to stay in until it fades. I guess it's an imposition to ask, but, well, I thought maybe I could fix up a little lunch here and play some records to dance to, and, well, if it isn't asking too much, would you care to stay here and keep me company?
I'll force myself.
Oh, good. I'll go into the kitchen and see about rustling up some grub. Just make yourself comfortable.
Oh, don't worry about green face, blue face. I'll be fine. I'll get it.
Don't slug me, Miss Brooks. Everything's going to be fine.
You're so right, Walter. Goodbye.
No, wait. Mr. Boynton told me on the phone about canceling his trip, but now he won't have to.
Not so loud. What do you mean, Walter?
Well, Mr. Miller, the pharmacist, came up with these pills. You just dissolve them in warm water, and it washes the dye off like magic.
No, it does it? Hand them over, Walter. I'll take them in.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'm sorry for what Stretch did. Well, I imagine I'll see you later on.
Far be it from me to knock a boy's imagination. Goodbye, Walter.
I'm just putting on a timely recording, Miss Brooks. You, care to dance, Miss Brooks?
Mm-hmm.
Am I holding you too tight? Mind if I hum in your ear? I'll be all in clover when they look you over. Oh, by the way, who was that at the door just now?
The door?
Oh, yeah, the bell rang as I went into the kitchen. Who was it?
Nobody we know. Happy Easter, Mr. Boynton.
Arden returns in just a moment, but first.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our sponsor, the Colgate Palmolive Peat Company, and all of us here at the studio, may I extend our warmest Easter greetings.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis with Lester White and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gale Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Leonard Smith. For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for a velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had, get big bath-size Palmolive soap.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the weather's been pretty nice around Madison High School, where Our Miss Brooks teaches English. That is, up until last week. Then the gray clouds cascaded moisture, and the streets danced to the tune of Mother Nature's tears. It was as though some celestial goblet had overturned, caressing the earth with rivulets of heavenly champagne.
Or, as we say in my neighborhood, it was wetter than a drowned seal's mustache. The rain started Friday morning, and while I was at breakfast with my landlady, she made a piercingly accurate observation.
It's certainly coming down, isn't it?
It sure is, Mrs. Davis. Great weather for ducks.
I'll bet the farmers are glad, though.
Yeah, it should be good for the crops.
It'll keep the dust down, too.
It isn't the heat, it's the humidity. Now, how did that get in there?
Would you like another cup of coffee, Connie?
No, thanks. I have to get ready for school. Walter Denton's picking me up.
Oh, is your car in the shop again?
No, but I wouldn't dare drive in this wet weather with my tires in such poor condition.
What's wrong with your tires?
I only have 3. Oh, that's Walter now. I'll just be a minute, Walter. Will you help me into my rain clothes, Mrs. Davis?
Certainly, dear. Here's your yellow slicker right on this chair.
Thanks.
There. And your nice yellow rain hat. Now, you're all set.
How do I look, Mrs. Davis?
Simply divine, Connie. You look just like the trademark on a bottle of cod liver oil.
Well, don't stand there. Throw a halibut over my shoulder and I'll... I'm coming, Walter. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Davis.
Goodbye, Connie.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Walter. What do you think of this weather?
Boy, it's certainly coming down.
Sure is, Walter. Great weather for ducks.
I bet the farmers are glad, though.
Yeah, it should be good for the crops.
It'll keep the dust down, too.
Well, there goes all our dialogue for the trip to school. Now, if you'll help me open this car door, I'll... Walter, where's the top to your car?
In my garage. I always take it down in weather like this.
You do?
Yes, ma'am. It leaks.
Oh, well, that explains it. We wouldn't want to ride with a leaky top. Might get the rain all wet.
Get in, Miss Brooks. I've got this Turkish towel to throw over our heads.
Why spoil it? There's nothing like driving in an open convertible and listening to the pitter-patter of raindrops on your nose.
The towel isn't just for us, Miss Brooks. I've got to protect my electrical shop homework. Here, hold it, will you?
I don't want to seem nosy, Walter, but what is this contraption? It's got wires and tubes all over it.
Oh, that's my homework, Miss Brooks.
What are you studying? Frankenstein 1?
No, that's my project for shop. It's an SCR shortwave radio receiver.
A radio receiver? Where'd you get it?
I built it. That was my project. The electrical shop furnished most of the materials, and I did the rest.
Oh, that's wonderful. You kids who are going to school nowadays are certainly fortunate. Just think of it, building your own radios. When I went to school, all I built was an inferiority complex.
It wasn't so tough. Of course, I had to solder a lot of wires in back there, but it turned out pretty good.
What's this thing that's sticking out between the tubes that looks like a banana?
It's a banana. You see, Miss Brooks, I put my lunch in there to keep it dry.
I wish I could get in there. This Turkish towel is getting to be a Turkish bath. Why are you stopping, Walter?
I promised to pick up Harriet Conklin this morning, too. Look, there's our beloved principal standing next to the house. Good morning, Mr. Conklin. How do you like the rain?
I loathe it, Denton. Thank you.
What's wrong with a little rain?
Every time it rains, all manner of weird creatures are washed from their natural habitat under stones and come slithering into my driveway.
And good morning to you, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Oh, for a moment there, I thought Denton had picked up a hitchhiking halibut fisherman. My daughter will be out in a moment, young man. Meanwhile, please remove that junk heap from my driveway. I'm expecting a furniture van at any moment.
Oh, what kind of furniture are you getting, Mr. Conklin?
It's custom-built Malacca bamboo. At long last, I'm realizing a dream of mine. To furnish our little glassed-in sleeping porch as a sort of tropical lanai. A place to which I can retreat from the rigors of my daily routine.
I don't know. I think bamboo furniture's kind of icky myself.
Oh, you do. And what is your opinion of it, Miss Brooks?
Well, sir,
I'm asking your opinion, Miss Brooks. What do you think of bamboo furniture?
Well, personally, I'm not too crazy about it.
When I want your opinion, I'll ask.
Hi, Daddy. Oh, good morning, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet. Come on, get in.
So long, Daddy. Be sure they get the furniture in out of the rain.
I will, Harriet. Just to know it's coming makes me feel good all over. My own Shangri-La. Aloha, one and all.
Valley High and Gesundheit.
Would Would you do me a favor, Miss Brooks? I don't have shop class till the afternoon, and I have biology this morning, so would you mind parking this radio in Mr. Boynton's lab for me?
But why should I go into Mr. Boynton's lab?
Well, because you've got 10 minutes before your class starts, and you always manage to sneak in.
All right, Walter. I'll do it for you as a favor.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Here it is. Now, be careful of it now. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Walter. Hello, Mr. Boynton. May I leave this radio for Walter Denton? It's his shop homework.
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks. Just put it down on that table.
Thanks. He'll pick it up next period. There.
Say, that's quite a rain costume you've got on.
How do you like it?
Yes, indeed. It's just the kind I want. I'll bet it makes a wonderful outfit for halibut fishing.
There's no use talking. I'll have to burn it. I hope I'm not keeping you from any work, Mr. Boynton.
Well,
Good. Then we can chat for a few minutes.
Very well, Miss Brooks. Let's do that.
All right.
Okay.
Well, if it's checked around to me, I'll have to open. Where do you stand on rain, Mr. Boynton?
Rain? Well, by and large, I'd say that rain is quite beneficial to most forms of plant life.
You'll never be investigated for that remark. But what I meant was, don't you think it's rather early in the year for such a cold, driving rain?
Oh, not at all, Miss Brooks. Our climatic conditions are undergoing a slow but steady change. It's something of a meteorological phenomenon, but do you realize that at this very moment the equatorial belt is slipping slowly southward?
Well, I'll turn my back. You tighten it up.
What I'm trying to say is that the warm weather which we in the temperate zone have long enjoyed is moving further south every year. It's entirely possible that in the future our area may be engulfed in icy Arctic weather.
How far in the future?
Oh, possibly 10,000 years.
Good. I should be finished knitting my mittens by then. Unless I drop a stitch or two.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton, but I've got a message from Miss Brooks.
How did you happen to look for me here, Harriet?
You're kidding, of course. Daddy just called and said he'd be delayed with the furniture a while longer and asked me to monitor your class while you sit in his office till he gets here.
Well, congratulations, Miss Brooks.
What'd I do?
Well, this makes you acting principal of Madison.
Well, that's right, Miss Brooks. I guess Daddy didn't realize what he was doing. Well, all you have to do is answer some phone calls.
If you'll excuse me, I've got to stop in at the supply room for a moment. That is, with your permission, Miss Acting Principal.
Granted.
I'll just be a few minutes. See you later.
Isn't this Walter's radio, Miss Brooks?
Yes, it is.
It's a complicated-looking thing. Let's see if it works.
It's pretty close to our first class, Harriet.
Listen. Oh, this is swell reception.
What do you know? Guy Lombardo.
Neat arrangement, isn't it?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a special weather bulletin.
Oh, good. Maybe the rain's going to stop.
Attention, everyone. This is an important announcement. Local weather authorities have just notified us that the barometer is falling rapidly, and a hurricane is approaching from the southwest.
Miss Brooks, did you hear that? A hurricane.
Reports indicate that winds measuring up to 150 miles per hour will strike this area within the hour. Please do not become panicky, but go immediately to places of safety.
Mr. Boynton said our climate was changing, but this is ridiculous.
Industries will secure all machinery in their plants, and schools will shut down at once.
Did you hear that, Miss Brooks?
Of course I heard it. I'm listening louder than you are.
I repeat.
Well, are you going to shut down the school?
I have no authority to do anything like that.
Well, of course you have. You're acting principal, aren't you?
But you know your father. He'll be furious if I take such a drastic step. I'd better call him.
Well, there's no time for that now. Everyone's in great danger.
Well, then we'd better ask Mr. Boynton's advice. Come on, Harriet. Mr. Boynton!
We will stay on the air and bring you further reports and advice as the hurricane approaches. This is Dudley Hetherington, speaking to you from station VUM, situated in the heart of downtown Bombay, India.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene.
No other toothpaste or powder, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research.
So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, when Mr. Conklin put Miss Brooks in temporary charge of Madison High School, he had no idea what a crisis would arise in his absence. Not knowing it's from Bombay, Miss Brooks is taking the hurricane report she heard on Walter Denton's radio quite seriously.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. Did you put my radio in the biology lab?
Yes, I did, Walter. I also turned it on and heard a report from the local weather authorities that's got me in a tizzy, and I don't tiz easily.
What is it? More rain coming?
Oh, it's worse than that. There's a 150-mile hurricane approaching from the southwest.
Well, blow me down.
It will if we don't get out of here. I sent Harriet into her father's office to call him up at home, and I'm trying to locate Mr. Boynton.
Maybe I can help you.
Maybe you can. And when you find him, tell him about the hurricane and bring him to the principal's office at once.
It's no use, Miss Brooks. Our phone at home is still busy.
I guess your mother's doing her shopping on the phone on account of the rain.
No. Mother's spending the day with Aunt Bertha. Mother's her favorite sister, you know. And Mother's crazy about Aunt Bertha, too. I guess it's because she was an only child.
Your mother's sister was an only child, Gracie? Harriet?
Yes, ma'am. She was the only child until Mother was born. We haven't much more time, Miss Brooks. The radio said
Here he is, Miss Brooks.
Oh, what's all this about a hurricane?
It's true, Mr. Boynton. It came over the radio.
I heard it, too. The man said it was due to strike this vicinity in an hour.
What man said that, Harriet?
The announcer.
Well, how do you know he meant this vicinity?
It's very simple, Mr. Boynton. He said he was quoting local weather authorities. Now, if I'm responsible for the students in this school, I'd better see that they all reach their homes before the storm hits.
You mean you're closing the school? Hot dog!
Miss Brooks, you can't do that.
She's got to.
Well, this is a very radical step to take. I don't know if I agree with such a procedure.
You seem to forget, Mr. Boynton, I'm acting principal of this institution.
Oh, my apologies, Miss Brooks. You're absolutely right. As principal, your authority exceeds mine in this matter. I await your command.
At ease. Smoke if you like. Walter, you tell the other teachers to dismiss their classes in an orderly fashion and caution them of the approaching storm.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please hurry, Walter. You have to drive us over to Daddy's when you come back. We can't reach him by phone, and he's got to be told what's happening.
Okay, Harriet.
It's kind of exciting, isn't it, Miss Brooks? We'll all go over together and...
All but me, Harriet. As acting principal of this great institution, I feel it's my duty to stay right here and go down with the school.
No. You're going right with us, Miss Brooks.
Well, of course you are. You've got to report to Daddy. We'll lock the house up tight and see that Oh, dear. What if the hurricane hits before we get to the house? What'll you do then, Miss Brooks?
What can I do? I'll let it blow and lash myself to Mr. Boynton.
I hope your dad doesn't mind our barging in on him like this, Harriet.
Well, it's an emergency, Mr. Boynton. He'll understand. Come on. He's probably in his lanai. I'm home. That's funny. He isn't in here.
No, but the new furniture is. Get a load of this bamboo wilderness.
It's an odd-looking room, isn't it? How do you like it, Miss Brooks?
Now I know where old fishing poles go when they die. What's that?
I brought my radio along, Miss Brooks. It'll help while away the hours we have to stay holed up here. Hey, care to dance, Harriet?
Walter Denton, I'm surprised at you. How can you ask anyone to dance with a hurricane coming any minute?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was pretty silly, I guess.
It was positively inane. Care to dance, Mr. Boynton?
You'd better turn that thing off, Walter. I'm going into the next room and see if Daddy's there. That's his den.
I don't hear any growling.
Be sure and tell him we're here, will you, Harriet?
I hope he doesn't get angry because Miss Brooks shut down the school.
Why should he get angry? I merely did my duty.
Come on, let's all go in.
No, Harriet, you go in alone. He wouldn't hit a relative.
Well, I'll just be a minute. Hello, Daddy.
Harriet, what are you doing home? What's the meaning of this?
Now take it easy, Daddy. Wait till I close this door.
Well, this will probably come as something of a shock to Mr. Conklin.
I wonder how he'll react to my closing down the school. Let's keep quiet and listen.
She shut down the school! Miss Brooks, how could you possibly...
I'm here, too, Mr. Conklin. Hello.
Hello.
Miss Brooks, how could you possibly do...
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hello.
Miss Brooks, how could you possibly...
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hello! How could you shut down my school in the middle of the day?
But, sir, there's a hurricane coming. We heard it on the
That's
radio.
right, Mr. Conklin. Harriet told me all about it. There's a hurricane blowing in from...
Shut up!
Southwest.
I've never heard such a batch of unmitigated jabberwocky in all my days. How could a hurricane possibly get this far into the United States?
Smugglers?
Don't be impertinent, Miss Brooks. Boynton, you always seem to be a person of average intelligence. How could you allow this mad woman to shut down my school on a ridiculous assumption?
But it isn't an assumption, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks heard the warning on the radio.
So did I, Daddy.
And there's no time to waste if we're to get ready for it. Walter, go close all the windows.
Yes, ma'am.
Denton, come back here. This happens to be my domain. I'll give the orders here.
Yes, sir.
Go close all the windows. I just don't want the rain to ruin things. Hurricanes, indeed.
But, Mr. Conklin, we heard
I
you
don't want to hear any more about it. It's too late to call the students back to school, I suppose. But if anything like this ever happens again...
Please, Daddy. Miss Brooks, turn on the radio. Maybe there's another weather report coming on. That'll convince him.
Right, Harriet.
Heavy rain squalls and extreme turbulence. All citizens' attention. The following precautionary measures are urged by local authorities for the protection of life and property during the approaching hurricane.
I said I don't want to hear any more about... Who said that?
Well, the man on the radio, Daddy. Listen.
Please follow these emergency measures to the letter. First, precautions against flying glass from wind-shattered windows. Board up all windows. I repeat, board up all windows.
Did you hear that? Well, don't stand around like a bunch of dummies. We've got to board up all the windows. Luckily, I've got my toolkit handy. I was going to saw some wood for the fireplace.
The most secure method of boarding up windows is by using bamboo chutes. I repeat, board up your windows with bamboo.
Bamboo?
Where in the world are we going to get bamboo?
Oh, no. Not my new furniture.
No, this is an emergency, Mr. Conklin. You heard it yourself.
But I haven't even had time to sit in it yet.
Well, take a fast bounce on that couch and we'll start chopping.
Oh, no. One moment. Just let me sit down for one moment. Adieu, little couch.
Time's up. On your feet, Mr. Conklin. Here's the toolbox, Mr. Boynton. Let's get started.
No, I hate to do this, sir, but you know the necessity.
I'll turn my back. I can't bear to watch it. Oh.
Would you like a bullet to bite on? Good work, Mr. Boynton. You've sawed the coffee table right in half.
Things are bad enough, Miss Brooks. We don't need a commentator.
I'll give you a hand with the couch, Mr. Boynton. Pass me the axe.
I've got all the windows shut and Holy cow, the hurricane's already hit.
We're cutting this bamboo to board up the windows, Walter.
Gosh, I've been missing all the fun. Hand me that axe and stand aside.
Never mind that, Walter. Take this bamboo strip I've tacked together and nail it up against that window.
Yes, sir. Give me the hammer and a nail, Harriet, please. Here, Walter.
Judas Priest! What was that?
Don't look now, Mr. Conklin, but you can pick flowers without opening your window.
Quiet, everybody. Some more instructions are coming over the air.
Be sure to shut off all water pipes and lash down your ox carts.
Ox cart?
New cars must be scarcer than we think.
Instruction number 3. Attention, everyone. Disperse all natives to the hills. I repeat, after cautioning them to tie down the thatched roofs on their straw huts, disperse all natives to the hills.
What natives?
Good question.
And now, your last official instruction. Before you repair to your storm cellars, be sure to tether your elephants carefully. Remember, tether your elephants carefully.
Quick, quick, there's not a minute to lose. I've got to get outside and tether my elephant. Elephant? Mr. Boynton, did that man say elephants?
I thought he did, Mr. Conklin.
But who keeps elephants?
Ever hear of Sabu?
This concludes our station broadcast until after the hurricane has passed. Good luck to you all from your friendly station, VUM, situated in the heart of downtown Bombay, India.
Bombay?
India?
Well, that's a good one. The joke is certainly on us. We've been worried about a storm that's 5,000 miles away.
Oh, can you imagine that? 5,000 miles. Oh, this is a scream.
Yes. Yes, it's a panic. Imagine closing down an entire high school and wrecking a room full of furniture because of a report on some idiot's homemade radio telling of a hurricane 5,000 miles away!
Your high blood pressure.
Your concern for my blood pressure is touching, Miss Brooks. But I'd rather you concern yourself with what I'm to do about these slivers of bamboo that you've left me with.
Please, Mr. Conklin, you can make a fortune with those slivers.
A fortune? How?
When the flying saucers land, you can clean up selling bamboo canes to those little men.
Eve Arden returns in just a moment, but first... Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean.
free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
If you are concerned about the threat of communism, you should know this fact. The Crusade for Freedom, an organization headed by General Lucius Clay, needs your financial and moral assistance in the support of Radio Free Europe. This is a private radio station now working to bring to communist-dominated European countries the voices of their exiled leaders. Help Radio Free Europe by joining the Crusade for Freedom in your town.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gale Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Dan Tobin.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
Be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night on this same network. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair brings you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. For many teachers throughout the country, the past week marked the beginning of a new semester. And for our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, it was quite a busy time.
Thanks to our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, it was even busier for me than for the rest of the faculty. For in addition to my school duties, he had me typing reports at home in the evenings. All week long, I didn't have a moment to myself. And worse than that, I didn't have a moment to Mr. Boynton. Friday morning at breakfast, I couldn't help bending my landlady's sympathetic ear. So you see, Mrs. Davis, not only have I spent the past 4 nights working for nothing, but I haven't been able to spend any time with Mr. Boynton.
That's a shame, Connie. But why did you take on all that extra work? You told me yourself you volunteered to do it for Mr. Conklin.
Of course I volunteered. I'm too young to face a firing squad. But it's not the work I mind. There's something else that bothers me.
Now, look, Connie, I know that Mr. Boynton is tall, dark, handsome, charming.
That's what bothers me. It's where he's been while I've been busy.
Mr. Boynton? Why, he's probably been at home every night, twiddling his thumbs.
You're wrong, Mrs. Davis. He's been at Miss Enright's 3 nights in a row. And for all I know, he's been twiddling her thumbs.
I don't think you have to worry about Miss Enright, Connie. She may be a capable English teacher, but when it comes to looks, she's no competition.
I don't know about that. She's quite an attractive person these days. These foggy days, that is. Well, I appreciate this pep talk, Mrs. Davis, but I'd better get ready to leave. Walter Denton said he'd pick me up early.
Good, Connie. That'll give you a chance to plan your counterattack. If you really believe that the enemy has secured a foothold in your territory, you've got to get busy and storm the heights.
You're so right. Boynton Heights, here I come. I'm glad you were prompt this morning, Walter. There's something I want to attend to before my first class.
I know, and I hope he's in his biology lab when you get there. Look, I don't mean to pry into your personal life.
Good, let's keep it that way.
But I couldn't help noticing how little you and Mr. Boynton have seen of each other during the past week.
Now, listen,
Oh,
Walter.
I know it's because of all the extra work you've had to do. Well, even Harriet Conklin, our principal's own daughter, told me she thought he's been driving you like a horse.
Oh, I don't know. I always whinny while I work.
And you've noticed something else, too. Miss Enright hasn't let any grass grow under her feet.
Please, Walter, Miss Enright's gardening problems don't interest me.
You know what I mean, Miss Brooks. She's had dates with Mr. Boynton one night after another.
Walter, I know you're fond of me and mean to be helpful, but if this intensely personal conversation doesn't stop, I'll get out and walk to school.
Oh, gosh, Miss Brooks, I didn't mean to intrude on your privacy, but it just happens that I have a wonderful plan to get Mr. Boynton out of Miss Enright's clutches once and for all. You want to hear it, Miss Brooks?
How can I help it? I'm not going to get out and walk to school.
Now you're talking. Oh, the scheme is very simple. We just fight fire with fire. For the past 3 nights, Mr. Boynton has had dinner at Miss Enright's place. Everybody knows that.
What does she live in, a television studio?
Please, Miss Brooks, you'll stop the flow.
Sorry.
Obviously, Mr. Boynton keeps coming back there because he gets some good food and the price is right. Hence, the old saying is proved again, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Well, that may be one of the better routes, Walter, but how do we interrupt Miss Enright's regularly scheduled trips?
That's where the fighting fire with fire comes in.
Please, Walter, burning down a fellow teacher is arson.
No, you don't burn her down. You simply tap the same source that she uses for tempting recipes. Then you invite Mr. Boynton to your lair, your place.
Well, what is her source of recipes?
Miss Dugan's domestic science class. The girl's learning to cook at the best recipes you've ever seen.
And Miss Enright borrows them?
Sure. After school, she takes them right off the bulletin board in Miss Dugan's room. And they print new ones every day. And Harriet tells me they're so simply written that a sub-moron could follow the instructions.
Thanks, Walter.
I didn't mean it that way, Miss Brooks. But I know you haven't had much experience cooking, and
You're right, Walter. Mrs. Davis does all our cooking.
Well, Harriet's going to meet us at school this morning and take you into the domestic science class for a little brush-up. And then you invite Mr. Boynton to dinner tonight and let nature take its course. Well, here we are. You get out, Miss Brooks, and I'll find a place to park.
All right, Walter. Oh, I keep forgetting. You've got tin slats where the doors should be. Give me a hand, will you?
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. There you go. Oh, the corrugated tin looks nice instead of doors, doesn't it? I got the idea from the new Hudson.
The new Hudson?
Yeah. This is the car you step down out of. Oh, there's Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Walter.
Hiya, Harriet. Take our charge in tow. I'll just be a couple of minutes.
Okay, Walter. See you later. Come on, Miss Brooks. Let's go in.
All right, Harriet. You seem to be the doctor.
You just leave this thing to us, Miss Brooks. We'll have that certain party eating out of your hand in no time.
If I break any more dishes at home, he'll have to.
Now, here's our plan, Miss Brooks. Mr. Boynton's favorite dish is Boston stew.
Boston stew? How do you know?
Miss Enright pumped him for it yesterday.
Seems like a lot of trouble to go to.
Now, Miss Enright suggests Miss Dugan is going to get the best possible recipe for Boston stew and put it on the bulletin board sometime today.
Then Miss Enright will stop by and... Excuse me, Harriet. I think I'll drop into the domestic science room for a minute.
I knew you'd catch on. I've got to stop by Daddy's office, but I'll join you in a little while. We've still got some time to brush you up on some fundamentals.
All right, Harriet.
Well, if it isn't Miss Brooks.
Miss Enright.
What brings you to the domestic science room, darling?
Oh, I've always been domestic. Only nowadays you've got to make a science out of it.
Well, if I've said it once, I've said it a dozen times. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
By now, that should seem like the old Ox Road to you.
I suppose you're referring to my constant dinner companion of the past week.
Yes, I am. While I was home alone working overtime, you were home with Mr. Boynton working overtime. And I don't think it's fair, Miss Enright.
All's fair in love and war, darling.
You're just loaded with goodies today, aren't you?
After all, if Mr. Boynton likes good food prepared with loving care, who's to prevent him from getting it?
If I may borrow one of your best used cliches, two can play at that game. I'm going to prepare a dinner for Mr. Boynton that he'll never forget.
You? Oh, darling, you're not the type. Think of the time and money you spend in a beauty parlor to make yourself fairly presentable. A steaming kitchen would play havoc with your fragile charms.
You don't say. Well, for your information, Miss Enright, food can be cooked just as well on a pretty modern range as it can on an old pot-bellied stove.
Are you inferring?
If the girdle fits, wear it.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, when lunch period came, I hastened toward the school cafeteria to invite Mr. Boynton over for dinner. As I passed the principal's office, however, the door opened and I heard Mr. Conklin murmur,
"Halt!" Step into my office a moment, Miss Brooks.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Since this is your lunch hour, I'll be brief. I just want to tell you that I appreciate your getting out that typing during this past week.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Conklin. Well, see you later.
One moment, please. The spirit with which we tackled a difficult task was most admirable. In fact, as I watched your fingers flying over the keys, putting in carbon paper, second sheets, making erasures, oiling and cleaning the machine, then washing up and starting all over again, I realized that to me this wasn't work at all.
To you, it wasn't.
No, indeed. It was actually, well, fun. Now, there's another report I must have typed, about 30 pages.
30 pages?
Yes. One long evening will do it.
Oh, good for her. Those Chinese secretaries are really marvelous. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Miss Brooks. I'll be over at your home about 7 tonight.
Mr. Conklin, don't you think you've been a little partial to me lately?
Partial?
With these honorary jobs, I mean. You know how carefully we teachers try to avoid making pets out of any students, and, well, you've got to be doubly careful in your high office not to pet any teachers. I mean, show any partiality. Look, I'd like to make a suggestion.
Mine is an ever-open mind, Miss Brooks.
I know. Why don't you give some other teacher the opportunity of working with you tonight?
Who, for instance?
Well, it's not my place to mention names, but I'm sure Miss Enright would love the opportunity.
Miss Enright, eh? She is a competent sort of an individual. Even more competent than some I've used. Yes. I think I'll ask her about it right now.
Oh, don't ask her now, Mr. Conklin. Surprise her. Just drop over to her place tonight with the work under your arm.
But how can I be sure she'll be at home?
She'll be at home, all right. If you'll just get there at 7 o'clock sharp, Mr. Conklin, I can promise you'll find Miss Enright cooking, with and without gas. It's nice to be having lunch together again, isn't it, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it's more than nice, Miss Brooks.
It is?
Certainly is. This goulash is terrific.
That's all right for cafeteria food, I guess, but there's nothing like a home-cooked meal. Don't you think so?
Oh, I sure do. I've been very fortunate that way during this past week. I've had a couple of home-cooked meals.
You've had 3, but who counts? What I'm so subtly suggesting, Mr. Boynton, is that you have dinner at my place tonight, for a change.
Your place?
Yes, I thought I'd prepare dinner for 2. Perhaps some special recipe you're fond of?
I wish you'd asked me sooner, Miss Brooks. I promised to have dinner with Miss Enright tonight.
Not again.
Yeah, not again.
Walter, how long have you been eavesdropping behind that history book?
Oh, I haven't heard a thing, Miss Brooks. I was just thinking about what to go and get at the steam table.
Well, you're excused any time, Walter.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton. But all I can say is anybody that'd eat dinner with Miss Enright instead of a certain other English teacher must have some of his marbles missing.
Walter!
I'll see you later, Miss Brooks.
I can't understand his attitude.
Oh, I guess he just doesn't like Miss Enright.
I can understand his attitude. Look, Mr. Boynton, I happen to know that Miss Enright will be extremely busy this evening. Mr. Conklin's bringing her a report to type.
Mr. Conklin, are you sure?
It was the least he could do. But don't worry about your dinner engagement, Mr. Boynton. All you have to do is transfer your appetite to my table.
Well, if Miss Enright is going to be busy, I guess I could accept your invitation. Got to eat somewhere.
You're too gracious. Is it a date?
Oh, it's a date. But, Miss Brooks, did I understand you to say you were going to cook the dinner?
Certainly.
Well, that's strange. I never thought you knew anything about cooking.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I know some very strange things about cooking.
Hi, Walter. What brings you to the domestic science room?
You'll see, Harriet. I'm glad the others have all gone. Yeah, there. It's up.
What is it, Walter? What did you put on the class bulletin board?
It's a recipe for Boston stew. I printed it myself.
You printed it?
Sure. I got the idea when I heard Mr. Boynton say he was having dinner with Miss Enright tonight.
But, Walter, you don't know anything about Boston stew. What ingredients did you use in the recipe?
Believe me, Harriet, what I printed in this recipe would be banned in Boston.
Golly, it's not poisonous, is it?
Of course not. Just pleasantly sickening. Now, we better get out of here before old Enright comes in. Boy, this'll teach her to try and take up all Mr. Boynton's time just because Miss Brooks is busy working nights.
Miss Dugan! Oh, Miss Dugan! Oh, I guess everybody's gone home. Uh-oh. What's this on the bulletin board? Recipe for Boston stew. Now, that's what I call a coincidence. Come to Connie, baby. Mr. Boynton should be here soon, Mrs. Davis. How is the Boston stew coming along?
All right, Connie, but there's so many strange ingredients. I must have 15 things cooking in 4 different pots. How does it look to you?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Davis, it looks like the stuff they pulled the Big Mo out of. But it must be a good recipe, or it wouldn't have been tacked on the bulletin board. Now, then, did you saute the codfish balls in beef gravy and baste the frankfurters with molasses?
I did, Connie.
And did you stuff the olives with shredded wheat before frying them?
Yes. And now I'm just bringing the horseradish and turnip greens to a slow boil, Henry.
Good. And now we come to the main part of the recipe. Wait a minute, I'll read it for you. Under a low flame, gently stir codfish balls in shallow pan while adding 1 cup popcorn. Add bay leaves and wintergreen lifesavers. Then fold in 3 cups peanut brittle. Garnish with diced carrots and allow to simmer in 1 bottle of warm Coca-Cola.
Well, every man to his own taste, I suppose.
Oh, it was very nice of you to help me with this cooking, Mrs. Davis. But remember now, it's our secret.
Of course, dear. As far as Mr. Boynton is concerned, your loving hands alone prepared this masterpiece. Now, I'll just take my coat and be running along, Connie. I'm having dinner at my brother Victor's house.
You told me that before, Mrs. Davis. What time are you due at Victor's?
6 o'clock. What time is it now, Connie?
6:30.
Then I better hurry. I wouldn't want to be late. It's Victor's birthday today, you know.
You told me that before, too.
Really? I am getting absent-minded. Now, where did I put his present? Oh, here it is on the cupboard shelf. 6 nice golf balls. See?
Yes, they're very pretty. Wait a minute, Mrs. Davis. There are only 5 golf balls here.
Oh, that's all right. Victor never plays golf anyway. Well, I'll be going now, dear. Just let the Boston stew simmer for another few minutes and then turn off the gas.
I may not have to turn off the gas. This stuff looks strong enough to blow it out.
Oh, that must be Mr. Boynton now. I'll just slip out this back door and be on my way. Lots of luck with the dinner, dear.
Thanks again, Mrs. Davis. Wish your brother a happy birthday for me.
I will. Good night.
Good evening, Miss Brooks.
Welcome, Mr. Boynton. Let me put your umbrella in the closet.
This is Miss Enright.
Sorry. They both have the same type frame. Come in, I suppose.
Thank you, darling.
Give me your coat, Mr. Boynton. I'll hang it up for you.
Oh, thank you.
Here's my coat, dear.
Just throw it over that chair.
Your hospitality is overwhelming.
You see, Miss Brooks, I took the liberty of bringing Miss Enright along for dinner because we did have a prior date, and she didn't have anything else to do.
But what about...
Mr. Conklin? Well, fortunately, he phoned me about that typing assignment you arranged for me. But I told him that as much as I'd love to help him, I couldn't because of my sore finger.
What sore finger?
The one that got better as soon as I phoned Mr. Boynton. But now that we're here, I don't see why we can't have a fairly jolly dinner party.
Oh, I'll bet you've got a swell dinner ready. What's that I smell? Is it coming from the kitchen?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was running from the kitchen. Well, I guess I'll have to set another place at the table
Don't
now.
you lift a finger, darling. I'll set my own place and pitch right in like a good little sport. We girls have to stick together, you know.
I'm stuck with you, all right.
Well, I'm going into the kitchen, if I may, and help carry things out when they're ready.
All right, Mr. Boynton. Oh, I'll answer the door. You just go on back to the kitchen.
Oh, don't worry about me, Miss Brooks. I'm pretty handy around the house.
Yeah, the wrong house. Walter.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. I knew you were going to be all alone tonight, so I got permission from my folks to eat with you. Can I come in?
Why not? Although about my being
Oh,
alone...
I've got a story to tell you that'll really cheer you up.
I can use it. Come into the dining room, Walter. We're about ready to start.
Oh, swell. Of course, I've got a date with Harriet tonight, so I'll have to go right after dinner. But I want you to hear the rib I pulled this afternoon.
Well, if it isn't one of my favorite pupils, how are you, Walter?
Miss Enright, but I...
Well, didn't you expect me either? We're all being surprised tonight, aren't we?
Well, I put everything in this big platter, Miss Brooks. Oh, hello, Walter.
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. What are you doing here?
I was invited.
So was Walter. We're all invited. Now, let's sit down and get this over with. Start eating, shall we?
Fine, fine. I'll be the Papa Bear and do the serving. Well, here's yours, Miss Enright.
Thank you, I think.
Here's your dish, Miss Brooks.
Thank you.
Now you, Walter.
Oh, boy, I'm starved.
Well, Go on and eat, my boy. This is food that's fit for a king.
Yeah, I'll try one of these round things first. This is kind of slippery.
Look out, Walter. It's rolling off your plate.
Where'd it go?
I caught it on the fourth bounce. Here you are.
Say, this is a pretty strange kind of food. It says Spalding Crow Flight on it.
Spalding Crow Flight?
Don't give it another thought. Victor never plays golf anyway.
Just what kind of a dish is this, Miss Brooks?
Oh, can't you tell? This is Boston stew.
Well, sure, anybody knows that. You can tell at a glance that this is good old Boston stew.
So that's why the recipe wasn't on the bulletin board in the domestic science room. You took it, Miss Brooks.
Why not? First come, first served, I always say. Now, let's dig in, shall we?
But, Miss Brooks...
You better start eating, Walter. Remember what you told me. You've got to go right after dinner.
I know, but this isn't the way I want to go. Please, look, Miss Brooks, I got to talk to you privately for a minute. Come on into the kitchen. Hey, excuse us, folks.
Just continue eating, won't you? I'll be back as soon as I see what's wrong with Walter. What is it, Walter? What's the trouble?
That recipe for Boston stew. That didn't come from the domestic science teacher. I printed that myself.
You?
Sure. That was the rib I started to tell you about. I thought Mr. Boynton was going to have dinner with Miss Enright, so I wanted to fix her wagon. I just put down everything I could think of in that recipe.
Oh, this is terrible. I've got to stop them.
Yeah, you better. I'm going to take a powder out the back way. If Miss Enright finds out about this, she'll kill me.
And if she doesn't, it's my turn tomorrow. Listen, folks, don't touch the... Where's Miss Enright?
The strangest thing happened, Miss Brooks. She took one spoonful of the stew and got the most peculiar look on her face. And then she excused herself and ran out the front door. I don't know what got into her.
I do. Mr. Boynton, please...
She never acted that rudely before. I can't understand
Well, never
it.
mind that now. I hope you didn't taste that stew.
Taste it? Well, I've eaten 2 plates of it. Oh, it's delicious, Miss Brooks. Well, I feel warm all over. Just goes to prove the old saying, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Mr. Boynton, with 2 plates of that stew in there, the super chief couldn't get through.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Boynton was so grateful for the Boston stew, he could hardly wait till the dishes were finished before inviting me to a movie. But as we headed for the closet to get our coats, the front door opened and a familiar voice murmured,
"Halt!"
Mr. Conklin.
Oh, hello, Boynton. Well, Miss Brooks, since Miss Enright has a bruised finger tonight, I brought over this 30-page report, and I'm going to let you type it.
Thanks a million.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Conklin, we were planning to see a movie.
Well, you'll have to go alone, Boynton. This is business.
I'm awfully sorry, Miss Brooks. I'll go get my coat out of the closet.
All right, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Conklin, can't this typing be postponed?
I'm afraid not. This is so important, I even skipped my dinner so that we could buckle right down to work. By the way, While we're working, I could use a little snack. Do you have anything around that I could eat?
Eat?
Yes.
I have just the thing for you, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Boynton.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Stick around. I'll be with you in a minute.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gale Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Croft.
For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for a velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had, get big bath-size Palmolive soap.
At this time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company salutes the American Dental Association, sponsors of National Children's Dental Health Day tomorrow, February 6th. Colgate Dental Cream is proud to have contributed vital research in the fight against tooth decay. The American Dental Association recommends these 3 important steps in helping eliminate tooth decay. 1, regular visits to your dentist. 2, proper diet. 3, brush teeth immediately after eating. Colgate-Palmolive Peat joins America's 75,000 dentists in urging that you begin now to instruct your children in this important dental care. Help guarantee healthier, sounder citizens for the future.
Be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, by last week, the final examinations were all completed, and our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, felt that she was entitled to celebrate.
Accordingly, I granted Mr. Boynton the privilege of spending all Thursday afternoon and evening with me. In fact, I granted him the privilege about 20 minutes before he asked me. Friday morning at breakfast, my landlady inquired about the preceding night's revelry.
What did you do, Connie? Where did Mr. Boynton take you?
He took me to the zoo, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, my goodness, Connie. I know Mr. Boynton's conservative, but I thought he'd at least take you to some place where there's a little gaiety.
Oh, the zoo wasn't so bad. They get a pretty nice crowd. If you like orangutans.
Mr. Boynton doesn't spend much, does he, Connie?
He hasn't got much, Mrs. Davis. But there's one thing about my dates with him. I get home in time to get plenty of sleep. Last night it was only 10 o'clock when we said goodnight.
You didn't just say goodnight, did you?
Certainly not, Mrs. Davis. We shook hands first. Oh, it was so romantic, standing there in the moonlight with our fingers locked in a mad embrace.
It doesn't sound very romantic to me.
Oh, it was. Mr. Boynton got so carried away, he almost took off one of his gloves.
Well, I certainly wouldn't call this a whirlwind courtship, would you?
Frankly, Mrs. Davis, I've felt a stronger wind coming out of a flat bottle of club soda. But Mr. Boynton was in a very good mood yesterday. It seems he's in line for a professorship at State University.
Really?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the dean is going to interview him after school today. It'll mean a lot to Mr. Boynton if he gets the position. More money, prestige. Why, he'll even be able to settle down and get married to some nice girl.
What nice girl?
What's the difference as long as she's a refined, wholesome English teacher who lives with Mrs. Davis?
Well, I think you and Mr. Boynton should have been married long ago. Why don't you give him a hint once in a while?
Why, I'm surprised at you, Mrs. Davis. You ought to know I'm not that sort of a person. I was thinking of the poor souls who resort to trickery to get their men just last evening.
When, Connie?
Right after I steered Mr. Boynton into a Chinese restaurant, ordered a bowl of rice, and slipped the waiter a quarter to throw it at us.
I know you're joking, Connie, but believe me, a little mental suggestion wouldn't hurt.
That's Walter Denton. I'd better get my hat and coat. Be right with you, Walter. Will you get that phone, please, Mrs. Davis? I can't seem to find my hat.
Certainly, dear. Hello.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Boynton.
Oh, thanks, just the same, dear, but this is Mrs. Davis.
Oh.
Connie is rushing to get out of the house, but I'll call her if
Oh, don't disturb her, Mrs. Davis. I just wanted to tell her about the call I received from Dean Faraday of State U.
She's told me something about your expectations, Mr. Boynton, and I'm certainly thrilled over the news. We both are.
Oh, thank you. So am I. I'd do anything to get that position, Mrs. Davis. As a matter of fact, I had to resort to a bit of deception when I spoke to the dean a few minutes ago.
Deception?
Well, I live alone, as you know, and the dean made it quite clear to me that the board favors family men on their faculty. So I had to tell a little fib.
What did you say, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I told him I am a family man. I said I lived with Mrs. Boynton.
Mrs. Boynton?
Yes, my mother. Of course, Mom actually lives upstate with Dad, but, well, I figured a little white lie like that couldn't do much harm.
Oh, of course it can't, Mr. Boynton. I'll explain it all to Connie, and she'll see you at school later on.
Oh, fine, Mrs. Davis. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Be right with you, Walter. Well, Mrs. Davis, I'm off.
Oh, before you go, Connie, that was Mr. Boynton on the phone just now. He said he had to play a little trick on the dean when he called, because the dean prefers family men to bachelors.
What kind of a trick?
Mr. Boynton told him he lives with Mrs. Boynton.
Mrs. Boynton? But how could he say it? Coming, Walter.
Oh, but Connie, I haven't told you about
Mr. Boynton. If I don't get down to Walter's car, one of them will blow a gasket. So you see, Walter, Mr. Boynton may soon be going to State University to teach.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, all the way to State U? Why, that's over 20 blocks from Madison High.
Well, I don't think they'd move it any closer, Walter. Besides, he hasn't got the professorship yet. Although from what Mrs. Davis said, he's certainly anxious to get it. He even told the dean he was a family man. Said he lives with Mrs. Boynton.
His wife?
Naturally.
Boy, if Mr. Boynton told anybody he's married, he must really want that job. Now, according to my dad, faking your marital status is a pretty dangerous thing to do, though. He got into a jam once just by saying he was single.
Oh?
He said it to my mother. Yeah, 4 weeks later, they were married.
Serves him right.
Yeah, he got pretty sore at her for making him fall so head over heels in love when he couldn't really afford marriage. You see, at that time, he wasn't making any more money than you make as a school teacher.
Unemployed, eh? But, Walter, please don't mention this opportunity Mr. Boynton has until the deal is consummated. You know, Mr. Conklin might make things a bit unpleasant if he heard he was losing one of his best teachers.
Oh, I won't breathe a word of it to a soul, Miss Brooks. Of course, I'll have to tell Harriet.
Harriet Conklin? Walter, I know you're very fond of her, but she's the last person in the world to be entrusted with confidential information. She doesn't mean any harm, I'm sure, but... well, her class just named her Miss Town Crier of 1950. Or to put it another way, everything you tell Harriet goes in one ear and out her father.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Did Walter bring you down today?
Yes, Harriet, he did. He's out finding a place to park.
Oh, well, you know my girlfriend, Winona Sims, Miss Brooks. Her folks are back together again this morning, but last night they had an awful spat and her dad checked into his club, and I've been dying to see Walter to tell him the news.
Well, I
already told it to Stretch Snodgrass and Chester Burke and Dottie Guernsey in case they see Walter first. But if you happen to see Winona, please don't tell her I told you, Miss Brooks.
Why not?
It's a secret.
Now, that's what I call a secret with a high Hooper rating. Don't worry, Harriet. My lips are sealed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to stop in the lab and see Mr. Boynton before my class.
All right, Miss Brooks. See you in a little while.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. I'm glad you stopped by. Did Mrs. Davis say anything about the...
About your telling the dean you're living with Mrs. Boynton? Yes, I know everything, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, not quite everything, Miss Brooks. You see, Dr. Faraday called me back after I spoke with Mrs. Davis, and he said he wants to meet Mrs. Boynton. He's coming to my apartment after school today. Now I'm really in a spot.
Not if you carry your original deception a step farther and produce Mrs. Boynton for the dean.
Producer?
I am now applying for the job.
Surely you're not serious, Miss Brooks.
About you? I mean, I know how much this new position means to you, Mr. Boynton, and I'd like to help you out. Besides, what's wrong with me being Mrs. Boynton?
You? But that's ridiculous.
Thanks a million. What's ridiculous about it?
Well, you don't look the part. Dr. Faraday would expect to meet a much more, mature woman. Someone not only older in years, but more settled.
I'll settle.
No, thanks just the same. But wait a minute. Maybe makeup would do the trick.
Makeup?
Powder and stuff. Sure, a few streaks of white in your hair make you look real stately, and then I could tell the dean you're considerably older than you look.
Well, let's not rush into senility, Mr. Boynton. We can discuss the details after school.
Fine. And, Miss Brooks, I'd like to say that I think it's wonderful of you to get in there and pitch for me this way.
I've been pitching for a long time, Mr. Boynton. You just haven't been catching. I'd better get over to my room now. Goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
Goodbye, Mrs. Boynton.
Mrs. Boynton.
Shall I walk you over to your class?
Don't bother. I'll hop the first cloud heading east. Toodle.
Oops. Oh, sorry, Miss Brooks.
Harriet.
I just happened to be near this door tying my shoelace.
I see. Is that how you caught your earlobe in the keyhole?
Don't worry, Miss Brooks. All I overheard was...
Harriet, I don't like the tone of your... What did you hear?
It's a secret, Miss Brooks. See you in class.
Oh, great.
Oh, I thought I heard you talking, Miss Brooks. Or was there someone out here with you?
Only the house detective, Harriet Conklin. That's what delayed me.
Oh, I'm glad. I wanted to catch you.
Oh, well, here I am. Catch.
But I just thought of something, Miss Brooks. If you're to convince the dean that you're Mrs. Boynton, we'd better get your wedding ring. Now, I'll just measure your finger with this piece of string and get over to Miner's jewelry store after school.
Oh, don't spend too much on a ring, Mr. Boynton, after all.
Oh, Miner's a pretty good friend of mine. I'm sure he'll lend me the ring for just one day. Now, you won't back out, will you, Miss Brooks?
Of course not. I'll play Mrs. Boynton to the hilt, even though it will be rather a grueling job.
What do you mean, grueling? It's only for one day.
That's what I mean. I love the position, but the hours are so short.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth
and help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, my spirits were considerably buoyed up during the morning classes by the thought that I was to be Mrs. Boynton that very afternoon. I refused to dwell on the fact that by midnight I'd feel like queen for a day. And I just finished my lunch when Harriet Conklin joined me in the cafeteria and told me her father wanted to see me. It was obvious when I got to the principal's office that Mr. Conklin had received some kind of a report on my conversation in Mr. Boynton's lab, because he was much too jovial.
Ah, Miss Brooks, sit down, sit down.
Thanks.
Well, what's new with you? How's every little thing?
Just dandy, in a tiny sort of way.
Yes? Well, it seems to me that there's something in the air. Don't you agree?
It is getting a bit nippy out. Might even freeze up tonight. The radio advised the citrus growers to smudge.
I didn't ask you in here for a frost warning, Miss Brooks. I see something in your face that's never been there before. Your eyes are glowing, your cheeks are flushed. Tell me, what's the cause of it?
They had chili con carne in the cafeteria. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'd better... Well, there's the start of the next period. I'd better be running along now.
Very well, Miss Brooks. And thank you for a most delightfully cryptic few moments.
Good day, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, sorry, Miss Brooks.
Didn't you get that shoe tied yet? Never mind, Harriet. I'll see you in class later on.
Okay, Miss Brooks. Well, Daddy, did Miss Brooks let the cat out of the bag?
She didn't let an undernourished mouse out of the bag. But I'd swear there's something up.
Well, of course there is. I told you we called her Mrs. Boynton this morning. And I also heard him say they were meeting a doctor something or other in his apartment this afternoon.
A doctor, eh? Must be a minister. They're getting married this afternoon. Well, it's been some time coming. But this has been a very modest and sensible courtship between these two teachers. Kindness, consideration, and courtesy have all played their part. And now, at long last, she's nailed him.
Isn't it wonderful? And just think, Daddy, now that she's getting married, Miss Brooks can do what she always said she'd do. Quit her job and raise a family.
Ah, yes, motherhood. What greater boon to the American home than the pitter-patter of little... Quit her job! She can't do this to me. Why, do you realize how difficult it is to secure a competent teacher in the middle of a school year?
Well, sure, Daddy. But there's nothing anybody can do about it. After all, you can't interfere with Dan Cupid.
I can't, eh? Well, if Dan Cupid thinks he's going to rob me of an English teacher, I'll beat the bare little brute until he drops his quiver.
So if you'll go on ahead to my apartment, Miss Brooks, I'll pick up the wedding ring at Miner's store. You see, Dr. Faraday said he'd meet me right after school, and I wouldn't want him to wait out in the hall.
All right, Mr. Boynton, but what do I do with my hands until you come back and slip me the ring?
Well, couldn't you sort of fold them?
They'll be folded, all right. I'll be praying.
I'm sure it'll work, Miss Brooks. Now, just put plenty of powder in your hair and assume a dignified attitude. Now we'd better be going.
All right, I'll do it, Mr. Boynton. But why Mrs. Boynton has to be an octogenarian, I'll never know. Oh, well, see you in a little while, Mr. Boynton.
Very well, Miss Brooks. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, that's a relief. Even if I am a few minutes late, at least my mother will be there to greet Dr. Faraday.
Uh-oh. Here it comes, Connie. Be right there. I wish I knew more about the layout of this apartment. The front door must be one of these. Come in, Doctor. We've been... Oh, it's a closet. Welcome, Dr. Faraday, to our little nest.
Thank you, my dear. You, of course, would be Mrs. Boynton.
I sure would. That is, I am Mrs. Boynton. May I help you off with your coat, sir?
Well, thank you. Well, this certainly is a lovely apartment you folks have here. Now, how long have you been living in it?
About 3 years. Now, I'll just hang up your coat and we can have a nice chat until Philip comes home. He'll just be a few minutes.
Forgive my mentioning it, Mrs. Boynton, but you're hanging my coat in the bathroom.
Sorry. Since we had the apartment done over, I get rather confused. Here we are.
This is the kitchen.
Isn't it cute? While I'm here, suppose I make some lemonade for us.
But what about my coat?
Better take it with you. This apartment's pretty drafty. Why don't you just make yourself comfortable in the living room, if you run across it? I'll get some lemons out of the pantry, Dr. Faraday.
Very well, Mrs. Boynton. I'll go into the living room. Somebody at the front door. Shall I answer it? Shall I answer it? I guess Mother Boynton is busy. Well?
I locked myself out.
Let's postpone the lemonade, shall we? Why don't we just sit in the living room and have a little talk?
You lead and I shall follow.
Here we are. You'll take this rocker, I presume?
I wouldn't be without it. You sit here on the sofa, Doctor.
Fine. You know, Mrs. Boynton, when I first made known my need for a biology professor at State U, Philip Boynton was most highly recommended by our board of directors. You can be very proud of him indeed.
Oh, I am. I've been proud of Philip ever since the day we met.
The day you met?
I'll never forget it. It was on a bus.
A bus?
Yes, he got up and gave me his seat.
He gave you his...
He was getting off at the next block anyway. You see, he was going to visit his father, who happened to be in the hospital at the time.
His father was in the hospital? I know things were different in those days, but I don't recall them as being that different.
The next time I saw Philip was 2 weeks later. He'd just been made a lieutenant in the Air Corps. He looked so cute. Of course, some of the enlisted men said he wasn't dry behind the ears yet.
They might have had something there. Mrs. Boynton, I'm happy to see you've got such a keen sense of humor. In times like these...
Well, hello, Dr. Faraday.
Oh, hello, Boynton.
Philip, darling, let me take your hat.
No, don't you move, dear. Just stay right there on your rocker.
Oh, such devotion. You know, I like that in a man, Boynton. I like the way you look at her.
Oh, she's still my sweetheart.
She's a fine woman.
She's the salt of the earth.
The cream of the crop.
She's all wool and a yard wide.
Only from Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll go fix some lemonade.
Oh, certainly, dear. That'd be very nice.
Well, Mr. Boynton, your mother and I have been getting along famously.
Oh, she's a great old gal.
Yes, indeed. Sit down, my boy. I'd like to ask you a few questions before I make my final recommendation for your appointment to State U. Now, for instance, do you have any plans for leaving your present state of bachelorhood?
Well, not immediately, sir. You know how it is with school teachers. They mostly meet other school teachers, and, well, we just can't afford each other. But someday, when I've advanced a bit in salary, I do hope to get married.
Well, sounds like you've already selected a candidate. Tell me about her, son.
Well, we met on a bus.
A bus?
Yes, sir. I got up and gave her my seat. I was getting off at the next block anyway. You see, my father was in the hospital at the time.
You know, this sounds very familiar.
Here we are, fresh lemonade coming up. One for you, Doctor, and here's your glass, Philip.
Oh, thank you. Nobody makes better lemonade than you do.
Yeah, it is good. You know, Mrs. Boynton, I simply can't get over your youthful appearance.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not being presumptuous, I trust, but would you mind telling me how old you were when Philip came into the world?
Well, as a matter of fact, he came in before I did. Something wrong? wrong with your lemonade, Philip?
It's too sweet. Would you please come into the kitchen with me for a moment?
Surely, but...
Please excuse us, Dr. Faraday. We'll be right back.
Yeah, of course.
Miss Brooks, this is no time for kidding. You've got to act much older in front of the dean, 10 or 20 years older.
But, Mr. Boynton, that would make me old enough to be your mother.
Of course, he thinks you are my mother. Now, here's the ring and...
How does that go again? I thought I was supposed to be Mrs. Boynton, your wife.
My wife? That's ridiculous. Now, I explained it all to Mrs. Davis on the phone.
I don't care what you explained. My father didn't raise his daughter to be your mother.
Miss Brooks, you wouldn't want to wreck my chances for a professorship now, would you?
No, Mr. Boynton, I wouldn't. But I'm going to make as hasty and gracious an exit as I possibly can. Oh, Dr. Faraday, I just remembered a rather pressing engagement. Will you excuse me?
Oh, certainly, my dear. I hope we'll meet soon again.
Thank you. Goodbye, Philip.
Goodbye.
Oh, come now. Don't be embarrassed in front of me. Go ahead. Kiss her goodbye.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
You heard what the man said. Come on over here and kiss your dear old ever-loving mammy this minute.
No. Oh, wait a minute, Ma. Shucks, I really shouldn't. Well, gee, Ma, I don't want to.
Come here, baby. Junior. From now on, I buy your clothes in the men's department. Well, goodbye again.
Goodbye, Mrs. Boynton, and may I say it's been very pleasant indeed.
You're not just rattling your sheepskin, Dean.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Dumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I started to leave Mr. Boynton's apartment, but as I opened the door...
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin.
What have you done to yourself? You look so much older.
I've aged 10 years since I opened this door.
Well, come on, let's join the others. I hope I'm not too late.
But, Mr. Conklin,
Good afternoon, Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Conklin.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your guest?
Of course. Dr. Faraday, may I present our principal, Mr. Conklin?
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Doctor? Well, have you made it official yet?
Not quite, Mr. Conklin. We thought maybe we'd try it out for a while first.
What? You mean they're not married?
Mr. Boynton rarely marries his mother. Look, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just come into the next room...
Nothing. I came here to prevent this thing, and I'm glad I'm on time.
But, Mr. Conklin, surely you wouldn't stand in the way of a teacher's advancement.
Normally, no. But in this case, I'm forced to admit, albeit grudgingly, that she would be very hard to replace.
She?
She?
I told you didn't have enough makeup on, dearie.
Miss Brooks, please.
Miss Brooks? I don't know quite what's going on here, but I am convinced of one thing. State University will have to look further for a new biology professor.
But, Dr. Faraday...
I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. Good day.
Well, I know I've put my foot into something, but I wish someone would tell me what it was.
Oh, it doesn't matter now, Mr. Conklin. The dean would have discovered the truth sooner or later.
Dean? You mean that man was Dean Faraday of State University?
Well, certainly.
But I must have sounded like a blithering idiot.
It's been a long time since I heard a better blither.
I'd better catch up to him and explain. Then I'll come back here and you can explain. I'll talk to you later on, Boynton.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, forget it, Miss Brooks. It was wonderful of you to even try to act as my mother. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, that's easy, Mr. Boynton.
How?
Climb upon my knees, sonny boy.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. If you enjoyed this program, you'll also enjoy Teacher's Pet, a feature story on Eve Arden and Our Miss Brooks in the February issue of Liberty Magazine, now on the newsstands. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the nation's teachers took advantage of their Easter vacation in various ways. Some just lolled around the house, others played tennis or golf, and still others took the opportunity to go hunting or fishing. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, spent most of her time trapping.
But no matter what kind of bait I used, Mr. Boynton refused to fall into the trap. I was discussing the bashful biologist with my landlady at breakfast last Friday morning. It's not that Mr. Boynton isn't fond of me, Mrs. Davis. This past week has proven that he is.
In what way, Connie?
Well, during the regular school term, Mr. Boynton has asked me for exactly 1 date a week, right?
Right.
And where did he take me on each and every one of those dates? To the zoo, right?
Right.
But in the past 4 days alone, he's taken me out on 3 dates.
And where did he take you?
If I see one more hyena, I'll laugh in his face. Of course, you can't really blame a scientist for being so interested in animal life, but there must be some way we can get him conditioned to people.
There's still only one foolproof way to attract a mate, Connie, and that's the old-fashioned down-to-earth method, practiced by women throughout the ages.
Mrs. Davis, you mean...
Exactly. Cook him a good hot meal. That'll make him perk up his ears and eyes.
He'll either perk up his ears or turn up his toes. You know what kind of a cook I am, Mrs. Davis.
I'll do the actual cooking, Connie. All you have to do is invite him.
Well, he said he'd phone me this morning. Maybe I can ask him over for lunch.
Splendid. What time did he say he'd call?
At 9:30. And you know how punctual he is.
Yes, indeed. You can set your watch by Mr. Boynton. What time is it now, Connie?
Let's see. Well, that's funny. It's just 9:30 now. I guess Mr. Boynton overslept. I'll get it. Hello?
Sorry I'm late, Miss Brooks.
Oh, you're not very late, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'm afraid it's past 9:31, and I said I'd call at 9:30.
Well, that's all right. I whiled away the time by whipping up a pot roast.
Miss Brooks, in all the years we've known each other, we've never shared in any one big venture together.
Aren't you forgetting your gasoline bill?
No, I'm serious, Miss Brooks. I'm not much of a boy for these kind of speeches, but, well, I feel that the time has come for me to take a step that might well be the turning point in my life.
Why, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks, I've got a proposal to make to you.
I do. I mean, go ahead, Mr. Boynton.
What I'm suggesting is a partnership. A partnership founded on mutual regard, integrity, and a simple handshake.
My hand's shaking already.
Naturally, I'd like you to keep this proposition a secret until we work out all the details.
Naturally.
And I don't like to talk about a thing like this on the phone. Would it be possible for you to have lunch with me today?
Possible. It's positively probable. What time and where, Mr. Boynton?
Well, you mentioned a pot roast, I believe.
Oh, of course. We'll have lunch right here. How about 12 o'clock?
I'll be there, Miss Brooks. And somehow I have the feeling that this might lead to pretty big things.
If they take after us, they should be. Well, goodbye, Mr. Boynton, dear.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks. Likewise.
Mrs. Davis, it was Mr. Boynton, and he's coming over to lunch.
Good.
We still have most of that pot roast you made for last night's dinner, haven't we?
Certainly, dear. All you'll have to figure out is what to put around the roast.
How about Mr. Boynton and me? Oh, you mean like vegetables and things?
Yes. And you'll want a nice dessert, too. Why don't you stop in at the drugstore and get one of their ice cream cakes?
All right, I'll leave in a few minutes.
And while you're in the drugstore, I wish you'd pick up a couple of batteries for my flashlight. And, oh, yes, I needed a new garden hose, too.
Which drugstore do you have in mind? The one that sells used cars?
No, the one on Elm Street. You know, where my brother Victor got those pretty doe-skin slacks. Of course, the flashlight batteries are only sold in the electronics department. That's in the rear.
I know. Just before you come to the psychiatrist's office. I wonder whatever happened to the old-fashioned drugstores. The kind that used to sell peroxide and Blue Jay corn plasters and Hammond organs.
There. The table's all set for lunch, Connie. What time did Mr. Boynton say he was coming?
12 o'clock, Mrs. Davis.
What time is it now?
It's about as 12 o'clock as it'll ever get. But before I let Mr. Boynton in, Mrs. Davis, I'd like to ask a favor of you.
What is it, Connie?
Well, so far it's a big secret, but Mr. Boynton has something very important to say to me today, and I'd appreciate it if you'd, well, just sort of make yourself scarce while he's here.
Oh, I get you, Connie. Don't worry about a thing. I'll do it very tactfully.
Be right with you.
Hi. I hope I haven't kept you waiting, Miss Brooks.
It's only been 4 years. Oh, you mean for lunch? Oh, not at all. Come on in, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Davis. How are you?
Oh, I can't complain. How's the weather out today?
Well, I should say that the temperature's about 68 with a relative humidity about 20. However, barometric pressure indicates a warm front moving in from the southeast, which would elevate the thermometer considerably.
Roger, Wilco, over and out.
I'd like to stay and chat with you for a while, Mr. Boynton, but I've got to rush right into my room.
What's your hurry, Mrs. Davis?
It's the only way I can think of to make myself scarce. Now, you be a good boy, Mr. Boynton. Connie, if you need me, just yell.
I should live so long. See you later, Mrs. Davis.
Miss Brooks, before we sit down to lunch, I'd like to clarify some of the remarks I made to you on the telephone. You see, I got the feeling at times that you didn't quite comprehend the nature of this deal.
Deal?
Yes, it's a real estate deal. My Uncle Harry over in Florence has given me the opportunity to pick up the option on a couple of choice lots. I'm letting you in on the ground floor, Miss Brooks.
I couldn't feel any lower if you let me in the basement. What am I supposed to do with a couple of lots?
Oh, they're not just any lots, Miss Brooks. They're a wonderful buy. My uncle says they should triple in value in a few months, and he ought to know. He's Justice of the Peace in Florence. Knows everybody in town.
Your uncle is Justice of the Peace?
Well, yes, he has been for years.
Well, it's a good thing he doesn't depend on you to throw business his way. But how come you never mentioned your Uncle Harry before?
Oh, I don't know. I never thought of it, I guess. He's always been after me to get married and settle down. Peculiar old codger.
Careful, Mr. Boynton. You're speaking of the uncle I love.
Well, the nicest part of this option is we won't have to put up much cash to secure it.
When can we take a look at these prospective oil fields?
Well, I thought we'd drive out right after lunch. It's not very far.
Oh, fine. Now let's sit down, Mr. Boynton. We'll have a nice, cozy lunch. Just you and me. And the doorbell makes 3. Excuse me. Well, it's Walter Denton.
Greetings, most revered and hallowed instructor.
Well, thanks, Walter, but what brings you to your ivy-covered old teacher during vacation?
Well, I was just cruising around the neighborhood, and I thought you might want to lift somewhere.
Oh, that was very thoughtful, but I've got company, Walter.
Company? Who? Oh, it's Mr. Boynton. Hiya, Mr. Boynton.
Hi, Walter.
We were about to have our lunch.
Lunch? Oh, gee, that's embarrassing, Miss Brooks. My barging in on you like this, I mean. I hardly know what to say.
Have you thought of goodbye, Miss Brooks?
Gosh, something smells awfully good.
Haven't you eaten your lunch yet?
No, I haven't, Miss Brooks.
Then don't let me keep you.
Now I know what that delicious smell is. It's pot roast. Mm-hmm. Miss Brooks, would you mind terribly if I... Well, that is, could I...
Of course, Walter. Go right ahead and take another sniff before you leave.
Oh, well, I'll just say goodbye to Mr. Boynton first. Guess I'll be running along now, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, what's your hurry, Walter?
Oh, Walter has any number of pressing things to do, haven't you?
No, ma'am. No, I haven't got a thing to do. Smell that gravy. I'm starved.
Well, as long as Walter's so hungry, Miss Brooks, maybe you ought to give him a bite.
I'll be glad to. Stick out your arm, Walter. I mean, let's all sit down.
Oh, man, that's what I call a meal. I sure enjoyed it, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm glad, Mr. Boynton.
How did you like it, Walter?
He's still liking it. You said a mouthful that time. Well, we'd better get going, Mr. Boynton. If you'll excuse me a moment, I'll say goodbye to Mrs. Davis.
Certainly.
Come in.
I just wanted to say goodbye, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, well, have a nice time, dear. Oh, before you go, I forgot to tell you that while you were shopping, Mr. Conklin called. He said he wanted to talk to you about something this afternoon.
This afternoon? But I'm going to be busy. I'm going over to Florence with Mr. Boynton.
I tell you what, Connie, just leave a phone number where I can reach you. And if Mr. Conklin sounds too terribly urgent the next time he calls, I'll let you know.
All right, Mrs. Davis. And when you go into the dinette, don't be alarmed if you see a tall boy with a slightly purple face. It's Walter Denton.
Walter Denton? What's he doing here?
The last time I saw him, he was eating the string around the pot roast.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What cleans your teeth?
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What cleans your teeth?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Yes, the Colgate way is the most thoroughly proved and accepted home method of oral hygiene known today. Over 2 years' research showed brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. The Colgate way stopped tooth decay best.
No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, offers such conclusive proof. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest.
So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath
What a toothpaste.
while it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, before she and Mr. Boynton left for the community of Florence, Miss Brooks jotted down his Uncle Harry's phone number and left it on Mrs. Davis's telephone stand. About an hour later, Walter Denton arose from the living room couch, stretched, yawned, and spoke.
Oh, nothing like a good meal and a nice nap. Miss Brooks and Mr. Boynton took off, huh?
Quite a while ago. But while you were sleeping, Mr. Conklin called and said he had some important reports that he wanted Miss Brooks to get out by tonight.
Well, where'd she go?
She didn't say. She just left this phone number. But I've misplaced my glasses again. Will you dial it for me?
Oh, sure, Mrs. Davis. Abba-dabba-dabba-dabba. Funny, I can never remember the rest of those words.
Hello, Justice Henderson speaking.
Who?
Justice of the Peace Henderson.
I must have the wrong number. Is this Florence 2164?
That's right.
Well, is Miss Brooks or Mr. Boynton there?
Oh, no, indeed, they were here, but as soon as they signed the necessary papers, they took off like a couple of kids.
Papers? You mean they...
Oh, they sure are. They're hooked up now.
Well, I'll be. Thanks, Your Justiceship. Thanks a lot.
Who were you talking to, Walter?
To a Justice of the Peace, Mrs. Davis. Our little Miss Brooks is a married woman.
What? Well, she never mentioned a word to me. Surely she... Well, she must have a very good reason for keeping this marriage a secret. Now, I know I can depend on you to keep whatever you suspect to yourself, Walter.
As one of Miss Brooks' most trusted confidants, I can do no less, Mrs. Davis. Rest assured that this secret is ours and ours alone. Let's see now. What's Harriet Conklin's phone number again?
Oh, 76, 77. Here we are, 78 and 79. These are the lots we've optioned, Miss Brooks. How do you like them?
I can't see them under all that mud.
It must have rained out here last night. But this property's going to be very valuable someday. All it needs is a few improvements.
You mean like replacing the swamp with a dirt road?
I know you're jesting, Miss Brooks. Oh, it's beautiful out here. Just take a breath of that air. It's enough to make a person burst into song.
I know just how you feel. Bum, 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 Chloe!
Please, Miss Brooks. Please, these happen to be two of the choicest lots in this part of the country.
I know, but what country is this?
My Uncle Harry wouldn't give us a wrong steer, Miss Brooks. This may be the start of a very lucrative sideline. After we sell this property at a profit, there's no telling how far we can go.
Unless we pick up a couple of lots on Mars, this is about as far as anybody can go.
Oh, it isn't that bad. Well, I guess we better start back now.
Just how far is it to civilization, Mr. Boynton?
I don't know the exact mileage, but we're not too far from home. Now, don't worry, I'll get you back all right.
Oh, I'm not worried, Mr. Boynton. But just to be on the safe side, let's get some directions from that bear over there.
Daddy! Oh, Daddy, where are you?
I'm lying down on the living room couch, Harriet. You have my permission to approach me.
There was a phone call while you were napping, Daddy.
Yes, I heard it vaguely, but I dozed off again while you were speaking. Was it Miss Brooks answering my previous call?
No, Daddy, it was Walter. Golly, I don't like to violate a confidence, but you are my father, and you also happen to be the principal of my high school. Of course,
Harriet, this is vacation time for me. When your dear mother left the house this morning to visit your dear Granny, I rather looked forward to this as a day which would be singularly free from yatata. So if you cannot control this impulse to jabber at me, please...
But it's not jabber, Daddy. Oh, wait till you hear this news.
Please, child. Must you make all your remarks sound like a bulletin which will send me leaping into the air as if a couch spring had erupted beneath me?
I'm sorry, Daddy. It's just that Miss Brooks has eloped.
So she's eloped. During her vacation period, every teacher is entitled to do whatever he or she... Miss Brooks has eloped! I must be calm. I must remember my blood pressure. So she's done it. The one woman on the entire faculty I could have sworn was elope-proof.
Oh, Daddy, you shouldn't be so upset. After all, it isn't a tragedy.
Oh, it isn't, eh? Do you think you find capable English teachers on trees?
No, Daddy.
Although at the moment I wouldn't mind seeing this one dangling from a tree. Well, don't stand there gaping, girl. It's almost 5:30. We've got to go over to Mrs. Davis's place and get to the bottom of this.
But what can we do, Daddy? By now, they're probably on their honeymoon.
That's where you're wrong, Harriet. Mr. Boynton couldn't possibly start on his honeymoon today.
Why not?
The zoo closes at 5 sharp.
It's getting pretty dark, Mr. Boynton. We'll have to hurry if we're to be home in time for dinner.
Oh, I'm not planning on getting back for dinner, Miss Brooks. After the splendid lunch you prepared for me at noon, I thought it only fair to reciprocate.
You mean we're going to a restaurant?
Not exactly. I thought we'd eat on the road.
Aren't you afraid of being hit by passing cars?
There are lots of nice little roadside places, Miss Brooks. After all, it isn't the food that's important. It's the fun of having it together.
You're so right, Mr. Boynton. And being treated to dinner is even more fun.
Of course, after that lunch we had, it'll be difficult to eat very much more.
Oh, I don't know. I could find room.
Just think, we had pot roast, potatoes, lima beans, salad, rice pudding, and milk.
But that was 6 hours ago.
I know, but when people get past their 20s, Miss Brooks, much of their caloric intake turns to nothing but flabby blubber, and if there's one thing that makes a woman attractive to me, it's a nice, slim figure.
Mr. Boynton.
Yes?
Pass me a toothpick and keep on driving.
Almost 7 o'clock, and still no word from Connie. It isn't like her to do things like this.
Get married, you mean?
Please, Walter, this is no laughing matter.
Just think, Mr. Conklin. Only 6 hours ago, I had lunch with them.
What? Then you must have been the last person to see them alive. Single. Of course, outside of that alleged justice of the peace you spoke to, there's no real proof that they're married.
Well, golly, Daddy, what more proof do you want?
Tell me, Denton, when you saw them at lunch, how did they act? How did they look?
Same way they always do. Miss Brooks didn't take her eyes off Mr. Boynton's face, and Mr. Boynton didn't take his eyes off his plate.
Oh, that's the front door. I'll go.
Oh, and me too.
So will I.
Harriet, stand where you are. We'll wait in here.
Connie.
And Mr. Boynton, come on in.
Hi, folks.
Connie, you bad girl. You should have let me know. At least I could have had some rice ready to toss at you.
Well, thanks just the same, Mrs. Davis. But when you get past 20, rice just turns to blubber.
Congratulations, Mr. Boynton. And you too, Miss Brooks. Miss Brooks. Oh, gosh, I guess I'll always think of you as Miss Brooks. You don't mind, do you?
Mine? What should you think of me as? Casey Stengel?
Still in there pitching. But what you've done has made most of us very happy. Now, I, for one, am looking forward to the day when you invite me out to your new place.
Well, you can come out anytime, Walter.
Sure, we'll sit around and make mud pies.
You've got more company in the living room, Connie. Come on in.
Oh? Well, Mr. Conklin and Harriet.
Best of everything, folks.
Thanks, Harriet.
I cannot share my daughter's enthusiasm for this affair. I'm deeply chagrined at not being notified.
Well, you see, sir, my uncle didn't want too many people to know about it.
Your uncle? What has he got to do with anything?
Oh, he was responsible for the whole deal. He's the justice of the peace in Florence.
But as principal of Madison High, I am entitled
If
to know
I may
something.
say so, Mr. Conklin, I don't think it should concern anyone at school if I want to go out and pick up a piece of property.
What a strange way to put it. But it does concern Madison. I have a right to know whether or not we're losing our English teacher.
Losing me? But, Mr. Conklin, I'm nowhere near financial independence yet. I've got to continue my teaching. Don't forget, this is only my first venture.
Your first venture?
Well, certainly. If this one works out, she may take a crack at 4 or 5 others.
What?
Well, why not? After all, Mr. Boynton's uncle can probably put me next to plenty of good things.
Well, I'm nervous. Harriet, Walter, leave the room at once. You're too young for this sort of conversation.
We've aged considerably in the last few minutes.
I can't understand you, Connie, taking your marriage so lightly.
My marriage?
Her marriage?
Didn't you two get married this afternoon?
Miss Brooks and me get married this afternoon? What? Heavens, no. Can you imagine anything like that, Miss Brooks?
Constantly.
But if you're not married, why did Walter tell Harriet that you
I
were...
only told Harriet what Justice Henderson told me, that they signed the papers and were hooked up.
Oh, now I understand. When Uncle Harry told you we were hooked up, you thought we were married.
Well, sure, wouldn't you?
Oh, but the whole thing was just a real estate deal. Miss Brooks and I bought some lots together.
Lots? Well, this is rich.
What a mix-up.
It's a scream.
This entire affair is nothing but a comedy of errors. As a student of Shakespeare, don't you agree, Miss Brooks?
As a student of the Kefauver Committee, I refuse to answer on the grounds that it may tend to incriminate me.
Eve Arden returns in just a moment, but first...
You'll get smoother, more comfortable shaves by shaving the Palmolive brushless way. Yes, smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way.
Hey, that's a fact, men. You can get smoother, yes, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless shaving cream way. Just rub velvet smooth Palmolive brushless into your beard. You'll find it wilts the toughest whiskers, actually protects your skin by providing a soft film that floats your razor's cutting edge. Remember, over 1,200 men tested the Palmolive brushless shaving cream way following directions on the package. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 out of 4 reported beards easier to cut, less razor pull, smoother, more comfortable, yes, more comfortable shaves. So men, try the Palmolive brushless way yourself. Even in cold or hard water, you get a close, clean shave. And a smoother, more comfortable, yes, a more comfortable shave.
You'll get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way.
Next time you shave, try the Palmolive brushless shaving cream way.
Now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
In the event of enemy attack, who would be the first to rush to the aid of the stricken? Who is always first in any disaster? The Red Cross. Because of the present national emergency, the Red Cross must mobilize for defense at once. To do it, they need your help. A contribution to this outstanding organization is a contribution to the comfort and aid of your loved ones and yourself in time of any emergency. So give generously. The need is great.
This is Burns Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Arthur Alsberg, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gale Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Paul McVeigh. Ladies and gentlemen, we take pride in announcing that Eve Arden has been named radio's most outstanding female personality by the Southern California Society of Radio and Television Editors.
Thank you very much.
To this. With Marvelous Vel, V-E-L, you can save 90% of dishwashing work.
A quick soak in Vel Suds gets dishes and glassware shiny clean. Even if a bit of food should cling, a touch with a dishcloth gets rid of it fast.
Yes, Vel's activated suds lift off and carry away food and grease. So all dishes need is a quick rinse, and they dry sparkling without washing or wiping.
All pots and pans need is a soaking with Vel Suds. Then you can wash them shiny clean without hard scouring.
What's more, Vel is a miracle of mildness. So get new Vel. Save 90% of dishwashing work.
If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, most school teachers have to get up around 7 in the morning. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, received a call last Thursday night from her principal, Osgood Conklin.
And as usual, Mr. Conklin had an extremely cheerful bulletin for me. I was to be in his office for a meeting on the following day at 7:30. Friday morning, therefore, found me sitting down to breakfast with my landlady at 6:30 a.m.
Oh, Connie.
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
Isn't it terribly early to be up and around? I wondered if you're as sleepy as I am. Connie, I said I wonder if you're as sleepy as I am. Connie, wake up.
What's the matter? Who came in?
I didn't mean to upset you, dear. It's just that your head was slowly falling into your plate.
Oh. That would have made a nice headline. Teacher found face down in bowl of oatmeal.
How did you know that was oatmeal? I wanted to surprise you. That's why I covered it with cream and sugar. Why, I even sprayed a half bottle of sweet air on it so you couldn't tell by the smell.
Yum, yum, just the way I like it.
What's this meeting in Mr. Conklin's office about, Connie?
Well, as far as I could gather on the phone, Mr. Conklin found out that the mayor of our fair city is going to the opening of the Civic Symphony Orchestra season in the park today and will be driving past Madison with his entire entourage.
But what has that got to do with you?
Our beloved principal has decided that we ought to think up some stunt that might impress his honor. His suggestion was that students and faculty members all line up on the school steps.
Well, that isn't a very original plan, is it?
That's what I thought. I have a much more spectacular one.
What's yours, Connie?
Well, when the man should be found sitting on top of our 75-foot flagpole.
That does sound spectacular. But where would all the teachers and students be?
Where else? Shaking the pole.
The
meeting is called to order. I will now call the roll of this committee. First, Miss Brooks. I said Miss Brooks. Wake up, sleepyhead. Miss Brooks! I'm taking the roll.
Well, go ahead. I've had breakfast. Here, sir. Wide awake and raring to go. Yes, sir.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and mark you present, Miss Brooks. Next, the chairman of our entertainment committee, Mr. Philip Boynton.
Oh, here, Mr. Conklin.
Next, the editor of our school paper, invited to this meeting through the insistence of his class president, Harriet Conklin. Walter Denton.
Present, almighty ruler of Madison's destiny, should you decree that I am to contribute my meager wisdom to this august body, you have but to say the word, and I shall make available my every resource. Tap the well springs of hither...
Oh, Briar! Now, to proceed with the business at hand.
You didn't call my name, Daddy. I'm here.
That goes without saying, my child. Now then, as you know, Mayor Duff and sundry other city officials will pass Madison High at approximately 2:30 this afternoon. Our problem is to show them that we at Madison are civic-minded and proud of their proximity. Any suggestions?
I have one. Why don't we have the gym team line up on the campus, and as the mayor drives past, they could start a series of flip-flops.
The gym team? No, it doesn't tweak me. Not arresting enough.
I could put on my bathing suit and do some handsprings with them.
Please, Miss Brooks. I want something that will make His Honor sit up and take notice.
You didn't let me finish, Mr. Conklin. After my last handspring, I'd hurl myself under his car.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. Anyone else have any lucid thoughts on the subject?
Well, I have the tiniest glimmer of a germ of an idea, Mr. Conklin.
Fine, Denton. Boil it down to a half hour and let's have it.
Well, I don't think Mayor Duff will really appreciate anything we try to do if he's just driving by. What we should do is make him stop and get out of his car.
And how do you propose to accomplish this feat?
Easy. Roadblock. Then, when his car is stopped, we simply yank open his door, and then one of us can reach in and grab him by... I have another idea that might be better.
You've had your quota, Denton. Sit down.
I've got a super idea, Daddy. Why don't we all line up on the campus, and then when the mayor's car approaches, you and Miss Brooks can join hands and lead us in a monster square dance.
And to think that for lo, these 16 years I've showered naught but love upon you.
But Daddy...
Down, girl. As is my wont, I shall have to put forth the only feasible plan. I want the entire student body and faculty to assemble at 2:20 this afternoon under the flagpole. When the mayor's car draws nigh, our entire school band will step to the curb and strike up a stirring melody.
Well, frankly, Mr. Conklin, I think Miss Brooks' idea to have a gymnastic exhibition is much more colorful than just having the band play.
Oh, you do. Well, this meeting is still governed by democratic procedure, Denton. We'll simply put it to a vote. All in favor of Miss Brooks' idea, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. All in favor of my idea, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
My idea is unanimously carried.
That was the closest election since Alf Landon.
Meeting's adjourned.
If you say so, Daddy.
Good day, sir.
Bye, Daddy.
Yeah, bye. Oh, before you go, Miss Brooks, I would like to remind you that Mayor Duff has quite a reputation as a music lover. And if our band is going to salute him, their musical instruments must be in perfect condition.
Yes, sir.
You will assign someone in your class to see that each instrument is cleaned and polished until it's gleaming. That's all, Miss Brooks. Dismissed.
Yes, sir. Come on, Walter.
Oh, farewell, Mr. Conklin. And should you ever again be in need of an unbiased opinion from the editor of the Madison Monitor, please feel free to...
Dismissed! Well, let's see now. Now, who can I get to polish these instruments? Any volunteers in my immediate vicinity?
Well, I'd like to help you out, Miss Brooks, but frankly, I got a little history homework to do in my first class.
History homework? But your first class is English.
Yeah, I know, but when I sit behind Stretch Snodgrass with my English book propped up and the history notes underneath it, well, my English teacher would have to be a cock-eyed wonder to be able to tell whether I was, hey, you're my English teacher.
Yes, I am, more's the pity. But you've given me an idea, Walter. Stretch Snodgrass could probably do a very good job on those instruments.
But isn't Stretch a little behind in his work?
Oh, I don't know. Just a few terms, maybe. He did a very good job of washing my windows last month. And even if he isn't a mental giant, at least he's industrious.
And even if he isn't industrious, at least he's adjacent. That's Stretch taking a drink at the water fountain.
Oh, good. I'll talk to him right now. You go on into class, Walter. You'll need a little time to set up your history notes.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Well, good morning, Stretch.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. Getting ready to smarten up all our little brains?
Sort of, Stretch. But you can have a little holiday from studying if you'll do something else for me this morning.
Well, sure, Miss Brooks. What does this other job entail?
It entails cleaning up all the musical instruments so the school band will make a nice, shiny appearance this afternoon. Mr. Conklin wants the job done in a hurry.
Well, sure, Miss Brooks. I'd be happy to help out. I've been studying pretty hard lately anyway. My girlfriend, Susie Prentice, helped me with my homework last night. Boy, she's a whiz at English.
Yes, I know. She's the first person named Prentice I ever met who spells her name with 3 S's.
Yeah, Susie's different, all right. She sure learned me plenty about our mother's tongues.
Well, that should come in very handy if you're going to open a delicatessen. But, Stretch, if you'll take the instruments down to the basement for a good cleaning, I'll pick them up during lunch hour.
You better not wait till lunch hour, Miss Brooks. You see, between 12 and 1, I got to take care of Mr. Fisher's pawn shop across the street so that he can go out and grab a bite. You better come down right after your first class.
All right, Stretch. But what's this about the pawn shop? I thought you worked in your father's pet store.
Oh, Dad and I had a little run-in. He said I wasn't worth the money he was giving me, and I said I was.
What was he giving you?
80 cents a week. Anyway, he said until I could prove I could earn some money someplace else, I was on prohibition.
Prohibition?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I better get those instruments now.
You do that, and thank you, Andrew Volstead.
Well, here they are, Miss Brooks, all cleaned up.
Oh, let's see. Stretch. These drum heads are all warped and split. And look at this slide trombone. Doesn't even slide. And these trumpets are all rusty.
Rusty?
Stretch, how did you clean these instruments?
Well, the same way I clean the windows, Miss Brooks. Soap and water.
Soap and water?
Sure. I just dumped all them instruments in this big tub and scrubbed like mad. Then I hung them over this electric heater till they was dry. Here, feel this saxophone, Miss Brooks. It's good and dry, ain't it?
Dry, yes, but good it ain't.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, I didn't know quite how to break the news about the instruments to Mr. Conklin. For while he had been very fond of Shep Fields and his rippling rhythm, I wasn't quite sure how he'd react to Stretch Snodgrass and his soggy symphony. When lunch period arrived, I determined to share my dilemma with Mr. Boynton for two very good reasons. One, if we could just put our heads together for a few minutes, I felt the problem would be solved. And two, if we could just put our heads together, I didn't care whether the problem was solved or not. On my way to the biology lab, however, I was intercepted by Stretch's girlfriend, Susie Prentice, a cute little redhead with a baby face and a brain to match.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but if it isn't too discommoding, could I commune with you for a jiffy?
Well, how does that go again?
I'd like to commune with you. That's short for communicate. You know, have a little chat, or as the French say, tote-a-tote.
Tote-a-tote?
Yeah. Isn't that the way they say in France?
Only in southern France. Tote-a-tote that barge, lift-a-lift that bale.
Miss Brooks, I need your advice about something. I'm in quite a predicament. It's about Stretch.
Stretch?
Yes, ma'am. When I first started to feel the way I felt about him when we first started dating, I thought it was just an infatuation.
An infatuation?
Yes, ma'am. But as the weeks went by, I was very surprised to see that he didn't begin to plawl on me.
To plawl on you?
Well, you see, I know that Stretch is a good athlete and all that, but it's mentally I'm worried about. Miss Brooks, what do you think of Stretch mentally?
Mentally, I think Stretch is a Lilliputian. Put another L in that word.
You're kidding me. There's enough L's in Lilliputian now.
She did it.
You know, I'll never forget the first time we met. Do you believe in love at first sound?
At first sound? Don't you mean love at first sight, Susie?
We were in a dark room. A bunch of us was pretty close. And honestly, the first time I heard Stretch's voice, it gave me goose pimples.
Susie, it gave me goose pimples.
Gosh, when did you play post office with Stretch?
I was just correcting you, Susie, and I'll be more helpful another time, dear. Right now, I've got my own problem to solve.
What's wrong, Miss Brooks?
I've got to get some new musical instruments by the time Mayor Duff drives by the school with his entourage.
Is that what Mayor Duff is driving by the school with?
At least.
Well, you don't have to worry about musical instruments, Miss Brooks. Stretch is working in Fisher's pawn shop across the street during lunch. And I'm sure Mr. Fisher won't mind if we borrow a couple of the instruments he's got in there.
Say, that's not a bad idea, Susie. Will you ask him about it?
Well, sure. But why do we have to borrow the instruments? What become of the ones the school used to had?
Used to had?
We used to have some?
Well, we used to, but we aren't have them now, hardly. Now, you better hurry over and talk to Stretch about those instruments. I've got to see Mr. Boynton.
All right, Miss Brooks. Toodle.
Toodle. I'd like to join that girl. Seems like an awfully nice world she's living in. It's me, Mr. Boynton. Are you busy?
Oh, not a bit, Miss Brooks. Come on in. Why, I hope the ceremonies go well today. I'm quite fond of Mayor Duff, you know. I voted for him in the last election against Adrian Himmelstoss.
Me too. I didn't think Himmelstoss was anything.
And Mr. Conklin's a great fan of the mayor's, too. In fact, he told me a little while ago he'd give anything if he could be riding in the mayor's car as they drove past the school.
I'd like to be in it, too. Then I wouldn't have to explain to Mr. Conklin about Stretch and the instruments.
Well, what happened to the instruments?
All I can tell you, Mr. Boynton, is that whatever you play on them, out comes I'm forever blowing bubbles. With real bubbles.
I don't understand.
Stretch washed them all in soap and water. They're useless. His girlfriend, Susie Prentice, said she was going over to the pawn shop and borrow some others, but I don't trust Susie's memory, especially when Stretch is around. We'd better go over there and check on those instruments. Mr. Conklin wants the band to make a big impression on the mayor.
Well, I can't quite follow this, Miss Brooks, but I'll be happy to help out in whatever way I can. First, though, I'd like to ask you something, Miss Brooks.
Yes. I mean, what is it?
Do you think it'd be all right if I played with the band this afternoon?
You? But, Mr. Boynton, we may not have enough instruments to go around as it is.
Oh, I have my own instrument. It's right here in the desk. See? A ukulele.
Well, Joe, college.
I used to play it quite a bit back in college.
You did?
There was one song I was particularly fond of. Oh, let's see. How did that go again? Oh, I know. Somebody loves me. I wonder who. I wonder who it can. If you go for kissing, cutie, you could be my sweet patootie.
Mr. Boynton. Did that come out of you?
Well, sure. Somebody loves me. I wish I knew who it can be. Worries. If I had a girl to squeeze, I would burn my BVDs.
Oh, this can't be true. The alarm's going off any minute.
For every girl who passes by, I shout, hey, maybe. Come on, Miss Brooks, join in.
Okay. You were meant to be my lovin'. We would make a lovely pair. I'm so round and you're so square. Somebody loves me. I wonder who. Maybe it's... No more pencils, no more books.
Pretty soon, no more Miss Brooks.
What is the meaning of this scandalous conduct?
Well, Mr. Conklin, we were just...
Silence. Miss Brooks, to you was entrusted the task of presenting our school orchestra at its best, to impress upon the mayor the seriousness of purpose of Madison's musical aggregation. And what do I find? A jam session in the biology lab.
It's my fault, Mr. Conklin. I was
You should be ashamed of yourself, Boynton. A grown man fiddling with this cheese box.
A ukulele is a musical instrument, sir.
It's a cheese box. And what have you to say for yourself, Miss Brooks?
Pass the crackers. I mean, we were just leaving, Mr. Conklin.
Perhaps you'd better.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Musical instrument indeed. Boom, 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 R. I said R-A. R-A-G-G. R-A-G-G-M-O-P-P, ragmop.
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you? Oh, it's you, Susie.
Hi, Stretch. Gee, you sounded just like a regular salesman. Real sophisticated.
Well, thanks, Susie. Of course, it's kind of tough to be sophisticated in this place, surrounded by nothing but secondhand junk.
Oh, it ain't all junk. Those musical instruments in the window look brand new. And that reminds me, Stretch, I told Miss Brooks that we'd try to borrow them for the school orchestra this afternoon.
We couldn't use those instruments. They were hocked by Daffy Delaney,
Daffy Delaney?
the band leader. He had kind of a Spike Jones orchestra, only louder. That's why they went broke. The music was too noisy.
Well, what's the way they played got to do with that?
Don't you see? Those are all trick instruments. When you press certain keys on them, all kinds of screwy noises come out.
Gosh, well, that wouldn't be any good for the mayor. He likes symphonic music. What's Miss Brooks going to do now?
Gee, I don't know. Wait a minute.
maybe we could borrow some instruments from Hurley's music store around the corner.
It wouldn't hurt to ask.
Come on. Mr. Fisher will be back from lunch any minute. It won't do no harm to let the store alone for a few seconds. We can go out the back way. It's quicker through the alley.
Well, if you think it's all right to leave the store, Stretch.
Oh, Stretch. Stretch Snodgrass. That's funny. The place is empty. I wonder where Stretch is.
He probably took some instruments down to the laundromat. Well, we can't wait for him, Mr. Boynton. We'll just take whatever instruments we find in the window. I'll tell Mr. Fisher about it later.
Oh, he's only got about 5 or 6 instruments here.
Yes, but one of them's a tuba, and there's a trombone and a trumpet. You'd be surprised what a good brass section can do. Come on, Mr. Boynton. We're going to serenade the mayor like he's never been serenaded before.
Well, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, I see you've got the students all lined up.
Yes, Mr. Conklin.
According to the schedule, the mayor's car should be only 3 or 4 blocks away. Gad, how I wish I could be riding in it. Great man, Mayor Duffer.
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Conklin.
Yes. I'm going to get the band together and lead them right up here to the curb. Get everyone quiet, Mr. Boynton.
Yes, sir. Now, quiet down, boys and girls. Quiet.
Gee, I've been looking all over for you, Miss Brooks. I tried to borrow some instruments from Hurley's music store, but he wouldn't give them to me without no deposit. Susie's still over there arguing with him.
Well, she doesn't have to bother, Stretch. Mr. Boynton and I took all the instruments we need out of Mr. Fisher's window.
What? But those are trick instruments. They were hawked by Daffy Delaney.
Stretch, you mean those instruments can't be played?
Well, they can be played all right, but I don't guarantee what'll come out, especially the tuba. When you press the middle valve down, a charge of explosive goes off inside the horn.
Oh, no. I've got to get to that band before Mr.
All
Conklin...
right, places, everybody. Step back, trumpet. You, trombone, get a little closer.
Mr. Conklin, I've got to talk to you right away, sir. It's about... What are you doing with that tuba?
I'm going to play it, Miss Brooks.
Oh, but, sir, you can't.
Oh, I can't,
No.
I? Well, for your information, Miss Brooks, I have been playing the tuba since before you were... since you were in your early 20s.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I have.
Well, play it in good health.
Here comes the mayor's car, Daddy.
Oh, thank you, dear, thank you. Now, remember, orchestra, on the last 4 bars, you all drop out for my solo. Oh, Your Honor, wait a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, look. Look, the cars are slowing down.
Ready, everyone? Remember now, play softly and with great dignity. A 1, a 2.
Starting to go again. Better take your solo.
Yes, all right, Harriet.
Miss Brooks, what happened?
Your daddy got his wish, Harriet. He's now riding in the mayor's car.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, the explosion during Mr. Conklin's solo was nothing compared to the one after the mayor had passed by. The three of us, Mr. Conklin, myself, and the tuba, had just entered his office.
I hold you completely responsible for this disgraceful exhibition, Miss Brooks.
But, Mr. Conklin, honestly,
the culprit who set off that giant firecracker when I began to play the tuba must be apprehended and punished.
But, sir, there was no culprit. You did it yourself.
Oh, I did. And how, may I ask, did I accomplish this miracle? By pressing this little valve here?
No, sir, not that one.
Then was it this one here?
No, sir, not that one.
Oh, then it must have been this one.
Yes, sir, that's the one.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Joe Quillen, and Lester White.
For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for a velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had, get big bath-size Palmolive soap.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, last Friday night, the Board of Education held its annual banquet. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, was one of those eligible to participate in the festivities.
And this is no small honor. The school board banquet is extremely exclusive. In fact, it's only open to members of the board, principals, teachers, students, parents, and anybody else who can cough up $3 for a ticket. As if that weren't difficult enough to manage, the affair was strictly formal. Last Thursday night, therefore, I made a careful inspection of my wardrobe and was forced to the conclusion that my evening clothes just wouldn't do. The tops were in pretty good shape, but the cuffs were all frayed. Friday morning before classes, the subject was brought up again in the office of our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin.
Well, Miss Brooks, do you know why I summoned you to school so early today?
The janitor is sick and there's some coal to be shoveled.
No. The reason I've called you in is to tell you that Mr. Stone, the head of the board, has asked me to make a speech at the banquet tonight.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Conklin. You want me to help you frame something appropriate?
Thank you just the same, but you've helped frame me before. No, the speech is all written, and it emphasizes, in a subtle way, of course, the athletic as well as scholastic superiority of Madison to the other high schools in this area.
Yes, sir, but where do I fit into your plans?
You have in your English class one of our star baseball players. With practice about to commence any day now, Stretch Snodgrass must be kept eligible.
That's a pretty large order, Mr. Conklin. Stretch isn't a very good student.
Good teachers make good students, Miss Brooks. Now then, you gave a test last week on Thursday, to be exact. I remember it because my daughter Harriet received a mark of 94%.
What did Snodgrass achieve?
Well, he didn't get 94%, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, what mark did he get?
12.
12? Isn't that a new record for the course?
Actually, it isn't. Stretch's mark was topped on Monday, or rather bottomed. Miss Enright has a girl in her class who received a -2.
-2? How is that possible?
Besides failing to answer a single question, she spelled her name incorrectly.
What? Who is this girl?
She's a new pupil, Mr. Conklin, transferred here last week from Clay City High. Her name is Susie Prentice.
Prentice?
Prentiss. Or, as she spells it, Prentiss. Her father changed jobs and they had to move.
A transfer from Clay City, huh? This is the work of their principal, my arch enemy, Jason Brill. If the Prentices and their backward daughter had to leave Clay City, I'll bet he personally secured a house for them in our district.
May I remind you, Mr. Conklin, that Susie is not our immediate problem.
Oh, yes, you're right, Miss Brooks. It's Snodgrass. Something's been bothering that boy lately. He seems upset, confused. There's something on his mind.
It can't be very large or it would slip off.
You've got to find out just what's wrong with him. We can't even hope for any improvement in his grades until he's straightened out emotionally.
But, Mr. Conklin, I'm an English teacher, not a psychiatrist. And even if I were, I'm sure that the most careful analysis would only reveal that as a boy, Stretch hated his batting average.
Miss Brooks, are you trying to inform me that this assignment isn't, as the student body might put it, right up your alley?
Well, yes.
I see. Then perhaps I should let Miss Enright handle this. She could get the information we need from Stretch's other teachers. Let's see. He takes biology from Mr. Boynton. Miss Enright could start out by having a nice long chat with Mr. Boynton.
Why don't you let me handle this, Mr. Conklin? It's right up my alley.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Boynton. I just wanted to talk to you for a moment before class, but if I'm disturbing anything...
Oh, come in, Miss Brooks, come in. You're not disturbing me at all.
Don't sound so definite. What I wanted to see you about, Mr. Boynton, was...
Oh, I'll bet I can guess. The banquet tonight. Well, I won't keep you in suspense. I'm going.
Good for you.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this affair for some time now. Haven't been out formal since New Year's Eve. I got the old cedar bag down last night and found my tux in pretty good shape. By the way, Miss Brooks, do you have your outfit all set for tonight?
That depends. Does your cedar bag have a plunging neckline?
I don't understand.
Let's skip it, Mr. Boynton. I'm quite sure I can't attend the banquet tonight, but we can discuss that later. What I'd like right now is some information about Stretch Snodgrass. Mr. Conklin's quite concerned about his schoolwork recently. Tell me, how's Stretch doing in your biology class?
Well, frankly, Miss Brooks, he's a pretty poor student.
Well, money isn't everything.
As a matter of fact, there's only one pupil who's giving him any competition for last place in the course. She's a new girl named Susie Prentice. Do you know her?
If she spells it with 3 S's, I do.
Oh, she's unbelievable. On her last test paper, she classified all animals into 3 groups. Bivalves, quadrangles, and velocipedes. Isn't that amazing?
It certainly is. How did she spell all those words?
Oh, she didn't spell them. She drew pictures of them.
Well, don't discourage her. We may have another Grandma Moses on our hands. But fortunately, Susie isn't my immediate problem. It's Stretch. Mr. Conklin seems to think that something's bothering the boy enough to affect his studies.
Well, so do I, Miss Brooks, and I think I know what it is. That kid's in love.
In love? Who's the lucky frog?
No, I'm serious. I'm positive it's love.
How would you know? I mean, how can you be so sure?
Well, it's simple. You can tell by just looking at a person.
You can, Mr. Boynton.
Of course. When you're really and truly in love with someone, it shows all over your face.
It does, Mr. Boynton.
Why, surely. The symptoms are unmistakable.
They are, Mr. Boynton?
Usually the victims act dazed and lethargic with a vacant, glassy-eyed, almost stupid stare. Oh, you've seen them, haven't you, Miss Brooks? Miss Brooks?
I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. I must have been thinking of something else. I'd better go find Stretch now and have a little chat with him.
Oh, very well, Miss Brooks. But I hope you'll reconsider about the banquet tonight. If you do change your mind, let me know during lunch period.
I doubt if I'll change my mind by lunch period, Mr. Boynton, unless the cafeteria serves a 60-cent evening gown on their blue plate. Toodle.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Well, Stretch Snodgrass, this is the quickest manhunt I've ever been on. Are you heading for the lab?
Yes, ma'am. I had to come back on account of my absent mind.
Where did you leave it?
I've been terrible lately. Can't keep my mind on nothing hardly. I just realized I made a very bad mistake while I was helping Mr. Boynton clean out the cages before.
What did you do?
I stuffed some old newspapers back in the cage and threw 4 guinea pigs in a wastebasket.
Don't let that upset you. The change will be nice for them. Before you go back into the lab, Stretch, there's something I'd like to ask you. It's rather a personal question, but I only want to help you.
You may fire when ready, Grizzly.
Thanks. Stretch, what have you got on your... What's troubling you lately?
Well, I'd rather not say, Miss Brooks.
But Stretch, maybe I can help.
How could you help? You're a girl, too.
Thanks again. What's wrong with my being a girl?
Well, that's what my whole trouble is on account of.
Oh, then it must be true. You're in love, Stretch.
Well, I sure am, boy. My folks say it's just puppy love, but I know different. I never in my whole life loved no puppy like I love this girl.
But, Stretch, how does this girl feel about you?
Well, I don't know, Miss Brooks. I haven't asked her yet. I was going to, though, at the banquet tonight. I even got an advance of my allowance and bought 2 tickets. But then I found out it was formal and I ain't got no tuxedo.
Stretch, I have no tuxedo.
I didn't expect you to have a tuxedo. But I sure wish I could borrow one someplace. Of course, there's no guarantee she'll go with me, even if I do get a tux.
If it'll help your peace of mind any stretch, I'll not only try to borrow a tuxedo for you, I'll attempt to talk her into going with you.
Gee, that'd be wonderful of you, Miss Brooks. She's awful popular and real smart, too, boy. She's been helping me a lot with my studies lately.
Stretch, what is this girl's name?
Susie Prentice.
Susie Prentice?
Yeah, Prentiss. She's a new student here. Have you met her yet, Miss Brooks?
No, Stretch. But from what I've been able to gather, she's extremely clever. Clever.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
When lunch period arrived, I hastened to the school cafeteria looking for the cause of Stretch's amorous heartburn. I didn't have any luck at first, but finally I sat down at an empty table, and there she was. Mind if I join you?
No, ma'am, I don't mind.
You're a new pupil here at Madison, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. And you must be a teacher. You're too old to be a student.
Well, we're off to a nice start. You're Susie Prentice, aren't you?
That's right. But how did you know?
Easy. You spell it with 3 S's. But I haven't introduced myself. I'm Miss Brooks, Susie. I teach English here.
Miss Brooks. I should have knowed.
Knowed what? Known what?
Well, that we'd get along real good. Golly, I knew I'd like you before we ever met. Just when I heard your name. Brooks.
How did you know?
Oh, I just love names with a lot of S's in them.
Then you should get along famously with Stretch Snodgrass. I had a little talk with him this morning, and he seems to think he's in love with you.
Oh, it isn't really love, Miss Brooks. I don't think. I guess you'd call it infatuation.
Infatuation?
Yes, ma'am. And why a cute, good-looking, super athletic fellow like Stretch should get infatuated with me is something I just can't fathom.
Well, don't try to fathom it, Susie. You're a girl, and he's a boy, and he's fond of you, and that's all there is to it. These kids were really meant for each other.
Well, Stretch is good fun, all right, but there's one thing about him that I just seem to sense is wrong, Miss Brooks.
What's that, Susie?
I think he's kind of ignorant.
Ignorant? Why, Susie, how can you say such a thing?
Oh, please, Miss Brooks, now don't get me wrong. I'm not inferring that he's stupid.
Oh, I know you wouldn't infer anything like that.
Well, he tries awful hard to study. I know because I've been doing my homework with him for a couple of nights now, and I've been helping him all I can. My toughest job so far is trying to learn him some grammar.
I'm trying to teach him some glamour myself.
Good. Maybe between us we can both learn him something.
Well, if Stretch is going to be eligible for anything besides summer school, we'd better pull him out of his present depression. And that, Susie, is up to you.
Well, what can I do, Miss Brooks?
Go with him tonight to the board banquet.
Well, I haven't got any evening clothes, and it's strictly formal.
I'll try and dig something up for you.
But where?
Well, the same place I find Stretch a tuxedo. Will you go if I can borrow an outfit for you somewhere?
Well, sure, Miss Brooks. I guess so. I guess I'd like that real good.
Fine. You know, you kids won't make a bad-looking couple. You're downright pulchritudinous, Susie. You couldn't say it, and neither could I. That is, modesty wouldn't permit you to.
Well, I've got to get down to my locker and change for my gym class, Miss Brooks. So, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly, Susie. I won't be alone for long. I see Walter Denton bearing down on us. Hello, Walter.
Greetings, oh fairest flower of the faculty. If I may join you and this other young lady out. Hey, she's pretty.
Tuck your eyeballs back into their sockets, Walter. This is Susie Prentice, a very dear friend of a very dear friend of yours.
Likewise, I'm sure. Well, I guess I'll be running along now.
All right, Susie. I'll hold Walter's leash while you make your getaway.
All right, Miss Brooks. And you won't forget about that evening dress now, will you?
No, Susie. I'll do the best I can. See you later.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks. Toodle, Walter.
Toodle, Susie. Say, she's a knockout, Miss Brooks. Very dynamic new material.
Down, boy. She happens to be Stretch's girl. Besides, what about Harriet Conklin?
Oh, Harriet's still my one and only. I was just giving Susie my man of the world routine number 7. Besides, I wouldn't do anything to hurt old Stretch. He's my pal.
That's as good an opening as I've had all day. How about lending your pal a tuxedo for the banquet tonight?
But I've only got one, Miss Brooks, and I'm wearing that myself. You see, I've been working after school as a delivery boy at Sherry's department store just so I could buy the tickets. And Mr. Conklin must have a rich uncle that died or something the way he's been buying clothes. Gosh, he got formals for Mrs. Conklin and Harriet and evening clothes for himself.
Say, maybe Mr. Conklin has an extra tux now that he's bought a new one.
No, he hasn't, Miss Brooks. He gave his old tux away. And this time he bought tails. Can't you just picture it? Mr. Conklin with tails.
I usually picture him with only one tail. Gosh, I just got to get those kids some evening clothes.
Wait a minute, Miss Brooks. I got an idea. Why don't you call your landlady, Mrs. Davis?
Mrs. Davis? She hasn't worn evening clothes since Harding's inauguration.
He was about the last Republican to get in, wasn't he?
I forget.
I didn't mean for you to borrow anything from Mrs. Davis, but when I picked you up yesterday, she told me your sister Angela and her brother Victor attended a formal wedding last week. Maybe they'd lend their outfits for tonight.
They might, at that. It's worth a try. Let's see, now, where's the nearest place from which I could call Mrs. Davis?
Why don't you try the telephone?
Walter, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Well, Miss Brooks, what did Mrs. Davis say?
She said she was going over to see her brother and sister today and that she'd asked them to lend Stretch and Susie their evening clothes.
Oh, that's swell, Miss Brooks. Will she bring them back to your place?
She said she would, Walter. Now, what I want you to do is to tell the kids to meet me in my class right after school. Then we can go home and see what luck Mrs. Davis had.
Here you are, Daddy. I've typed a nice, clean copy of your speech for tonight.
Thank you, Harriet. Now, run along, dear. I've got a lot on my mind.
Something wrong, Daddy?
I've just talked to your mother on the phone, and she has informed me that our evening clothes have not been delivered as yet.
Well, there's still time. School isn't out for 2 hours yet.
I am quite familiar with the schedule of this institution, my dear. But your darling mother is going to spend the balance of the day in the beauty parlor.
Well, you can't blame her for that.
No, she can use it, heaven knows. That is, I want your mother to be at her best this evening. But she called the department store and told them to deliver our things to Mrs. Davis's place. Now, I'll have to scurry over there like a jackrabbit before dinner time and pick them up.
Come on in, Susie. Stretch. We're home, Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis! Oh, I guess she's out shopping. Let's go into the living room, kids.
Oh, look here, Miss Brooks. Here's 2 big boxes. These must be the clothes Mrs. Davis got for us.
Oh, that's right. Open one of them, Stretch, and I'll get the other one.
Thank you, Susie.
Here, let me help, kids. Well, what do you know? An evening gown.
Oh, it's 2 evening gowns, Miss Brooks. Look, one's a little bigger than the other.
Oh, now, wasn't that sweet of Angela? She didn't know what size you'd need, so she lent us 2 of them.
Golly, Miss Brooks, this one looks like it would fit you fine. Why don't you borrow it and come along this evening?
What? Me put on a borrowed evening gown just so I can attend a banquet and dance every dance with Mr. Boynton and then go out on the terrace in the moonlight? Come on into my room and we'll try these things on.
Look what I got, boy. This is even better than a tux. This is a whole set of tails.
Oh, well, you can change in Mrs. Davis's room, Stretch, right down the hall. And, Susie, you go into my room over there.
Where are you going, Miss Brooks?
I'm going to call Mr. Boynton and tell him that if he doesn't pick me up here in 20 minutes, I'll call for him at his house. I'll be right there. Come in, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. Hell, I was quite surprised when you told me you could attend the banquet tonight, but now that I... Say, let me look at you.
All right.
Hi, that's some outfit you've got on. It's stunning.
Oh, you just like polka dots.
My dress, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, that's lovely, too, Susie. And you look very handsome in those evening clothes, Stretch. Where did you get them?
The same place Miss Brooks got hers.
I charged a count at the store. You see, the kids were a little short.
I ain't short.
No, but you're going to be late if you don't hurry. You 2 run along to the banquet, and I'll see you after a while.
But it's only 4 o'clock, Miss Brooks. The banquet don't start until 7.
Stretch can take you for a nice drive around the parking lot. Come on, I'll walk you to the door.
Oh, I get you. You want to be alone with Mr. Boynton for a while.
Stretch, you shouldn't say things like that. Now, come on, give me your arm.
Gee, thank you, Susie.
It's good to see you looking so happy, Stretch.
Happy? Boy, I'm absolutely delirious.
Me too. Well, goodbye, Miss Brooks. And thanks for everything you done.
Did, Susie.
Yeah, Miss Brooks. Thanks for everything you done dead.
Well, that's that.
It was wonderful of you to arrange clothes for those kids so they could attend the banquet, Miss Brooks.
Oh, shucks.
No, it shows that yours is an extremely warm personality.
Come a little closer, Mr. Boynton. It's not that warm.
Miss Brooks, there's something about that strapless evening gown that you have on. Well, would you answer one question for me?
If it's the question I have in mind, no, that's a trade secret.
I just wanted to know, aren't your shoulders cold?
Well, come to think of it, Mr. Boynton, they are cold. In fact, they're freezing.
I thought so. And I'm going to do something about that right now.
You are, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, I'm going to get your coat to slip on.
Oh, fine. Well, he could have said hot water bottle.
It's me, Connie. I've been to the store.
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
My, but you look beautiful.
Thanks.
I'm glad you were able to get yourself such a lovely gown at the last minute.
Get myself. But this is one of the gowns your sister Angela lent us.
Angela? She wasn't at home all day. Neither was my brother Victor.
But those boxes in the living room, where did they come from?
They were left for Mr. Conklin. He'll be picking them up any minute.
Oh, no.
Oh, would you answer it, please, Connie? You're closer to the door.
You mean closer to the gate? Well, if it isn't Mr. Conklin, how are you, sir? Glad to see you. What brings you all this way out to this little old neck of the woods?
If I may have my packages and a minimum of small talk, I'll leave this neck of the woods like a shot.
Packages, did you say? Well, there's something very funny I have to tell you about that. Oh, very funny indeed.
What?
There are no packages.
Oh, that's a scream. Now then, if you'll kindly... There are no packages, but my wife distinctly told me she had the store deliver them... Let me put my glasses on. Now, Miss Brooks, step a little closer, please. Well...
Something wrong, Mr. Conklin?
I know that there are many faculty members who would like to be in my shoes, Miss Brooks. But what are you doing in my wife's gown?
Please, Mr. Conklin, remember your high blood pressure.
And where's my brand new full-dress suit?
Take it easy, sir.
Take it easy? I bought that suit to go to the banquet tonight.
I know you bought it to go to the banquet, Mr. Conklin. That's why you can relax.
Why?
Because that's just where it is.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream, girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I sat Mr. Conklin down in the living room and gave him a complete explanation and a cold compress. Then I went into my room, took off his wife's evening gown, and slipped on my little everyday number, the skirt with the clever reversible pleats caused by years of folding over a wire hanger. As soon as I gave him the gown, he slammed out after Stretch and Susie to get back the rest of the family clothes. Then Mr. Boynton came into the living room.
I know you must be terribly disappointed about that evening gown, Miss Brooks, but don't you worry. You're not going to miss a thing.
I'm not?
No, ma'am. I'm going to take a pencil and copy down Mr. Conklin's speech word for word and read it to you tomorrow. Well, Miss Brooks, how would you like that?
Mr. Boynton,
Yes?
how would you like a punch right in your nose?
Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for a velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with a warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had, get big bath-size Palmolive soap.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.